economic data releases just coming across here. Trade balance data for August right now, negative 58.3 billion. That's higher than what was expected. Consensus 62.3 billion. Negative 64.7 was the prior read on that. Import and export data just coming out as well. 256 billion for August versus 255 expected. Their jobless claims downside. That's not going to help things this morning. 210 expected there. It comes 207 for that jobless claims number. A ton of Fed speakers coming up today as well. We'll get Mester. She'll be the first at 9 o'clock this morning. We get Fed's Barkin. We get Fed's Daily. And then later on, Barr, among others. So it's going to be a busy day as far as overall market movement, or potentially overall market movement coming up here. A ton of things to talk about as far as the individual movers on the go this morning as well. Rivian right back down after big day yesterday on a debt raise. We'll touch on that. VinFast as well with surprise earnings. Apparently their earnings call on right now, 8 o'clock it started. So we're still hearing a few comments coming through for VFS. They did reiterate their production guidance for the remainder of the year. We'll talk about big tech coming up. A few minor headlines as far as big tech is concerned. Pretty good day yesterday right across the board for that group, though. It is Wednesday, October 5th. No, it's not. It's Thursday, October 5th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. If you missed it, initial jobless claims, 207,000, a little bit lower than expected there, just coming out at 8:30. Trade balance data as well, higher than expected, 58.3 billion for August. The big number obviously going to come tomorrow at this time, 8:30 a.m. on Friday. We'll get non-farm payrolls is the big event of the week. We'll also get Michigan sentiment coming up tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So a couple of things to keep in mind for tomorrow morning. Just seeing this Longeveron going again here, LGVN, a little bit of a pop back to the upside. A former runner with some positive news, actually has positive news this morning. So low float name that we've touched on in the past many times on this show. Welcome to, yeah, it's Thursday. It's going to be an interesting one here as we get going with a couple of individual storylines, a couple of individual headlines to touch on as far as EVs are concerned. As I mentioned, VFS, Rivian, both with catalysts this morning. Tesla kind of hanging out, not really doing much, but all eyes on what is to come tomorrow as far as economic data.
Yeah, I mean, like, how many different reads are we going to get? We get the jolts, it's above. We get ADP yesterday, it's below, and now we get another look right now. I guess the make or break is going to be tomorrow. Maybe we'll go for two for two. Two on the north side, two on the south side. We'll have to wait and see, but I would submit to you that the non-farm payrolls are the bigger number to keep your eye on. So yeah, great. EVs as well, like you mentioned. Rivian with an offering. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And yeah, surprise earnings from VinFast. Not bad, reiterating guidance.
Yeah, they didn't even say they were going to report, but then they just said, here's our earnings. So yeah, the call started at 8 o'clock. Still seeing a few headlines coming through, as I mentioned, for VFS. Continuing claims as well, 1.6 million there versus 1.67. So 1.66 versus 1.67 million expected. So a little bit of contrary data once again as far as the employment market. Obviously, the big one coming tomorrow, guys. Neil, I'm sorry. I'll just get it out of the way. That was bad. That was really bad yesterday.
No, it was fantastic. I mean, ideally, you want your team to go to the playoffs and score one run in two games. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for a stagnant offense where you have to be absolutely perfect. I'll say this, because actually I was thinking about this, and it's like, what am I going to say about the Blue Jays? And I wanted to make a reference that I think can actually work for trading here. I had a coach that once told me, like, there's two types of mistakes when you're on the field. Like, there's physical errors and there's mental errors. He said it's acceptable all day long to make a physical error. They're going to happen. You're going to boot a ball. You're going to dribble a ball off your foot. You're going to drop a pass. You're going to take a good swing and you're going to miss. All of these things are just part of doing any kind of a sport. The mental errors are a different one. Last night, getting picked off at second when you're just lollygagging too far away from the bag. Like, the mental errors that are going to kill you. And the same thing works into trading. Like, if you take a setup that works, that usually works for you, that's a good setup, and you trade your plan, and it loses, so what? That's going to happen. Is it an error? It's a loss, but it's not the end of the world. But if you break your plan, If you do some crazy, like, revenge trade, Yahoo, or buy a price you know is ridiculous, chase a move that you know was a bad idea, and that loses, that's a mental error. And the mental errors are going to kill you. Jays made a lot of mental errors, so they didn't deserve to win. I can live with you guy booting the ball every now and then. Like, it happens, man. Nobody's perfect. But anyways, that's that. Baseball season's over for me. I got to pick a team to cheer for. So you guys let me know who I'm cheering for the rest of the playoffs, because I have absolutely no idea at this moment. I'll get over it. But there's a lot to get to this morning. I want to show this chart. I was going to show this chart of VinFast, and you brought up baseball. VinFast reported, like, what day do you think the earnings were in this chart? Oh yeah, that little tiny green one, that's today so far. So yeah, let's like pump the brakes on VinFast in their great quarter and all that, whatever. It's up like 50 cents, which when you're $8 stock, it's up 5%. So great, that's good for them. I still think there's probably going to be some good fades on any kind of a pop. This is just one of those low flow type runners. A lot to get to today. The market had a great rally. It looks like for the temporarily we're a little bit to the downside here, but do not discount how big a bounce that was off that 420 on the SPY and what we were able to see. Like AMD was impressive yesterday. Tesla was super impressive. Rivian's right back to where it started, but there's a heck of a lot of individual names that you want to be looking at here today after that impressive rally.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say about these Blue Jays other than the fact that they were not winning anyways, so at least it's over with. You know what? I thought Texas looked pretty good. I mean, we'll see what happens here. Philly, I really like Philly. I mean, it's a perfect example is Chapman gets up with bases loaded, double play, 1 out. I'm sitting there watching the Phillies.
Yeah, but if you watch Chapman came within 1 inch.
I know, I saw it,
of
but I'm
clearing it. So it's like that's just luck. That's just luck.
Okay, he struck out. He got double play. But what I'm saying
yeah, but if you hit a hard ball right at a defender, that's just bad luck.
Right,
that's just
right.
baseball.
The Jays have had 0 clutch hitting all year.
Bad luck. He also hit one off the wall that was almost a home run.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
That's just bad luck.
They had 1 run in their last 18 innings, right?
That's bad luck. That's
okay,
stats.
but
That's
they're also running and scoring positions they're so bad this year, like literally historically bad luck. But the idea is Philly, good luck, right? This guy gets up, never hit a grand slam in his life, and pops one over the wall, and they easily walk over Miami, right? We don't have any of that. Anyway, let's hope that we just move on to the Blue Jay or the Raptors and the Maple Leafs. One more time. Okay, but that's okay. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, when you play these games, this is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing to do. Like I said, it was done before it started. It's too bad. I wish we just would have got to Bassett though. That's Barrios got pulled.
Again, like to me, you had the guy who was your best pitcher the last month is the guy that didn't get to pitch. Like those are the types of things. Like I don't mind the things that happen on the field or what happened on the field. You can't control that. You hit a ball hard and it goes right at somebody, that's a fluke. One ball hits off the wall, one goes a foot over the fence, that's a fluke. Like those are the kind of things. But you can control what you can control. They didn't pitch their best pitcher in the series.
Yeah.
Or like the guy that was being their best pitcher. That's a problem.
And they got no hits.
I like Atlanta. I actually do like Atlanta. Atlanta has a very, very ridiculously talented team. It'd be fun to see them win.
AMD, Rivian, Google, bunch of oil stocks all on watch here today. Amazon is Square. Like Square is at 41.50. Like Square is just
yuck.
It's at 52-week. It's at not all-time lows, but it's near these COVID bottoms of 35. Square just continues to be disgusting. So we'll have to watch out. I put down 41.50, which is that spot right there. We broke it yesterday. Let's see if we can go even lower now today. 41.50 here for Square. Sticky note out in a couple seconds.
We'll see. Maybe not. We were just talking about Adobe, but yeah, market downside here. Didn't like those numbers that came out at 8:30 there in a hurry. In fact, 0.4 now for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. I want to mention this as well because there's more in the EV space, not doing a heck of a lot, but Polestar, PSNY, up 3.5%. They also came out and reiterated their production guidance for the remainder of the year. So we'll keep Polestar on watch as well. But yeah, market red now and then some. In a hurry here. Adobe also coming out saying that their online shopping forecast for the 2023 season going to be much higher than expected. And I mean, much higher than expected. $221.8 billion, representing a 5% year-over-year uptick. That's a lot.
Yeah. That can't be their software. But here's another look, Brendo. They're talking about the buy now, pay later, or as Sean likes to call it, buy now, pay never, expected to drive about $17 billion in online spending this coming holiday season, which is interesting because if you're looking at names like Affirm and Upstart as possible disruptors to Visa, MasterCard, American Express, this is an interesting stat that you have to keep your eye on. We've been seeing a lot more analysts talk about this lately. I definitely can't wait to see how much is adopted this holiday season.
Yeah, these are obviously total numbers, not Adobe specifically, but 221.8 billion holiday shopping online sales. And then Cyber Monday alone, 12 billion. So, I mean, that's coming up in a few weeks as well. Worth noting, guys, dollar absolutely ripping right now, straight to the upside. S&P straight downside, but dollar higher, yields higher. There's Adobe, there's PSNY, both on watch here too.
But we don't I mean, Adobe, let's get this out of the way. Adobe's not a stock that we trade as day traders, but I mean, if you're looking at this one, like everything's tradable from an option standpoint or in some way or swinging, whatever it might be. But I mean, alert to the obvious levels here on Adobe. Like it's just bouncing off 500, and it's got a now on the week it's got an obvious top at the 520 level, which I don't know, about 5 minutes ago seemed like it had a chance to break the top. You know, the market there's a lot of stocks that look like this. They're getting off some channels, look like they're on the verge of breaking out. Google looked like it had a chance to break and maybe go $3-4 today off a big level. Maybe this little pullback means you have to go dip by hunting, or we just have a bit of a reversal and look for weak stocks again. But Adobe was on the verge, I'd say, of making a mini breakout through that 520. As far as the day trade goes, I don't know about it. If you saw 500 again, that's been a decent support level. If the market isn't done with this pullback, there are a lot of names, and Adobe probably fits right into that category, where if you were to break support, you start getting into some levels where like a lot of people are going to be gobbling the crap up of these things. Like underneath 500, the 200 period on this it's like 17% down, the 200 period moving average on Adobe. That's how big of a high flyer it is. So if it breaks down, you're talking about a long way to go, and you could possibly pick up some crazy value. It's a monster level. As a day trader, if you break that 500, I think you can start looking for shorts. As long as it holds that support, you kind of want to respect it. I just saw Tesla drop $2. AMD's now no longer near that 105 level on this little bit of a dip. It's a bit disappointing. After the rally we had yesterday, I thought there'd be a chance at some breaks this morning early, but yeah, once again, the data takes us in the other direction of what you're expecting.
Yeah, I mean, jobless claims there, 207 versus 210. It doesn't seem like it's that much different. But yeah, the market is definitely going to the downside right there. You'd like to see that number the other way. But we're going to get non-farm payrolls on Friday, which is going to really, that's like the biggest indicator, the biggest economic event that the Fed is going to be focused on moving forward. So that's really going to be something pretty key. I still think AMD in here into 10, like we barcoded basically between 102.50 and what we just put out the sticky note, 102.50 to 102 yesterday afternoon. So into this area is where, you know, if we continue to dump down, and we talked about our mistake yesterday on the recap show. We talked about it here on the show yesterday with buying Intel into weakness early and then having to wait for it to bounce, and then eventually it got that bounce. So I'm sort of thinking the same type of thing here. I mean, Intel could drop to 35 again. That would be nice. Or AMD down here to 102. So these are a couple names that I'm looking at early. They're on my radar. Let's just see. Like yesterday, we had Intel. We really liked the stock, but it started the day at almost 37 bucks, dropped all the way down to 35.50. Then it had the bounce. So let's see if the market will go whoosh like that, then whoosh back to the upside. And as long as we can find a name that has these little bottom wicks like that, and we can find some pressure points being relieved, I honestly think that today, with the way Tesla's moving around again, like come at the king and get burned, it seems like. Like Tesla just every day seems to just be going upside. Like it has its little moves off the open, then kind of just continues. So nice little pullback, as Neil mentioned, a lot of names pulling back right now, 258 or so. Again, like Tesla could come in before we even start. Hey, Luis, how's it going? We definitely like Luis Barbado, and we're going to go over to him in a minute. How are you doing, my good friend? I used to talk to this guy when I was on the other side, but now we get to do it here live on the show.
It's Luis Barbado joining us from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain on a, I don't know, is it sunny there today? Sunny Thursday?
Yeah, it's sunny Thursday.
It's sunny every day in Barcelona. So how are you? Good to see you.
We're fine. We're fine.
Let's jump into, it's been a busy week. There's a ton to talk about. Obviously, the market itself becomes a little bit of that story when we get into, so much economic data and so much focus on inflation and on these interest rates. Currently, however, there are a few high flyers to touch on this morning. How's your week been on the trading side of things, first off, and then we'll get into some individual names.
It's been very good. You have to be very picky with the stock selection, with the watch list every day, and focus on mainly 2 or 3 tickers only every day. We don't have a lot of small cap running like crazy with a lot of volume, but if you pick up the 2 or 3 right stocks and the 2 or 3 plays during the day that they give you, that's okay for the week.
Yeah, it's an important point in that, we see these shifts in the market all the time where focus will go from, individual names on the small cap side to, the overall market. And as I was mentioning, the focus seems to be back on the economic side of things and the more macro side of things, and less so on individual names. But today's a little bit busier than the past few as far as small caps are concerned and low float names specifically. I want to get your take on Longeveron, LGVN. One we've touched on many times before and has been a former runner, 4.5, 5 million float. So it is one of those low float type names. What are you thinking here today?
Well, it's a little bit late for us on this one. You see the gap up and all the way filled down. So probably there will not be high volume anymore. On these kind of tickers, just look for the short on the backside. Once it failed 380, 370, you go short on the backside, trying to fill the gap. It's what we used to call gap and crap, right? Like it's gapping up, but not really excellent news about it. Not a lot of volume, no holding over EMAs and VWAP. So it's too late for us to trade this stock anymore.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, and you mentioned, a positive news catalyst, but that doesn't seem to matter these days. There was a time in the market where we would see these names pop up on a headline and then just go all day long and be up, 200, 300, 400% even in some cases when the move was actually done. A few others, GROM, I just noticed popping up on a volume scanner in front of me here again. Already 4 million shares here this morning for this one, but again, the movement kind of lagging here.
That's one stock we're looking at. It's a micro float. It's, I think, something like 500,000 shares only on the market. So be really careful. And it's around 35-40% short ratio. So micro float, be very careful. If it breaks, I think it's 250. I remember now, probably. Yeah, 250, 260, we might see a runner with such a low float. Be very careful on the short side if you trade front side. If you're waiting for the backside and fails of highs, that's another story. But front side on a micro flow with high short float, not a very good deal.
In a case like this, where you're talking, Sharif was just telling me 1.8, 1.6, 1.8 million float. How much room are you giving this? Even if you are trying to catch that break of the high, how much room would you be giving this on the downside?
Well, you have to be aware of the parabolic movement if you go short. If you break the highs, usually you see the tape. If they are keep pushing or not, if you see a lot of refreshing and hidden orders holding the offer or no one is offering, usually above resistance. In a micro float with already a high short float, there's not many people who are going to short on this one. Not many shares available to go short. Who is long-term investor in this one, giving the shares to a broker so you can borrow them? Not many people. So if you're long and you see bids holding and offers disappearing, that means you're in the right side.
All right, another one that's been pretty wild here over the past few weeks, week and a half anyways. FEMI, F-E-M-Y, Femasis, seems to pop up every other day or so, trying to get going back above that, or back to $3 here. What do you think of today for FEMI?
Yeah, it seemed quite dead after the $2 break, but it's a revival again. Popping up yesterday was a tough day for a short trader, for a trader to try to short, because we see pops unexpected, I would say. Today it failed again 3, so we're gonna short this one until 3. If it goes over 3 over BWAP, we have the BWAP now around 280, so we are shorting this BWAP, trying to look for the retracement again to 250 and 220 lower of yesterday. That's our play today. If it push over 3 and start to hold VWAPs, and we see some buyers coming in, anything can happen. 450 is highs of the other day, so it's possible as well.
Yeah, this one even smaller on the float as well for FEMASAs.
13 million, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty tiny. Let's. I mean, there's quite a long list this morning. Maybe just give me what else you're looking at this point. Anything else catching your eye today?
On the small cap, we're looking ICCM is fighting the $1 number again. It's been on play a couple of days ago or 3 days ago, and we're trying to fight against this $1 again. We're shorting this one against the dollar number to see another retracement, probably to 470. 480 is the support. If we break for 0.80, it could go 0.60, 0.50, which is the lowest. And we're looking MBOS as well, NVOS. Another sub-dollar. Last couple of weeks, we have a lot of sub-dollar tickers with huge volume. So it's another interesting ticker. This one, again, we're looking this 0.50. It's the trickiest moment for shorts. Over 0.50, shorts are in trouble. So we look for long if it breaks this 0.50 with decent volume.
Let's move up yesterday. On top of that, yeah, you can see clearly on the daily chart there. A top forming around 50 cents. Great stuff. Luis Barbado,
yes.
From the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Great to see you as always.
Thank you, Brendan. Say hi to Neil and Sean.
Right there, sir. Thank you very much. Always, Luis. Always good to have him back. And he's right about that. I mean, these low floaters, like smaller cap names that have been going. It has been mostly penny stock, a lot of penny stocks. I don't want to say mostly, but a lot more penny stocks. A bit of a function of the beaten up companies going to the downside, but also just a bit of a sea change this last little bit. Now that ICCM is the one that it does bear watching anytime you get to that dollar level. And if you see what's been happening, it's been failing the dollar every day except for yesterday this week. So if it's going to do the same thing, sometimes you just look for pattern repetition. That 80 level is an obvious support area. I think if it gets, shorting it at 95 is a tricky thing, and you look at the liquidity, it's a lot better at the $1 level. Sometimes you want that fail to be at $1. This one gets back to the upside. It's on my radar. At Day Trade the World, sometimes we have to pay for locates. This one is like a third of 1 cent to pay for locates. So it's relatively cheap to be able to short. But at the end of the day, you got to be flexible. To me, if it takes out like 105, 110, like you're looking for a failed break, getting above 1 and not really clearing out recent highs. And if it can do that, then you look for the fade back in. If it's busting, 110, 115, fighting something like that to the short side gets you in a lot of trouble because suddenly you're like, oh, but I'll just give it to the 120 high. Next thing you know, you're risking, say you're short 105, you're risking all the way to 120, you're getting a couple cents slipped. You're thinking your move is into 20, into 80, so you're looking for 20 cents and you're risking 20 cents. Not usually the way that's going to go, because if it's breaking upside and holding above $1, then you might be counter trend where you should be getting better than 1-to-1. If you're going counter trend, then your risk to reward should be better than 1-to-1 because you're fighting a move. You should be trying to get 3-4-to-1. So just be careful with that. You want failing $1 if you're trying to short this thing.
Yeah, talking about shorting something here, I just retweeted something that Disney yesterday, and it's probably going to hit it today again, 10-year lows. And if you included dividends and everything that you got in those 10 years, you would be down as of right now in Disney. And the thing is, the stock market is up over 300% in that same period. So this name looks like it's going to, despite it being down only 0.28 in the market, same. I'm looking now, and I don't have this on the sticky note, and I got to add it because I didn't even realize 78.75 held, and we're just pennies above it right now. So like that's probably a good break low again. Here, get rid of this. On Disney. I just hit the wrong stock there. On Disney, that little break rate. It's been breaking the whole time. It's just look at this chart. It's pretty pathetic. You could look at Boeing and see like direct lines down, but this is just like can't get going. It's like so Yeah, man, I don't know what's going on. Oh, we know what's going on with this company, but downside right there. I got to add this one to the sticky note. Disney now on watch, man. 10-year lows. While, I mean, we already know, we know the market's up 300% in 10 years. I mean, I didn't know that, but could have guessed something similar. But yeah, pretty sad here that Disney, what's supposed to be an iconic brand there, sort of a diversified one as well, right? I mean, they're into travel, media, I guess maybe that's it. Consumer discretionary, everything like that. And then now they're just getting absolutely walloped there. So I don't know, man. Disney versus Netflix. Oh,
I've been complaining about Boeing, and it's like, well, you can feel better if you look at like a chart of something else, but it's just because Boeing's has been really, really bad for a month. I mean, Disney's been bad for like longer than 1 month. Oddly enough, Boeing's at some pretty key levels too. But yeah, go back.
No, I just want to show something else here too that I retweeted, that this is amazing, and I just found this person tweeted this 25 years ago. So it's not even, it might be long, like I know Ramin wasn't born and all this
wasn't
kind
even
of stuff.
born yet, man.
You know, all these things, right? True, right? Is what didn't exist 25 years ago? Tesla, SpaceX, iPhone, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Gmail. 25 years ago, these things did not exist. Instagram, Bitcoin, Netflix, streaming, WhatsApp, TikTok, LinkedIn. Like, it just goes on and on and on. Reddit, Airbnb, Uber. You know, all these things did not exist, and it's basically part of every single person's life right now. Almost, I mean, you could pick out 5 things on here probably, right? So there it is right now. What's wrong with the list?
I can't hear. What did they say?
YouTube came out in 2005. Right, so 25 years ago. Right, so thank you, Fabian, for that one. And
not did.
Right, it's he misread it.
No,
it's okay. Anyways, things that didn't exist 25 years ago. So there we go. Just absolutely amazing, and it's just like it blows my mind when I see that stuff, because like, what is the next 25 years? You know, like everything on here is such a big thing.
Mining asteroids.
We talk about, well, maybe we talk about Tesla and how much it's been up, right? So there are so many opportunities moving forward, right? You just got to find them, pal.
Our kids are not going to be driving cars, man. That's why I believe in like automation. There's a reason everyone believes in automation. Like when I say our, I mean like I'm talking about us on the show.
Yeah.
Like our kids are not. I don't think.
Everyone's fading Fabian now in the chat.
What? No, it's not. Whatever, man. That job, like if you think like trading in hotkeys and like a bunch of charts is crazy, like those, it looks like the Starship Enterprise back there, and they got a lot that's going on.
Yeah, they got a lot.
It is what it is. I'm sure there's even things that aren't on that list that we could probably come up with that you could add that are just as impressive.
I found that on Twitter.
Yeah, like that's a pretty cool list to be had, and you always are trying to think about that future. Like it's not just about the next 6 to 8 months.
We had the internet boom, right? We had like the technology boom that created all those apps, Uber.
And now AI is going to start creating. Forget about just talking to something and giving you answers.
Yeah.
Like think about what AI is doing for multiple industries. Think about how AI was used. Like just watch a SpaceX landing, and then start to dream. Like people laughed at the notion that you'd be able to remotely land one of those rockets back. And I remember all of like the super genius scientists are like, these guys can't do that crap. No way, it's not happening. And then you watch one of those things land, I'm just like, wow, humanity is freaking amazing. That's like, to me, that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. When they land, and they landed stuff on an asteroid, like get out of here. Like the kind of things that we're gonna see in the next 20, 30 years is gonna blow your mind.
All right. I mean, shout out to Kathy Wood, too, because that just accentuates her argument in the world and backs up her argument in the world as far as innovation is concerned. That's crazy. That's that long anyways. I feel very old now, but let's carry on.
Likewise.
Johnson & Johnson upside this morning. There's not much on here. TAP, I guess, interesting one, had some headlines earlier on this week. Clorox on that data breach. CN, new and Tractor Supply, guys.
I like J&J there on the upgrade. We're just talking about all these different things and what's to come here in the future. And it's just like, man, like all those things didn't even exist. It blows my mind, the opportunities that we've had in our lifetime, and just as excited for the opportunities that everybody else has moving forward. 155, I mean, you know, J&J has really dropped off that Kenvue distribution, and Again, something that will be here in 25 years. Johnson & Johnson has been here probably for 100 years. And I don't know, man. I mean, consumer staples. Everybody has at least a couple Johnson & Johnson products. There's a couple, yeah, maybe at least. And then they have the medical side of it as well. Technology is going to be a big play for them. AI in the distribution, AI in the what people need and want. I like Johnson & Johnson. Anybody that works in a hospital as well knows sort of the importance of these guys. Machines. I like GE Electric as well. Their healthcare unit, GEHC. And then, I like Johnson & Johnson. So I think on an upgrade, I'd like to maybe read that report a little bit because this is a stock that I've owned forever. And I like the name. And I think Johnson & Johnson should continue to work in your portfolio as sort of something just to sit on, collect the dividends, and not worry too much. But again, if we get an absolute collapse in the world, then I guess Johnson & Johnson goes down.
I've got some of this. I actually like Procter at these levels, but if you look at the weekly chart of J&J, what is this telling you? Like sometimes you got to zoom way back out. You obviously you're going to notice 2020, but if you throw out 2020. And you look at the stair step this has been on, like this 148 to 150 area that you broke out from. Now you've got a pretty decent channel. It's been beaten up. It's given the 20% pullback off of 180. Like this is exactly the area where it's been showing it bounces. So unless 150 breaks down, this is a pretty solid spot. Like if you're in it and it bounces, you're probably holding it forever. If you're in it and it breaks, you take a small hit. On J&J. And on the weekly chart, it's actually even putting in higher lows to boot, right? Since breaking down, it's starting to put in some higher lows. It's forming a bit of a wedge here. So you have, successive lower highs. Now you're putting in some higher lows in what has been pretty much always an uptrend for that stock. Not always a day trade. I think if there's a day trade to be had, it would be if this thing sees 150, I think there's going to be a lot of buyers on it. The gold trade would be on a Friday, J&J gets to 150 and doesn't break it. That's when you want to day trade it. I see you Bia Wally talking about Coke there. You know what? Not all safe, stable, whatever you want to call them, legacy, quality. Not all of those names have been having the same time here. We've talked about Disney, and look, this is just another example of that. Procter's held up pretty nicely. I think Pepsi's doing okay. J&J obviously not too bad, but this has been a different story. But it's the same thing. You are getting into a level where you're well under the 50 in the 200 period, unfortunately. Should have just gone with my trade ideas chart, I think. But you're getting into some big levels here where the 52 to 53 has been a really, really big wall. There you go. Now it's pulling back into 2022. So the trend has been a little bit accelerated to the downside, but you're getting into some pretty key levels where, even I would expect, as bad as this has been recently, there's going to be some buyers in there. The one concern I had, and this is what Walmart was saying, the one concern I would have with Ozempic and all these weight loss drugs is if there's a rolling high percentage of the population in the US and maybe even worldwide that is on these weight loss drugs, what does that mean for fast food? What does that mean for Coke? What does that mean for Pepsi? What does that mean for McDonald's? The answer is I'm not really sure. Is the market somehow starting to price that in? Is that part of what's going on here? I'm not really sure about it, but it really comes down to it. There was a survey saying 50% of Americans are interested in taking these weight loss drugs. Now, obviously, once you get off it, you put some back on, at least from what I was reading. So that means you would have a rolling possible percentage. I don't know what it is, 5, 10, 15% that are always on this. And if it curbs your appetite, then what percentage of decline in sales do fast food have? Grocery bills, all of that has to work its way through the system. So I'm a little bit hesitant with these types of things. J&J, Procter, I don't have an issue with. I think you can buy those ones on dips, but I'm a little bit wary of some of these other ones. And I'm not just saying that because I love Eli Lilly and I'm long it, but I'm a bit concerned about these other ones.
Coke, Pepsi. I like Pepsi.
McDonald's, I like Pepsi.
Better.
I own Pepsi.
The Frito-Lay aspect.
These weight loss drugs, man, if people are constantly on them, there will be a decline in fast food sales. And if it's 5%,
if you're on that, yeah, but I think won't people maybe eat more because they feel like they have a iron sort of clad?
It flat out just decreases the urgency.
Oh, the appetite. Yes.
To the extent that you'll stop wanting to have alcohol. It curbs all of your excess I mean, I shouldn't say all. I'm exaggerating here, but
Right.
like it's apparently really effective. So we'll see. Anyways, Coke at key levels, J&J at key levels. I prefer J&J and Procter over taking a shot of Coke, though.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know as we head towards the open this morning. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the futures.
Yeah, let's look at the ES here, Brendo. Look at this down trend line here. This stems from September 15th, and we have not broken this down trend line, and now it is October 5th. How many bounces? 1, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 rejections. We were about to break it this morning until we got that jobs number. Anyway, where we're at right now, we closed at 42.97, essentially a couple of points below that 4,300. If we can basically hold today's low of day, 42.75, look for a possible bounce off there. Otherwise, look for a rejection off 4,300 if we're able to make it back up. If we clear 4,300 and stay above it, look for a long.
Yeah, the trend firmly now, I would say, downside here for that time frame. Anyways, if you haven't done so, go to watchlist.tradertv.live. You can scan that QR code, enter your email address, and then you get that. The watch list every single day comes right to your inbox for free from us, has everything on it you need to know. As I was mentioning when we came on this morning, there's a few minor kind of secondary headlines in big tech. We'll cover a few of those this morning. Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Google, to name a few. We can look at any of these really, but Amazon and Microsoft, top of the list here.
Yeah, well, essentially what the Competition and Markets Authority out in England is implying is, well, they actually had this case referred to them by a different regulator. Now they're the investigative group, and they're going to do their research to find out if this is kosher or not. Essentially what they're being alleged to have done is make it harder for people to switch either off Azure or AWS. In fact, they're trying to say that there is all these costs involved, not just the technical side of switching your data, but essentially you have to pay to migrate your data off there. So all the different allegations, still all unproven, and we'll have to wait and see what the CMA comes up with.
Maybe more importantly, as far as an actual trade is concerned, guys, we're back to some pretty decent levels here for Amazon anyways on the daily chart.
Well, okay, yesterday we bounced off those really, really good levels,
tonight.
I want to say. Like, it's underneath 125 that's been the buy zone for Amazon. So every time we get down, there's a nice little wick underneath and then the higher low. So you got support at 24, 25. If we're rolling over today, I don't know. If we are, then I think that's where you're looking. There's a big gap. Like, if this can take out like 127.5, there's a big kind of move into 130, which is potential on Amazon. So if we're breaking out this 127.5, I don't think you want to be fighting this short. Like, if it's above here, I think you're waiting for 130. You're looking for longs. If we dip down, maybe there's something at 126. That feels like it's too local. The first move in the market, if it breaks out of the tight range, has been a tricky one to fight early. So I just feel like you don't want to do it. If 126 goes on Amazon and I want to be long Amazon, then I'm sitting back, taking some sips of coffee and waiting for it to get under 125. And I think that's just been the better way to approach the open. If you're not in the immediate move on the stock that you like and it and it's going the other direction, then you need to sit out the first 5 minutes on the stock sometimes. And if it means you miss a big snapback, fair enough. But learned that lesson with Intel. Like, Intel did bounce yesterday. It did. You just really had to wait for it. And it wasn't even at a level that didn't make any sense. It was at a level that made sense. You just had to wait for it. So if I see the market coming in, I'll be very patient with a name like Amazon. It's like, I like it if it gets down underneath 125. So if I'm long at like 125.5, I've done something wrong.
Okay, so I wrote down 126. Well, let's just see what happens. Of course, I wrote this all down before we had to move down right now. So we were at like 127 and change, but it doesn't really matter where we're at now. I was just looking at this 126, and like I said yesterday, both here live on the show where Intel became P&L wise. Oh, here he is right here. Oh, yes. Randy, you become a little popular with the coffee.
I forgot to ask.
Oh, no.
What are you doing?
Okay, so today we're agreeing? Is that what's happening here today?
They were bears before?
Okay, cheers. No, I don't know. But last year he came and turned it around.
But they were already bulls.
Yeah, they were already bulls.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay, cheers. Thanks,
Cheers.
Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
For that. I was telling him, man, people in the chat are now like, where's Randy with the coffees?
He's got to come once a day to confirm or change.
I know, that's why. So I think he's confirming right now that this bullet It's funny because yesterday the market was up and he flipped it around and I got mad. Now the market's down and he's confirming. So, okay. Anyways, I was looking at this 126. It held all afternoon yesterday. It held in the midday. It held early morning. If you zoom back out, you know, we never even got down to 125. We were there at the open. That's fantastic. But all the little dips in were bought back up. So here's a dip bought at 75. Move up to 127.25. Dip bought at 126. Dip bought again. Dip bought again. Like everything was just supported all afternoon there at 126, right? Boom. So let's just wait to see if again we hold that. And I think that we learned yesterday from Intel. We showed you many examples yesterday about what happened with Intel. And we really liked the long, and it came in pretty good. Yesterday, right off the open, bang. And I was just buying in the first minute. I was buying 3 or 4 times, right? So you don't need to do that. Thankfully, we made back half of what we lost just by buying the dip right there, using some key levels from the day before. And then Intel wound up holding 35.40 again in the afternoon, and we were able to get that long back. So it was good. And then we lost at the end of the day, and I used an example of that when we broke through 36 there, right at, oh no, where's the end of the day? Right here. We broke through 36 bucks. So that was just a top. We'll see if it can hold again here today, but there are a lot of names that should be interesting to trade today. It's just the NASDAQ is at VWAP. It's kind of in the middle of its pre-market range. So for right now, I think patience is going to win, and that's what we have here today. And I say good luck to my kids and everybody at TDSB West End because it's cross-country today. And I was just looking at the weather, and it doesn't rain till tonight. So
what's
good luck to my kids.
Doing?
I don't know. They're doing... I think Barron's doing 2K. I think it goes by age.
Yeah, because he's... 2K2. Yeah, 2K.
2K is good. He can definitely do that. Oh, Randy's bringing the espresso to the main desk here, so let's flip it back over to them.
Only one, though.
Check this out.
Randy.
Hey, there's Randy. Thank you. He's all over the place. Here's Apple trying to bounce this morning back to the upside right now off of that midday high from yesterday. Again, there's nothing super exciting here. They were talking about DuckDuckGo and the potential of replacing Google with it, but they're not going to.
Yeah, so they were talking about it, but essentially they decided against it. DuckDuckGo CEO Gabriel Weinberg was testifying in the antitrust case against Google and basically revealed that they were being considered. The Apple chief, I think it was chief executive, no, not chief executive officer. Let's see here. Well, whatever. Here it is. Okay, in any event, an individual at Apple said they were considering it because they thought it would be more private, but they decided that it was not a good business decision. But from a separate note here, Brendo, Foxconn, big Apple supplier, reporting here that the September sales slumped 19.7% year over year, but rose 60.1% in September versus August as a result of the launch of the new iPhone and some of the Apple Watches. So there.
Yeah, it was interesting to see yesterday. Everyone was very cautious on the soft sales so far, but I don't believe it. What do we think here, guys, for Apple today?
Well, I mean, if you look at the chart, I think the top, if we get through 174.5, don't fight this thing. It's probably just headed to the upside. Where you've bounced from, you've held 170 multiple times. You have one wick underneath, which was a nice little volume grab at the open last week, and then you have the higher low at 170. You know where the long is going to be if it gets all the way down there. It's a disaster if we get all the way down there. Obviously, you're down a couple of points. So you have local high, 172. If there's a dump at the open, you've already gone about halfway from the top. You look at that 172 as the first channel. Because if you get an inside day today, then I'm thinking you could easily just be 172 to 174 on Apple. So maybe just look to play that. If it breaks out the top, yesterday taught us one thing. You can never join the trend too late because no matter how late you join it in the afternoon, as long as it wasn't at 350, then you were absolutely gold. So this gets above the week's high. I think you don't want to fight that one. 175 could be a gimmick short. I think that's certainly a possibility, but be very patient with this. It's already halfway down toward this 172 half. Maybe let it get all the way before looking for any longs.
I was actually thinking about... Wait, we don't even have the animation yet. He's creating his own animations, this guy. We're putting it on the whiteboard to put a Randy animation. You're just going to, like, appear? What do you think about Apple? This guy likes Apple. So, you bought any more Apple Air HomePods or no? What are you looking at? DraftKings?
Yeah. It's forming a nice wedge.
You don't gamble though, Randy. Nah. Lost all your money on the Jays or why?
See what Toronto fans are feeling today?
Okay, so I know, terrible. I don't even want to. I was going to talk about Apple. So I just think that honestly, breaking this 174.50 area that we sort of bounced our head up on all week, I really think that that's going to be a golden trade, man. If we could break that long, we'll just have to see what the market's doing because like right now it's not doing anything. So it's a short for now because that's the range, and you're just going to play inside the range. Like, I don't think we're going to get down to 170.50 either. Like, so it's way more likely that we break the top than get any bottom picks here. So the bottom pick is 171. Give it to 170. You got to give it some room, right? Because that's how Apple works. It could just dance around these levels. Like it did it here, it did it like it doesn't even really wick low. Like I don't know what happened here. That must have been off open 168. I don't think that happened back on the 28th, but maybe it did in the pre-market. But you know, Apple doesn't mess around. If you can get into 170, I think that's a good level there. But I really like this 171 to go long. Or the better trade for me is that the market actually rallies today and we buy this 174.50 and get it out at 176 or 177 on a big market day. So the market can go boom, man. There's a lot of ignition here. You just need to get it going, right? And so when it does, I think we blast off. Remember, we talked about it today, right? And it's on our watch list here. You have Fed speakers to the left and to the right of them here. So hold on a second. I'm going to.
I usually hate that, actually.
You what? You don't like?
I don't like when
I don't like when they're here either. I'm just trying to. Why can't I?
Because you want to be able to trade the levels and trade the move and not have to worry about like a comment shaking you out and stuff like that. But it is what it is.
I tried to click on the watch list and it's like saying that this is unsafe to click on. So that's. Yeah, that's not good.
Fine.
Okay, I had to say it is safe. Okay, so here it is right here. I just want to say like all these Fed speakers, and they're just throughout the morning, right, into lunch. Kashkari, Barkin, Daly, and then there was more. Oh, there it is, Meister, right there at 9. So it's like, okay, start the day, boom. I guess she's speaking now. It doesn't look like it's happening. Anything's happening. But then you got Kashkari, Barkin, and Daly. So they're all lined up. And obviously, if Apple's going to be basically the stock market, you're going to have to watch out for Fed speak, right? So let's wait to see what happens here. Looks like nothing's happening right now, but the market's not even open. We do have the imbalance locator, and it's pretty, null right now. Yeah, like Neo's there, but wow, okay. I thought Neo was more near $10, but it's not. So that's Neo right now. Palantir with a very, very small sell. We could look at that today as well. Other than that, man, banks, BAC just keeps getting whacked. I was actually thinking about something. Why not just Royal Bank? Why not just Canadian Imperial or TD or some of these Canadian banks? They're just beat up so much. And you want to talk about things that have moats around them? Like our government specifically doesn't let competition come into Canada because we're protecting these precious banks. So it's like when you get a move down like this, into something that has some kind of a moat around it. I don't know if it's time yet to grit your teeth and bear it or something like that. I don't know if it's time to do that yet, but like you've had a big move down. Like Royal Bank is a monster. Like AUM and all this stuff. We can look it up, but this just went from 88 down to 80 in 3 days. So I don't know if this is, TD's another name here.
The problem with TD is like I've already bought this level like 3 times.
Oh, well, this is DCA. I mean, I'm not, I don't know if you put it all in right now. But like, look at this move down. Canadian banks aren't supposed to do this, man. And I'm not picking on any of them. I mean, you can use an ETF if you like it. But huge move down.
Here's what I mean.
And we're right at these bottoms again with a 3. I'll have to look up what the yield is nowadays, but it's between 3 to 4%. It could even be 5% on some of these names. So for an investment, and that's why I said about the U.S. banks, same way. It's like pick and choose, but XLF, and there's a few. Why can't I think of what the Canadian one is? It's XLF and XFN. for Canada. So I think you have an opportunity to pick up some ETFs there, and also the utilities. I heard on the compound as well. I'm sure Sharif heard that, and maybe we all did. XLU is really, really low, and stocks like Enbridge.
Oh my goodness.
Anybody that has a Canadian portfolio
Get me started on Enbridge.
knows just how bad this is, because they have huge debt, and the cost is just ramping.
Refinancing your debt is a problem. Anybody that has to do a lot of capital expenditures or refinancing debt in the next year is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, so, all right.
Speaking of worlds of hurt,
coffee.
let's go to the desk and talk about oil.
Yeah, let's talk oil here. 5.5% yesterday. We're at 1.5% right now, downside for crude oil. So, wow. Quite the fall here for these individual names. I just brought up XOM. I mean, they all look the same. CVX, MRO.
Yeah.
Even DVN, I saw this morning. Daily chart looks terrible. But heavy selling yesterday, heavy red again today.
Yeah, being blamed on a bleaker than expected macroeconomic outlook. You know, we talked a lot about whether there's going to be demand destruction if the barrel reaches over $100. We flirted with $100, you know, just sub that by $4 or $5. We'll have to wait and look. But yeah, there is a big conference coming up in Dubai next month. We'll have to wait and see what OPEC Plus and some other participants do there.
Saudi saying yesterday as well, they're going to extend these million per day barrel or 1 million barrel per day cuts into the latter, quote unquote, latter half of 2024, which is out from Q1. So that kind of kicked things off yesterday as well.
I'm just going to start buying some more of those.
If you look at first, I'm going to start with oil futures, just very quickly. Like when you talk about being at a key level, previous high breakout, you're now kind of bouncing off 82. I don't wonder if the support's been under 80. Like it gets under there, and that's been the buy zone. So maybe that's going to be the case. The one that we've been talking about is XOM. Not whatever anybody else is calling it. It's XOM. It's at the 200 period as we speak and trying to hold that. So that's kind of the key thing. Can it hold on to this? If it doesn't, I think the next level, it's obvious, 106, and then down here at $100, right? So those are the dip buy places. As a day trader, maybe it holds a 200 period moving average. A lot of times you look for the support levels to come in. So I don't know if there's going to be a trade off the 110. That would be a nice hold at the open, because a bounce from here is a bounce off the 200 period moving average. So if oil catches a bid now and sustains it, then XOM's good at 110. If it doesn't, then you're waiting till 106. Those are the only two trades I'd look for. And you got to be watching those oil futures like an absolute hawk. I think we get numbers today in an hour.
Wow, yeah, I was looking at oil as well there today. USO, United States Oil Fund, has been absolutely crushed. We're going to try to have Michael Noss on the recap show today to talk all about oil and if there's any levels that we could possibly look at as well. So here's USO just cranking to the downside there. I don't really know, like, it's such an aggressive move that it's like yesterday's flush, like what was up with that? I know we had the crude oil inventories number, but like as a draw, but that was a big move down there yesterday. Breaking the 50 period and looking to go lower even right now. I mean, CL, I guess we're on the Z contract right now. This is not the actual price of, this is, what is it, light? What is this? Light sweet crude, so not Brent. So 81.50 right now. Again, just disgusting move to the downside right now. Where do you find relief? This is why I want to talk to Mr. Noss about this. So $78 right to the downside. We've been watching our, which was once a darling, and we did get some out, but we only got out of I think a third. I meant to recheck that yesterday. Once we broke, it was right around $90. So we don't have this 94. We should have got some out there on XLE 100%. You double topped. It was actually triple. It goes all the way back right there. So that was such a great level up there on XLE that if we can see that again, then we'd like to get it out. But you're down here into the 200. I feel like this is another buying opportunity. But again, let's just find out if oil can finally get a base down here right now. You're heading into seasonality, so I think it should be okay. But again, man, $85 here on XLE seems pretty cheap for me.
All right, let's go on to Rivian. $1.5 billion in long-term debt announced after the close yesterday. I don't have it on this chart, but there's a big move down. Trust me, in the aftermarket. Didn't just gap this morning. 10, why don't I just do this? No, it's not on there either. 10% already. We're coming back into this last low for Rivian here. So we give everything back after a really, really nice day yesterday, obviously. It's worth noting, like this is maturing in 2030, I think it is. I saw, so long term.
And they can pay back in a number of ways. Cash, stock or combination of both. But here's the look. This is interesting because this was my first foray into the green note offering. Green notes are designed to secure capital for environmentally friendly projects, and the good part about them is they offer tax exemptions and credits to the people who purchase them. So we'll have to wait and see how many people are interested in that. But they also reported their preliminary earnings results, Brendo. They're forecasting about 1.29 to 1.33 billion in revenue for Q3. That's in line with expectations of 1.3 billion. Compare that to last year, 551 million. So decent increase there. And they've got some cash, about 9.1 billion, which they'll need to expand going forward.
What do we do here, guys? Back to significant levels as well for RIVN.
Playing the over-under game at this like 21.5 area for Rivian. So, you know, if it's underneath that, if it's underneath here, it's got room down to 20 bucks. The one caveat is it'll open up potentially 10%. It's already 10% down. So in 5 minutes, it's likely that it could open up SSR and be short sell restricted almost instantly. So I want to respect the chance that that's going to happen. If you see me in ORTX, this is a buyout with a CVR, $16 in cash with a contingent value right of worth almost $1 potentially. So I'm going to be long off the 16 even area. But Rivian, if it's underneath 21.50, that's essentially double bottom from yesterday. I don't want to be fighting it long unless it's at an even dollar SSR bounce 21, with 21 being the big support level. So 20 even the big support level. If it pops and gets to 22.5, that was a little bit of a hiccup yesterday. The one place on the way upside that you could have taken a shot at the short, and that hump here, that's where I'd want to fade it. So, you know, just if it's over that number, it's probably a long into 22.5. Wait for that to get into the short. But if this sees 20 bucks today, I know where the Alamo is for me. It'll be an SSR bounce that I think could be gold if it sees $20 today. I mean, when you're down 10% in this market, we've certainly seen 10 turn into 15 and 15 turn into 20. If Rivian does that today, then there's going to be a heck of a bounce somewhere. I'm pretty convinced of that.
4 minutes.
What the?
Only.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
So I wrote down Rivian long today, actually, because I'm looking at this 13%. And I'm also remembering that you look at some of these stocks and you're like, oh my God, you're at the SSR bounce level right now. It's down exactly 10%. So you will not be able to hit the bid, which means that if people aren't able to sell it, then is it not going to only go up? Rhetorical question, that's not the right answer. It's not going to go up. It could go up, but that's just a possibility there. Remember, you can still hit the bid if you're selling shares that you own. You're just not going to be able to go short, right? And so if people come in today and see like, uh-oh, Rivian, if it breaks this, I mean, you saw what Affirm did, right? I mean, I know Affirm, a little different obviously than Rivian, but Affirm broke a key level of 20 bucks and now is at 17 and change. Does that happen to Rivian? It's a big gap fill all the way down here to 14, right? So it's not a gap. I mean, it just went up, but this is pretty much a gap. Straight up from 14 all the way, didn't even stop till it got to 25. So what happens when all of that gets taken away again, right? And so anybody, it's like me on XLE. If you don't sell up here, you're now wondering, uh-oh, what do we do down here now? And you are getting close to breaking that $20 mark. So I just feel that with a 13% short float, we could get going. And for me, I just said 22 bucks. Like I just tried to keep it as simple as possible. I was like, I don't know if it rips up here and we take 22, you got the 200 period right there. That's not really going to matter that much, obviously, but you know, even dollar level. Let's see what happens at 22 bucks. I do think that there could be a bottoming process here that happens on Rivian, and if it happens at 20 bucks, even better, because then it's just so obvious where we get out if we're wrong. So let's just watch Rivian here in the first couple minutes and see what happens. All right, back over to Sharif's favorite EV company.
Quickly becoming, anyways, 9.5% here for VFS. Just saw on the call, they said the CEO said 6,000 of 10,000 deliveries went to their fleet operator in Vietnam. They also reiterated their production forecast for the remainder of the year. So yeah, 10%, trying to test the highs here.
The first thing I did this morning was make sure that Alfred closed out his puts on VidFast, and he closed them out last week. So shout out to Alfred. Good trade for you. But let's talk about the deets here, guys. 343 million in revenue for Q3. But look at the net loss widens to 623 million. That's an increase of 33.7% year over year. Brendo, they shipped 7,700 cars in Q3, and they're reiterating their guidance for 40,000 to 50,000 cars shipped by the end of the year. I still have my doubts.
They also, they confirmed this India plant as well.
Yes.
Whatever. We'll see what happens here, guys, for VFS.
were actually not
I
bad.
lost 200 points.
I know, like everybody's winning in the slots today, so like I FOMO'd it. Now you just FOMO'd
I saw that,
it as
Sharif.
well.
You motivated me, man.
Oh man,
I was
I've
spinning
seen
like 2020, and I see Sharif put up 5 bills, and I'm like, what the hell?
everybody's winning.
I can't
today.
just
It's a
put
bit of a
20.
distraction. Like, that's a better thing for like lunchtime when the market.
Yeah, we got to get ready to go. The market's about to
So
open up.
VinFast
Here.
950 has been a
Katrine,
big
you wanna
top.
get on the
$10
bell, or?
as well. I'm looking for some fades in this stock, but be patient with it. It can go squeeze on you, and if it does, then I'm gonna sit it out and wait for it to make a curl. I've already paid for locates because I am looking for the short in that name. Affirm got mentioned. Affirm. It's been great, 20 to 19, 19 to 18. Yesterday, almost 19 to 17 and a half. If it holds underneath 18, I still think you can look for the short. If it blows out 18.05, then you get out.
Yep.
And then hunt for the next level. So that's going to be in play. Lots to look at here today, but try to remember, be patient off that open.
Yes,
If you're not
yes.
in right away and we're trending in one direction, you don't have to
We
fight
will be
it.
patient
You don't want to
today.
fight it. But in 4, 3, 2, and 1, ring it in there.
All right. The bell has been rung right now, so there's all the whistles and horns and all that
Bells
kind of
and
stuff.
whistles?
Yes, bell. The bell has tolled right now. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's go. 126 on Amazon. Watching Rivian here, $21 and still heading lower. You would think that it's SSR, no one can sell, but it's definitely getting sold right now. There goes 21 almost breaking. It did hold there, so that could be
that could have been
an initial. It could be. I don't know though. That seems a little bit fugazi there. Let's see if it holds $21. But we just saw that happen right there on Rivian, holding that level, so we can watch it. I think it breaks in a matter of seconds. Right now, Amazon coming down to that level of that's still Rivian, of 126 as well. So, it's only 9:31 almost, and I'm already getting antsy here to possibly be buying something here right now. But we'll wait. Amazon coming into that level right now.
Yeah, VFS, it popped 9 and sort of came back in there. Didn't really get into the $9.50 or $10 area, so a little bit of a wait and see to try to short that. I mean, Apple's very close to that high. It's a 174 right now. If it takes out that, it's like 174 change. 174.30 is technically the high on the week, so that's the one. If it gets through that, I think it can be an absolute runner. AMD, we didn't talk too much about AMD. AMD 105 resistance, but look at the 103 and 102 on the way back in. Those could be interesting levels for dip buys. It's already wicked it once. Could be heading a little bit to the downside here. Advanced Micro Devices.
Yeah, okay, that was one that we were waiting for, a little bit lower as well. We wrote down AMD here, 102, 102.50. All right, it's 9:31, so enough patience is over with now. Just playing around, but I'm in. Right there, Amazon comes down to 126. Again, easy out, right? Breaks through 126. We saw it hold 126 yesterday. The market kind of holding up. Let's wait to see. Amazon much worse than the market right now, so we do understand that. So little bit of a take here. Doesn't look like it wants to get going too much to the upside right now, but just a little bit of relief, and maybe we do go. They're definitely holding the offer here, not letting this name rip. So we're long right now at 26.5. Let's just see what happens now on Amazon. We're only giving this to 126. The way this is trading, it should actually probably be a short breaking through 126 right now by the looks of it. So yeah, if it breaks too much lower, then we are out. We're also waiting to get a little bit of profit, right? Trying to go 1-to-1, maybe even a little bit more aggressive than that. Look at this thing. Cannot get going, right? So Amazon probably going to get dropped off here a little bit low.
Yeah, I was just complete barcode at Intel at 36. It seems to break away from that level one way or the other. Rivian is right back into 21. So if you took that bounce, you got 25 cents. And now it's immediately breaking 21 even. Should have played the over-under game and actually shorted this, but at this point, I'm not going to be chasing it. ARM, though. Whoa, wowawee. That's a little bit of a drop on ARM. ARM just tanked almost $1.50. Yeah, that's not nothing. Support was at 51.5, 52 on that. Where the heck is AMD? And
I want 102.50.
Yeah, I'm not getting my chance at a firm at 18. It's not really getting up there. I don't want to chase this one to the downside. You've been getting the even dollar on this. I want to stick to that if we can get it. I'm trying to be really patient with it. Tesla wants to break out. It looks like it's giving it a chance to go. So that could be something that fills.
Tesla breaking long?
It could be trying to go through that high. But it's not really there yet. Patience, Neil. Try to be patient. Shouldn't have been patient on a firm. Shouldn't have been
that's
patient
the
on a
problem.
firm. It's annoying. Rivian short would have been fantastic.
Rivian was the best short. I don't know why we don't have it.
That is what it is.
I actually called that Rivian play. It was like, it's going to break that eventually. I mean, we all kind of called that. That was an easy one right there. Amazon breaks 126, but doesn't go that low, so we're still in it. We actually bought some more 01s. Our average price now is 18. Either way, man, and I kind of get the same feeling too. We tested 126. Someone bought it back up there, and now it's not having that electric move back up to the upside like we've seen from Amazon before, right? Like when it gets going, it really gets going. And that's what I was waiting for. And it doesn't seem like it wants to do that. It's just hovering near the, see, it's like it wants to go, but well, I'm sorry, the other way around. It doesn't. See, it doesn't want to go. Someone's trying to buy this thing, just keeps on stopping, man. It goes up a couple pennies and then completely stops. So we're going to get something out here around 18s if we can. That's going to be our, well, I have one at 19. Going to be an average price right here. So let's go. Actually, let's just cancel and see if we can get upside now. Let's go in the 20s here for Amazon. Maybe the buyers are back, but see, there it is. Like we were just at 16 and now you're breaking through 126 again. So I think Amazon is probably finished a little bit lower than 125. 126.95. We're out of this one. Watch out for Amazon.
So this VSME, this is a early halter, halted at 642. I'm seeing an indicated open of 670, which would be a break of the pre-market high. Just going to quickly run through this one for you. Local top was already right here, but then you look at $7 being a pretty monster level.
Come on, Amazon,
earlier. So
honestly.
this opens, it's got $7 upside. That is a bit of resistance. You haven't broken out an NVIDIA yet. The 445, that could be available. Check that, 444. Sometimes you round up and it doesn't make sense. Tesla, my goodness, why did I look at VSME just now? Oh my goodness, Tesla. Tesla right through that 262 and still churning. I can't even get a pop. Everything's popping and I can't get a pop to short in a firm. Really? Like that's actually happening? If I chase a firm on the short and lose, I might just wet the beak here because it's been pretty good sitting in this. 75 isn't a bad price. Okay, well, I'm going to wait at 80s. That's a better price.
Rivian, Google. Amazon just went to 25, by the way, and we didn't have any offers there. Like I don't think this name's going to hold up unless this market really gets going. The one name that is holding up pretty good so far is Google. I mean, Google does make. Let me zoom in here. Google does make a move down into 134.50. We are waiting at 134.25, as we explained on here. Rivian is finished, man. I don't know. I mean, here, just because Neil's mentioning it right now. I mean, this was an easy short, man. It's there it goes, and it's going to continue to go down. I don't know where the bottom's going to be here in Rivian. Now down 13%. We both obviously looked at 20 flat as kind of an obvious level there, but I don't know when it gets going. Hopefully, we're here for Rivian and we could just punch along. But right now, it doesn't really look like it wants to go, man. So there's Rivian.
So I'm now into Intel. I'm watching this thing at that 36 level. It's like wick above 36, fail. Wick above 36, fail. I was actually in and out one time when it looked like it was like a bit of a fake out. But I'm going to give it to the high.
Oh, we got it.
It's like 36.12. If the market goes up, fair enough. I was bamboozled early thinking this was going to be a long. If it breaks out, it's an easy out just above those 10s. But if we're playing some relative weakness, I feel like that was a little bit of the case yesterday. So I'm into Intel. I was in and out very quickly, and I just sort of realized, no, I shouldn't get wicked out of this. I have to give it to the local high. A firm doesn't seem to care. Rivian, if it's not going to be 20, it just wicked 20.50. I think you wait for 20 even at this point. Let's just be patient with that. And Tesla, as I mentioned, was already breaking. I think you got to look for, when Tesla does this, next available dip, which looks like it's here. So if this comes back in, makes a base at 62 or 61, I think you just try to join the trend. With Tesla. Apple, I think a very similar story, at least for now. It's got a wick high. I always feel like if you're going to be patient, try to join the trend if it gives you the dip by confirmation that this wants to go up when the market's still weak, at least for now. But you got to have some shorts in the pocket. The NASDAQ's making a lower high. I still want to try to be short the names that we like for the south side. I suppose I shouldn't have been patient with the firm. It's like you can preach patience all you want, but like this was the wrong day for me to be patient on a firm. Like you're just missing out on every single move to the downside. And VFS, by the way, wait for 950 and 10, Neil. Okay, well, it's already pulled back like 70 cents off of the quarters. So if you just aggressively shorted the two names that I wanted, actually three, because I guess Rivian counts too, all of them will be good. And I'm sitting here flat on Intel.
Yeah, I mean, we're finally making some money on, I mean, we're up on Amazon right now, so let's see if it can continue to go, man. 126.13 average price right now. We just got, I mean, we got, honestly, man, we got out of less than 25% right now at 25s. A whole bunch of outs at 25. So actually, I think we got a little bit higher than that at one point as well. We got 23s and 26s. That's it, man. So this name not really moving around. All right, so AMD is coming back in right now into 102. I was bidding 102.15. Let me put that back in there. I just canceled it. It was too many shares. All right, 102.15. We'll bid some right there just in case. There goes Amazon right back in again. So Amazon looks like it wants to take out these levels. We can sort of reload what we bought there. So we'll reload it a little bit, or what we sold, sorry. But I don't know. This is looking weak, especially if this market and when this market takes out these bottoms. Well, I mean, it just wicked again down there.
Wow,
we're bouncing around 14.9.
Rivian's already at quarters.
Rivian is
it's getting to 20 really fast here.
AMD, it looks like we missed that bounce spot as well, man. I mean, I don't know why I was so scared there. I actually canceled my order. We didn't get filled, but we were at 15s. Let's see what happens right there. And of course, Rivian just bounced off 20.25.
Yeah, I mean, let that one get down. I mean, obviously, the way that it's selling off, it's a very, very heavy bid. I mean, if you're looking, to catch an SSR bounce, the whole point is that it's panic selling that just reverses off of a big level. So we'll see what happens with this Rivian, but I'm gonna try to be patient with this. Let it get to 20. Berendo, what's up, bud?
VSME did exactly the same thing yesterday. It's worth noting, popped up a couple of times and halted, but here we go again. Heavy volume, guys, on VSME. This is a Chinese-based media company. Just halted again here upside.
All right, we're gonna try Meta right now and cancel our AMD. All right, so right now there's Meta. All right, so Amazon broke down. We got out of that one. We talked about it. So it is a fail. It is a flush to the downside there, but we are testing some levels out. That's for sure. But right there is Meta. We are short Meta now. Let's take something out in the 60s. There it is. Nice little trade there. Let's take something out in the 50s if we can get that as well. Try to put a 50 cents in our pocket here on Meta as this market continues to go down. Remember, it's Fed day. It's not.
A lot of talkers
Coming through today for Fed. So, you know, they'll be running their yaps and see what they have to say about this. I'm going to try to get 304. Like, if we can get, if we rally, which maybe we do, maybe we don't, watch out for 304. I think will be an area where I'm going to be concerned with this and probably getting out of Meta if it breaks down through 304. So here we go. I'm bidding 54 because that was the bottom. So if we get a 54 print, great. Other than that, man, let's just continue to hold on. There it goes. And then everybody's favorite EV stock today, well, Tesla would be it, but Rivian today, there's $20. So take it or leave it right now. We should have been short already, but oh well.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say, oh my goodness, look at the bounce. Just tried to pick up that 262 on Tesla there. Looks like we didn't get it. If something's going to be strong, and we're holding 14.85 on the NASDAQ, if something's going to be strong, Tesla's trying to hold out to the pre-market breakout, where everything else has pulled back pretty heavily. Even, you know, you're under 174 now on Apple. You're underneath 2010 on Rivian, that's the real story. Like, not being in the breakdown short of that's frustrating because, like, that's the 21 break. You can have it. And, you know, the crazy thing is we actually have free locates on Rivian today, believe it or not.
Huh.
Yeah, they're free today. Sometimes we have to pay. Today they were actually free, which isn't always the case. This could be the 20 bounce. You know, you probably give it a couple shots, risk like a few cents on it, but wow-wa-wee-wa, Rivian is dying.
Wow-wa-wee-wa, we are now. It's almost, and there it is. Let's go. Dollar Club for Meta, as there it goes, breaking a little bit lower. Let's just see what happens now as Meta just broke 302. We got a 302.15 fill, or 302.18, sorry. Now let's see where we go on that one, but there it goes, man. Meta, nice downside move, and we have it, so that's making our day shine a little bit more here, which is pretty good. So, because we didn't mess up. We took the shot there. I mean, we took a shot on Amazon. You know, Amazon's actually hanging out right now. So maybe this is a long if the market can get back going again. So let's watch out, see if Amazon has sort of any tricks in their pocket for us right now. But that's going to be a good one. And there, by the way, I mean, still continuing lower right now as we continue to talk about Meta. So here it goes. There it is officially now.
Rivian with a 20 break.
Rivian with a 20 break. Okay, let's go over to that.
So it broke. It got to like 92. That got me at, oh, I didn't get the re-entry. Give it to me. That was nasty. So it did the break. It actually went past 95, which was my exit. And this could be the SSR bounce on the way back through. Just tried to grab something at 8.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that could be it. It's always a timing thing. It's never an easy one when you're looking at these. Okay, now it just went under 10, got to 6, and somebody, like everyone's just buying it up. So it got to 6, and then it went right into the 12s, which does mean you have to, I just had to pay up to 9 some. Now I can add at 1s. The local bottom is 1992. I never hold through the local low. On, some people like to have a stop a little bit under that. I'm like, nah, not the way that these things are trending to the downside. So I never want to do that. So I'm into it. I was able to get back in, average price 5s, give it to that 92. If it's a bounce here, VWAP is literally $1 higher, which is insane. But this has been a dog. Should have been a short, no question about it.
Oh.
Still holding on is Tesla. I have my eyes on that, and Apple's trying to climb to 174. So if that bounces, maybe the market can catch something. But if we break down, you should be waiting for 1480 on the futures to try and engage in some longs. I'm going to go to Brennan in one quick second, but I just wanted to mention this before we went. 18 to 17 this time on a firm. A firm is a sell until it is not. Neil.
Lots of little penny stocks moving around here, including this one we've touched on many times in the past. Camber Energy getting going here. CEI on heavy volume, guys. Back to the upside.
Easiest short ever.
I'm going to take Rivian breaking through $20 here. So now we are long Rivian as well. Let's just see where it goes. Obviously, we have a pretty good upside position here. We're going to wait for, 19 to break, or the bottom there. It looks like it's going to do it right now as well. So I always think it's worth trying there. We have a monster right here. We'll just wait in it. We already know where we're getting out. So we do have a monster here, I feel like, anyways, with Meta. Let's just see if it continues. We actually got the day's low there on Meta as well. So we actually got 301.75. So let's see if that continues to hold or not on Meta. So that could be a nice little upside mover if it goes. So we'll downside mover, sorry, but upside for the net. Hopefully that can continue to happen right now. What else are we talking about here? What's going on with VFS?
Carvana
is doing what? VFS is down.
It ain't good, that's for sure.
Yeah, VFS not good either right now, looking like it wants to just continue to make a move down. We were excited earlier up there at 920, but now it seems like it is...
just very quickly on Carvana, because a couple people ask about it. This is flat bottom break underneath this 36, right? Like right under here, 36 even. This is going flat bottom break. That's a reason why this is accelerating. I actually think this is... I don't know if we have to pay for this, and I have to get some out. I'm starting to cover only once we get above 2010. On Rivian, looking for, if we get to VWAP, that's a long ways away, but anything underneath 36.5 is probably a go zone for Carvana when you look at that flat bottom break. Back to Rivian very quickly for you guys. I've been patiently waiting for this. I only have this in Intel. Like, I was waiting for the chance on Rivian. It eventually gave it to us. That's
yes.
There's the quarter.
Yes.
Finally. So there it goes. Now you ring the register upside. This is why, like, wait for this kind of a move. This is your SSR bounce at 20. There's a reason we were talking about that one so much this morning. But don't sleep on that flat bottom break over there on Carvana. Do want to get to that. If this sustains a move to 50, I want some out in front of the quarters, and then next stop. I mean, VWAP's so far up that expecting that to happen is a little bit of a pipe dream. I think you want to make sure you're paying yourself out.
Guys, I told you that we are using decent shares there on Rivian, and there's the bump up. So yes, sir, thank you very much, Rivian, for that. That was a great trade, and there we just got some more out at 25s, man. And there it is right there, the one hitter. We said we would finally wait for it. Not only that, man, it's all on here. We talked about taking this long. Now let's just wait to see if we can bank City on that as well. And you want it again? Let's go one more time. Why not? There goes Meta, huge move back down. We took some out at 302, my bad. Let's now hold on to see where we go from here because the market is down. I told you the Randy Jinx was legit. I mean, the guy came over here, verified bull market, which now you're seeing a downside move. Okay, this could be the trade of the week right here for me with Rivian, as now we are really, really starting to go, man. Let's go, Rivian. Let's take some more out right here at 37. So this one is definitely kicking right now. Rivian, let's go, baby. This is a big one, man. And man, have we changed our... our stripes here a little bit on how we traded this. Like, this was definitely something that we want to try to do moving forward. It's not just about putting the winner on. It's about being as patient as possible. We didn't fight this thing at 21. We didn't fight it, and as I up my shares and things like that, it's becoming more and more evident that you cannot mess around with these names early, because if you're wrong and you're dancing with fire, then you're getting burned. And that's what happened yesterday. So right now, we still dance with fire, man. I mean, look, we are the fireman right now. So we'll go into the gates of hell with that, because look what's happening. We messed with Meta. But Meta broke 303 and we took the short. We played with the trend. We didn't go the other way on this one, right? So there goes Meta, huge move down. It's now almost $2 in the money. Let's go. It's party on, man. There it is. Now we're on, wow, bouncing off 301. We just cracked through 301 there, and it held. So let's wait to see what happens right there. And oh man, Rivian, Neil, just keeps on going. Great trade there on Rivian.
Well, there's a reason, like every single time a stock is 10% down with a short float or that has a lot of interest around it, there's a reason why we talk about that. Obviously, you want to be short 21s. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that that wasn't a better trade. But once that was gone, there was only one play to wait for, and that was for it to get to 20 even. Just to remind, I am in Intel, and it did just get down to pre-market lows. I think if we grind lower, you guys can see the levels from yesterday. If you're short 36, already taken pre-market bottom. Next level would be here, 35.75. Next level down 35.60 or so, and then all the way into 35.
Yes.
So market is heading to the downside.
Yes.
This is what it is. We're breaking 14.85, which means 14.8 is the next obvious level. Let's go to the desk with Brendo.
Not seeing much on this yet, guys, but AMC, market downside. AMC taking out the highs here, up 2.5% at 250.
Yeah. All right, I was just talking with the Sharif over there, and he's like, awesome. Because right now, $3 in the money right now for Meta. Ciao, Bella. Down there breaking through $3 right now. Let's see what happens with Meta. As I own this stock in my account, like it is not like, yay, Meta is going to hell right now. Not great if and when it does go to said hell right now, but it is going. And there it is right now, man. We are, despite Rivian absolutely crapping right back down into 20 bucks again. This is why we get out, man. This is why we get out. Like, you can't just sit here and hope that something's going to go $3 in the money, right? But, you know, sometimes they do that. And when they do that, you ring the Reggie on it, right? And so there it is. There's another one. He keeps on coming to the downside. We did it, man. We did it. So congratulations to everybody out there if you're with me and if you've learned from not only your own trading, right, but some of the stuff that we've been saying here on air, and that is just patience. And there it is again coming through with honestly, man, there's really no better example than what's really happening right now. And so that's a good one. I mean, even the patience in Meta, right? It's like we didn't have any key levels. We just waited for it to give us this. Wow. Now there is the official break of everything, man. Rivian, obviously, we're up on Rivian. We're only down on Amazon, obviously. Big trade on Meta, up on Rivian. And that's what happens, right? We take big shares, you get them out. And when you get them out, obviously, you don't like to see it retracing like this, but when you're playing counter trend and something bumps back up, that's why we have the 20 period here, right? We have those levels, went 40 cents into the money. That is perfectly fine. And then so now the rest drops out. So, you know, our net was flying high for sure when we had all those shares, and Rivian was at $20.35.
But it gave you what you needed.
But it gave you it gave you what you needed, and Meta is giving us much more than what we needed right there. But good trade there on Rivian.
One caveat, because I think I've said this before, but you know, I didn't say this time. Once you, and I should always say this every single time because it should be clear. When you early take that trade, I give it to the local bottom. Once it's broken like 20, 25, to me that's either getting into 50s. At that point, I don't want it underneath 20 again. So when you get in on that wick bottom, I'm giving it to the local low, which is 1992. The second it clears out that 2025 level and it's starting to go, my stop moves into 20 even. I just don't want that breaking. So I'm out of that. I only have one short. We're getting to 14.8 on the NASDAQ, so I just grabbed the 75s out on Intel. I think we're still heading lower. 35.40-ish this is where the hammer bottom was yesterday on Intel that we missed. Well, I missed it anyways. So if we get down to that price, I think you got to be all out. But the next level is here at 35.6. Looks like it's one where you want to make sure you're ringing the register, but hold on to your shorts because the shorts are working. I have to. The biggest mistake for me today was every single day it's been just short the open of a firm, like every day. Short the open of a firm. It goes $20 all the way to 19, then 19 all the way to 18, and then yesterday it was like 18.5 to 17.5. Today you shorted it, it was 18, it's at 17. A firm is a short till it's not or till it gets to 15 bucks. And I'm saying that to remind myself that that's the truth, and that's just how it is. So. But I'm pissed off at myself over that one because that was an easy one. On a firm, VinFast was probably just as easy, but it didn't really fall all that far. Still above $8. Good for them, VinFast. There were a couple of small cap names that were moving around. I think when things calm down, if we bounce off 14.8, you can get to those. Look at Tesla reverse. So Tesla is coming right in on afternoon support at 255. Maybe that's a bounce spot. If you're looking at 14.8 to bounce, then you got to find something that you think is relatively strong or at a monster level if you want to try to catch that dip, because that is a reversal. We had this, we go down one day, reverse the entire range the next day, and then rinse and repeat. If we rinse and repeat, look where the bottom might be. I'm not saying it is, but look where the bottom might be on the NASDAQ. So 14.8 is the first stop. Let's see what happens when we get there. I'm covering some intel when we do get there.
All right, let's just continue with what we've been doing here. I don't have anything else on Google, AMD, Square, and Amazon. So let's have a quick look. Amazon, all right, so does not hold. That's fine. Amazon coming in. Wow, Meta is just like, that just looks disgusting. Like I was looking at this on a larger frame, like boom, right down there. Watch out for 299, you know, possibly even lower than that as the market just continues to tank City right now. Nice downside move on the market, obviously, as we can all see that. But maybe 299 could be a spot there. We only have about 15% left on this trade, possibly getting it back out on 301. But I feel like we want to look long right now, just because, like Neil said, 14.8, maybe we do hold. Okay, Google's at that level of 131.20, 134.25, literally the level, Sean, the level that we wrote down there as a possible dip buying opportunity for Google. So let's test a little bit here if we can get some, and then test a little bit more down there. Oh, we missed that. Okay, we'll have to buy. Well, we'll buy up a little bit. Okay, there we go. We got the fill. So we paid for some 37s, and then 35 came in right there. So, all right, we're
AMD.
Yeah, I know AMD's flushing as well. Good thing we stayed away from that one on AMD. But Google right now, we'll try to buy a bottom here. Bottom looking like 134. So let's try 134.
So AMD just, not 100, but it just bounced off 101. Ooh, why, if that was 100, that would have been like the easiest opportunity. Wicked underneath, got to 182. So if it's going to hold a dip into 100, I'm going to like that. Again, being patient to find a support level. This was like the opening range top yesterday on AMD. So if you're going to find a bounce, this does make some logical sense. As I mentioned, I was going to get some out of Intel. I did. I took another fill on Intel on the bid when we got down very, very close to 14.8 on the NASDAQ. Now I'm looking for a little bit of a bounce play here. You know what? Is there anything better? Again, AMD, I liked at 100. I'm like reminding myself that that's not the price that I wanted AMD at. It's not. So why am I on the bid there?
Right.
I wanted 100, not 101. Palantir, actually Palantir's at a key level. Sometimes you do that. Like I was sitting there. If I'm gonna be patient on
AMD
on a firm and it's gonna hurt me, and that's a short that I missed, but I should at least stick to the plan. Like don't start getting impatient because you missed something earlier. That'd be FOMO. So I'm gonna back off that. Look for something at a more key level. As I said, Palantir is actually holding out here that 15.5 that was afternoon support. So the market's flushing, broke lows, and Palantir will not break the low. That's a little bit different. You always want to find something which is in some ways bucking the trend. This is not falling apart. This is still making higher lows after yesterday's wipeout bottom. That bodes a little bit better for a dip buy. And the risk to reward off of 15.5 could be really good if you can get yourself a good price, which is what I'm always going to try and do. So I kind of like that a little bit better. I didn't mean to go to Palantir there. Actually, when I flipped away from AMD, my first thought was to go over to NVIDIA. But, you know, NVIDIA is nowhere. It's at yesterday's close. Yesterday's close always a very key price. It's wicked under 440. You have a sizable gap under 440. I think you don't want to fight this because 33 is a level. Like that's where the buyers really come in on this stock. Yeah, 440 is already gone. Forget about it. Maybe it's just going to have to be Palantir. And I'm going to get some more out of Intel if we're actually bouncing here. Don't have to. This is actually holding up pretty well to the downside. That seems like it's going to be okay. Meta 300. I see you in the chat there, Ama. That is definitely a decent level. But the way this market is falling, we didn't actually test 14.8 there, which is a decent part of the reason I didn't just jump on the bid, because you didn't actually get to the 14.8.
I mean,
you got to
we can do something
14.20 and are
quickly
already
now, but
bouncing here. I don't wonder if you're not trying to short the previous low and then roll that into the 14.8 level. Usually, we've been getting to that key price. If it's 14.8, we see 14.8. If it's 15,000, we see 15,000. So I don't wonder if there's an opportunity to short some pops, at least until we really test that level. My first thought is to go back over to a firm. Generally speaking, shorting the pops has worked at about this time. It's 10 o'clock. I always say at 10 o'clock, revisit some of the ideas that you had from earlier. If they're still setting up, i.e. I like a firm short, is a firm weak? Answer yes. Look to short the pop. Not really telling me much on the 15-minute chart, but on the 3, you're getting a couple of lower highs in here that I can work off of VWAP.
All right, just had to take a phone call there, and it's all good, baby, baby. Okay, so we did get loaded back up there in Google as we stepped away. So let's take a piece out. We have nothing out yet on Google. Actually, we don't want to take a piece out right here. Let me cancel that. Oh, too late. Okay, so we're only long at 32. So I thought we got more shares down there, but we didn't get our full fill down there. So we're going to wait to see where Google goes right now. Is my mic on? Yeah. I like a bump here in the market because of exactly what we were talking about. 14.8 coming through again. So I don't know, man. It's the 50 period. We've already wicked down below a little bit. You're now bouncing off nicely. It's 14.835 right now. So we're bouncing about 15 handles off the bottom. So far, so good. Look, I know I'm in Meta, and I don't know where this name's going right now. I'm debating. Sorry, get rid of this chart. I'm debating getting out of Meta because we're just hitting the bottom again right now of 3 bills. But honestly, man, it doesn't look like this market wants to hold up.
Nope.
Like I could sit here and say like, oh man, I really like this Google position. I don't. I mean, it's. I shouldn't say I don't like it. I do like it, but it's at one of those levels right now that I want to see about 134. You know, are we going to moon from here? Probably not. We just looks like we're testing now 14.8 flat. We're actually right there right now at 02. So just watch out, man. I mean, it looks like this market wants to break. And when that happens, it's not a good sign as Meta continues to flush as well. Okay, man, it's 10 o'clock. Roll out the Fed speakers and we'll roll out Brendo.
Yeah, a few to come here, guys. Coming up at 10:40 will be the first one. After that, basically every 30 minutes, right into the afternoon, we'll have Fed speak coming through. So we'll keep an eye out for some headlines if they do come across as far as the market is concerned. Still hanging out bottom end of the range, really nothing significant as far as movement, still downside ever so slightly. If you were with us in the first hour of this morning, make sure you join us every day at 8:30. We get you set for the open every day. We touched on oil. Yeah, down more than 7% here in 2 days. Futures, anyways, individual names less than that. Rivian, 1.5 billion coming through if you missed it in long-term debt. And VFS, better than expected surprise Q3 revenue. They also confirmed that India plant to come. There it is, trying to make lows right now. Gave it all back already, though, for VinFast. Apple hanging on to basically break even so far on the day, guys. First 30 minutes brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetraders.com/TTV for 10% off.
Oh, man.
So the one that I wanted to wait for because it hadn't broken the lows just yet. It's now like the third time Palantir is going to test this support at 1550, but I got 55s long, and I don't think I'm even giving us an extra cent or two. Like, nah, if it breaks 1550, I'm just going to get out. The market is entirely too weak for that. Like,
No, the market's super strong.
The market
Man, where's Randy?
We just broke 14.8. Randy.
That's twice, man. I'm blaming yesterday for Randy, today Randy.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, we're making money. So.
The market is red. The shorts are working.
Yeah.
Like I didn't really chase it, but waited for the first available pop on a firm, get in, it's at the low of the day, the stock sucks. I mean, that's been bad for a while. But I wanted to get Shopify that I wanted to go to. Shopify, monster flat bottom break at 51. Ignore that. Dark pool wicks underneath yesterday. This held at $51, and this is what the daily chart looks like. You've just rejected the 200-period moving average. If 51 goes on Shopify, I am shorting it. I had this stop set yesterday, and it never happened. So now that we're down here again, I'm setting the stop again for Shopify. Underneath $51, Brendo.
There's a spike downside there, guys, for Meta, 2-day lows. Analysts just tweeting the losses from Meta's HMD metaverse hardware business due to weak demand may exceed market consensus for Meta.
Duh. I don't know. We shorted 303, obviously, there. And I only say that because, like, obviously we knew that before the release was coming.
Always.
Yeah, we always can predict the future. But you know what? I don't know. I'm like, we're long. So first of all, we're long Google at 11s here. It just bumped up to 15. We took some out. Like, these are retracement plays. So if we can get it going, we are very, very close to being stopped here on Google. So, you know, we'll see if we can take some profit on it right there. You know, that story there, Brendo, actually makes me think about, like, just holding on to this a little bit. I know that Brendan pretty much drops the stories before anybody. So let's just wait to see here, you know, if it does pick up some steam. Its bottom was 299.50. So that is kind of perfect. Like, that's right into here. So let's, I mean, if the market is really bad, Meta's already down 1.75%. You know, this could really get kicked. So let's just wait to see if it does continue its move down. Meanwhile, let's just, you know, stack up a little bit. I mean, we're not stacking up a lot here. There's no doubt about that. Because Google, sorry, what I want to talk about is Google, is going to the upside right now, but we're just still pretty flat on it. I'm not super nervous about any of the trades, like I said right now. I'm just, you know, we're below 14.8. We're kind of hovering around. And I'm really just getting anxious about these two positions because I like the Google long off. Okay, I like the Google long off 134. There we go, take some 20s there. So this is actually going to be a really good trade right now if it can work out. So we'll say ifs and buts are candies and nuts or something like that.
That's the line.
That's the line. We need to look at something for Meta.
But those are good things. That's a weird thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing
That
there.
thing doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know if it does make sense.
That means ifs and buts are good. Candies and nuts. Who
Are
doesn't like
good.
candy?
Yeah,
who doesn't like trail
exactly.
mix? I like whatever.
Yeah, everyone. Let's not get caught with what we like there and
doesn't
don't
make
like.
any sense.
But yeah, right now, yeah, nice upside move regardless.
I'll tell you this right now. Sometimes the best trade is a trade you don't make.
Yep.
You know, like I hastily went over to AMD and was like, oh, 101. It's at an even level. It just wicked it. Then I reminded myself, no. Only place I wanted to look for a dip buy, if it failed, 103. I don't know why I'm not short that. Obviously, that could have been better. I mean, Intel's down, but this is probably better. But what that 100 level. So if it gets to 100, you're at 14,770. Now you're almost too far down that I don't like that. And you know what?
Yeah, this is low.
When we broke lower, when the market just broke lower there, I was like, oh, you're giving me a chance to get out, take out some Palantir here for like 1 cent and not take a hit on it. I'll take that because the market broke lower significantly. Palantir holds great, but man, this market is absolutely flummoxed to the downside.
Flummoxed.
I'm just trying to throw it out there.
Oh my God.
14.8. You could easily get all the way back down.
I just took some more out of Google.
You could easily get all the way back down here. I'm out of Palantir. Thankfully, I got some out for a 1 cent hit so that it limits, so 1/3. So when you take the 5 cent hit, it's on a few less shares. But where am I getting more? Oh yeah, VinFast. I was about to say. So for anyone that was excited about VinFast earnings, you're not anymore, you're not. Back down at $8. That's what's up, VinFast.
Yeah, VinFast.
So I'm thinking I paid for locates here to use them to short the pop. There's a flat bottom break if it breaks $8. I don't want to risk that much on a flat bottom break where you're chasing a move down 10% or actually more than that. But it might be worth it. If I don't see a huge bid underneath 8, which I don't right now, try and grab like 98, 99, risk 10 cents on it. And if this goes to $7, great. Because I don't see where, like logically, I don't know where the bottom is on this stock, which tells me when it breaks 10, why not till 5? So until this gets to 5, looking for the shorts. Just throwing it out there. I don't know what the valuation is for this thing. It didn't make sense at 88. I'm not sure it makes sense at $8 either.
So again, we're just struggling with what to do here.
Short the pops?
I'm trying to short the pops, but again, like
No pops.
there is no pops. So first of all, so we will short any potential pop. No, it's more just like I'm ready to push enter on this, but like, I said I would watch this 20 period moving average. It's 21 period, because 21. So can you do something for me? $300.60. All right, let's do it. I was almost going to 301 right there. Then I thought, Nepa. Google, by the way, I don't know. So we did the same thing there. Like we got some outs at 7s actually. What Neil was saying, same thing. It's just it was looking obviously pretty weak there. So we were able just to get out of some because there was no pop in order for that to go in. So not much of a trade there for me, anyways. As we start to continue to look at what we're going to do. But I'm going to put that order right now at $300.61 on Meta. I feel like it's going to be not the greatest out for me, but what are we going to do, man? We got to do something. Right? So let's see what happens here with this trade.
So AMC's up 2% and making higher lows and trending to the upside. I always say this, when the market's weak, like this kind of weak, like why not look to some small caps if you're looking, instead of trying to catch a falling knife, just take some kind of Yahoo move that's trending to the upside, right? Like it's one of these types of days potentially for AMC. I mean, it's bucking the trend. It tried to break 850 yesterday, did not. Now it's making higher lows. If this can hold a consolidation above 850, like, why not try to grab it in there, maybe even a 45 level? Unfortunately for Firm, it actually bounced off 17 pretty decently. So I had it in there at 25s, got out in front of 17 even, and it just took out VWAP. But you know what? I'm not sure this is completely dead. I'm always going to have a stop at that local high, but I'm not going to roll it over unless it's underneath VWAP or it's back in the pre-market lows at 1750. Like, I want to get out here to re-enter on a rollover higher or ideally back underneath VWAP. But yeah, I like this AMC look. It's a bit of counter trend, nothing wrong with that, and showing some signs of strength. This is continuation from yesterday in the afternoon as well. Whether you care too much about the news with the Beyonce and the Taylor Swift concerts, who cares? It's been bouncing off 8 since that. That's what actually matters.
That's what's up. Okay, so what's up also is, I don't know. Okay, look, we'll just go awesome because we're really happy with it. Obviously, it's going to be our #1 stock here today. Although Rivian is still pretty good, but Meta, so it does break, and now, you know, looking like an idiot, of course. And hey, I'm Sean, what's up? But it's just like, we got out there. You got to get out at some point, so I'm not going to hate on that trade. It's just that's the out there. When the market started to rip back up, I got a little frisky with Google again, which this could be a mistake. So remember, we're not going to keep going back into the well over and over and over again. That's not the purpose of this trade. It's just that Google has fallen into levels that I thought could be respected, right? There's a 5-minute chart right here coming back into 134. I like that level. Let's see if it can hold. I mean, we did break it. We did take the L on it. And right now we could take an L again. If we break below its recent low of 75, then we're gone. So Google right now hanging on by a thread, and honestly, getting out of that Meta, I just need to do better. Like, I'm here to admit that, you know, like this was like AA or something. Like, I need to possibly hold on to a little bit more, but hey, we did. We held on for $3. We got $3.50 or so in the money on Meta when it hit to $99.50 there. We got the story from Brendo. We thought that it was going to be a good story, which, good for us, bad for them, created the downward spike, and it looks like it did do that. So let's get out. Well, we did get out of Meta, and it looks like we probably will regret doing that, but, you know, like I said, that crystal ball sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. If you have one that works all the time, please let me know. But for right now, this is what we're doing.
You don't need the crystal ball. You need the, what's that thing in Lord of the Rings? You put your hand on it and it shows you the future. There's a name for it. I'm a bad nerd that I don't.
I don't know that for Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, like Lord of the Rings. What's it called? You guys tell me. You put your hand.
They'll get that in 2 seconds.
And it shows me the future, and it tells me, is Rivian a good short? I'm just going to use the 8-ball. Actually, first of all, I am shorting a pop into 20.
Right.
Just so you know.
Let's go.
But I'm going to ask the 8-ball anyways. And it's telling me Fahad says yes. So.
What's up, Fahad?
Shout out to Fahad.
I'm going to have to hit him up.
Short the pops into 20 on
Well, Fahad said buy Veru also.
Veru was up the other day.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not saying it's a
I'm not making, Veru pop,
that could be a legit investment right now. It's like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe today.
Hola, Kat. She's working hard behind us. Kat doing a bang-up job for us, as per usual.
Always.
So, you know, you can lose me, Neil, probably not Brendan, but you definitely can't lose Kat. So right there, thank you for all the hard work.
I look back and...
Yep. For all the hard work that Kat
what?
is doing. So, well, we can't lose. I mean, I'm just saying, me and you are probably the only, you know.
We can't lose Brankel.
We can lose Brankles. We could lose Brankles. The floor, I don't think could lose Brankles, but
He's got headphones on.
Yeah, he's got headphones on.
Not even paying attention.
We love Brankles.
Thanks a lot, Brankles. Don't even listen to us.
Thanks,
eh?
Brankles.
Okay.
All right, so let's just keep on moving forward here with the show. Yeah, so good show so far, I hope. Google, nice bottom take there. We're actually back to positive now on Google. Like I said, we are at the highest spot we've been at all day. If we're going to buy some longs or buy some dips here, we need to get long. And there's your Amazon. Are you long 125? This is a level that you talked about.
I want it under 125.
Under, okay.
It was.
Did it go under today? Yeah, well, it went up. I went under by 3 pence.
The problem is like it's $1. The zone's like $1.
Yeah.
So if you look at
it's a
the last
risky one.
week, again, like this is the actual bottom, which is 124.24, and underneath 25 into that zone would have been the long, because the lowest close was 124.80. So like it starts at that closing price.
Right.
So it's not there just yet. The future teller is called Palantir. Is that? Oh.
Yeah, use Foundry.
Oh no, you're right. It is that thing, that ball. It's called the I think it's like
it
the
is?
Palantir. I think it is.
Okay, then we need to buy more Palantir.
I think you pronounce it differently, but I think it's spelled Palantir.
ASAP.
I think they say it differently because they're like elves. But I mean, maybe that has something to do. Anyways,
Elves exist, right?
Elves exist?
Yeah, do they or no?
I mean, in that world they do.
Okay.
Okay, so but the other thing I want to short pops on, Intel kind of getting back into VWAP as well. AMC was the other thing I wanted to get to. I didn't want to forget about the one stock that is.
What? Uh-oh.
What did we say, Neil?
I don't know. You tell me. What happened?
Buy the one thing that's going up. Buy the one thing that's going up and trending up. Anybody buy AMC on that move? Dip down into VWAP, break back out 850. It's at 870. This is the thing that's going up today. That said, I probably want to short it at 9. So locates are free. Actually, let me double check that in a second, but let me zoom my chart out very quickly for you guys. Keep going, keep going. Maybe I have to use the daily here if it doesn't. Okay, use the daily. It needs to get to $9. Since the reverse split, the bottom's been 7 and the local high's been 9. So the short's at 9. Do we have free locates? Answer is yes.
Ooh.
So we get to $9. That's where I think the short is. You're now closer, almost closer to that than the 850. So it could still give you a dip buy on the way to resistance, but wow, I guess that was an obvious long. It's one thing that was strong. I saw someone put in the chat Nike is strong. Yeah, Nike's green today.
All right.
Weird, but
That makes no, I mean, I was going to say it makes no sense, but maybe there is a reason for that. Nike's been obviously beat up like crazy over the last little while, so that would not surprise me if they are indeed in play today. Okay, so
that AMC was probably not that hard of a long at 850.
yeah, we just missed a decent long too. Right back in on Google. Well, we're long. We missed an out. Oh no, we actually. Sorry, my bad. We did get that 07 out. Okay, my bad. It did go all the way up because I was looking at this 20 period again. It did go all the way up into 10s, and we missed that. So that's what we missed. So we're now offering that and see if we can get out on a little bit of a high side. And because I almost just felt like it was just one of those things there when we talked about Palantir, so I bought it right there against that bottom. The bottom's 45. I like to get some shares there at 45 if we can. So I'm actually 46. I'm bidding 46 against the 45. Then we'll give it a little bit of room here. We're at a decent level on the NASDAQ now. So we've already gotten washed out a little bit. You're down 1% right now. We've hovered around this area before. If there's a dance happening, we want to be part of it. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a move back up now in the market. I mean, that's 54. I hate to be so like frugal on Palantir because I know it can move, but again, you know.
For longs, I think frugal is the way to go.
Yeah, today, is it movable today? We'll see. We just got some Googles out there. I mean, Google's 25 cents in the money, so I'm going to take that as much as we possibly can. But yeah, Palantir, I was just looking at this. If I'm going to use that level, which by the way, sometimes we actually have some decent ideas, and Meta today was definitely that. And we got out at 60s, so that looks like a good out for now. We were lamenting that out, but now looks like pretty good on that one. But yeah, Palantir, man, we're pennies away now from getting more at 46, and then we're just going to hold out, see if it breaks 40. Again, it's already at a level that we like the long, so I'm not going to overanalyze this thing. If it comes into the day's low, let's take it. Let's get out. If it breaks, and then that's that. So we'll give it a little bit of love here. We know Palantir has the opportunity to be strong again. And then you know what? You never do know when this is going to happen. You know, maybe she likes these levels more than we do, and she comes in and buys 14 million shares. So
She just sold some NVIDIA, so she needs to buy something.
Yeah, and wouldn't be surprised if it is Palantir, to be honest with you.
Or Zoom.
I mean, I'm kind of throwing that out there because I'm long Palantir right now, but hey, I don't know.
You never know. It's trust me when I tell you. Well, not trust me. This is actually
don't know.
This is factually true. It's
Yep.
the panic days that, generally speaking, the names that Kathy Wood likes. So it's the panic days that they get bought. Right? Like you look back
that's
to
not
next.
why I'm owning this, but
I know, but you look the next day.
Hoping.
You look the next day, and it's always. Well,
Oh,
Palantir or the market was down on the NASDAQ, and
Yep.
that's the day that she buys. A couple of things here. Why did I just type Zoom? Oh, because I just said Zoom out loud. Oh, God, I hate when I do that.
I did that the other day. You guys were talking IPO, and I'm like, IPO, enter.
I was like, why is my level 2 on Zoom? It's because I literally said Zoom as I was typing, and I meant to type AMD.
Oh, yeah.
AMD did bounce off 100. That's the first thing.
Oh, Palantir.
So it looks like it's pretty solid. This market is getting back and making a little bit of a bounce. So as I just reloaded VWAP on Intel, but I'm going to take the first 10 cents down. If I'm reloading this channel, you do not want something like that making a higher low on you. Right, so it broke the pre-market lows, but if that's a wick bottom that holds a higher low at the pre-market bottom, then it could be a breakout at 35.9, exactly where I got it. So take some out in front of that previous level. Make sure you pay yourself out. Markets are trying to bounce here. I don't think the longs necessarily a winner unless we crack 14.8 and hold 14.8. So I want to see what happens at that 14.8 level before we get too crazy about this. And for those of you still tracking AMC, it's trying to consolidate up here. The next dip buy could give you a re-entry off of 855. So that's what I'm tracking next on AMC.
So because she keeps phoning here, I eventually I was just like, you know what, let's just connect on X. So I just, there she is right here, Kathy Wood. I just messaged her that, you know, I'm testing these bottoms right now on Palantir. So if you wanna come through, Kathy, that's fantastic. I think it would be a good idea for ARC Innovation there to start buying up some Palantir. So there it is. We get some out there at 60. So let's go, man. Diamond hands, we are not today. We talked about that. If we're going to be long something like Google right now, 50 cents in the money, 40 cents, sorry, in the money on Google. And as I say that, let's offer some more out right now. And there we go. The Palantir is out, 50% out. Like it came up to 60 there, and that was the 50-period moving average. So you guys know how we're rolling over on this side, man. We're getting out when those levels are breached. More Google out, please, and thank you if we can get it. It's made a nice move up again, trying to get to the 50-period. So we are trying to hold out for a little bit of that. And hopefully, when we get back from the desk, we'll have some good news about Google being at a much higher price. There we go. We just got some out at 19. All right, let's go over to the desk and see what's popping off.
Hey guys, just be aware, coming up at 10:30, we get natural gas inventories for the week as well. So we'll keep an eye out for that. All the news segments on the show powered by our friends over at Benzinga. Make sure you check out a great deal right now. You can get a free 2-week trial, first off, or you can sign up today, get 50% off their premium news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters across the board, TTV, as part of their spring and the fall campaign. Scan the QR code, go to the link in the description. Again, shout out to our friends over at Benzinga, Adara, small caps.
Yeah, we have a lot moving in small caps right now, including VS Media, which was mentioned earlier, VSME. It's expanding into Macau. This one has had some halting, but the stock is still strong, definitely one to watch out for. We also have ICCM, Ice Cure Medical. So this one's trending up after an independent study showed a high rate of tumor reduction, and it's especially been beneficial for women who've been deemed inoperable for breast cancer treatment. So really interesting one. Last but not least, Longevron. This one was trading up this morning. It's down right now. Definitely one to watch. It basically announced top-line results for phase 2A of its study on mild Alzheimer's. It's also just filed a U.S. patent application. Keep an eye on those names.
Thank you very much there. Just one quick note.
We're still discussing the Blue Jays, by the way.
Well, lamenting is the right word.
Well, discussing and lamenting, yeah.
I mean, we can call it general discussion. I'm lamenting while we're discussing. But LAC,
fair.
And we talked about this one yesterday. Shout out to everyone that had this. If you like fade trades, look at the fade at 12. It's holding a bid at 11, but this could see $10 again. So if it continues trend down, just remember there was some real buyers at $10 that are worth mentioning. As I said, the reload that I had was to reload on Intel here. Yes. But if we break this channel, this still has not gotten into those bottoms. So if we break this local low, I think we can see 35.30s. The market is still trying to hold underneath that 14.8. And as long as we are, I think we give this one a shot. Rivian, obviously Rivian was the biggest percentage mover. Well, okay, fine. I'm sure there's something else, but
maybe not.
Out of the stocks that we're watching, Rivian, the biggest percentage mover, down 17%. It just wicked 19.5 and is showing signs of an actual consolidated bottom, which isn't an even dollar.
Oh,
it might have another bounce in it. Every bounce is a potential SSR bounce into VWAP, and you're now past 10 o'clock where things tend to calm down. So I think this could be worth at least looking for the 1950 bottom on Rivian here. NVIDIA's holding VWAP. Can we remove the bull from the desk?
Let me see.
I mean, there you go.
Yep.
I mean, Randy's the one that, well, whatever. It doesn't
Sorry about that, cat. If that hit you, I think
Doesn't
she's busy.
matter.
I don't think that noticed her. Right there.
She's locked in.
Yeah, plus they're plush, so I'm not worried about that. But there it goes right now, Palantir. I mean, look, we're going to give the viewers what they want. You know, they want to get rid of that bull. I agree. It's already been jinxed. So actually, the one thing that I've learned about today, I've learned a few things, obviously, and we're trying to learn something every single day, is that the minute Randy touches one of those things, You're going to think that I knew this guy was coming. Randy, notice where the bulls are?
That's impressive.
Did you see, here, Randy, please explain this move in the NASDAQ.
Where does this guy come from, seriously?
You already switched, to bears. Okay, we can switch them, yeah, because I'm long. So if you want to switch them up, I'm down with that. So they want you to grab the mic every time you talk, but shouldn't that mic be able to pick it up? He's like,
you can just turn it on.
Like he's a foot away from.
Just turn it on, and there you go.
He needs to hold it. It's on, right?
We're good.
Yeah, we're good. Anyways, how's your morning been? Oh, I noticed that we're getting a new fridge back there.
Done.
Oh, it's already installed.
That was fast.
What is the make of the fridge?
Don't know.
Don't know. Okay.
This is how we roll it. Like,
Randy, I'm trying to have content.
The problem with the fridge in the kitchen on the trading floor is sometimes, like, the handle to open, it opens a little bit
Funny story
sticky.
about a fridge.
But
Remember
everything
back at
else
the old
about it is
office?
fine. Everything else about it still works. But let's replace it because sometimes you have to pull too hard to open the fridge.
Remember?
Waste not, want not. Principle is priceless. Anyways, that's just me.
I don't want to say.
Still works.
You remember Indiana Jones Short Round? All right. Well, I'm going to leave it at that. Okay. So right now, yeah. All right.
Can we tell that story?
Yeah, no, but we could always, anyway, some trader, he made I guess it was a bad trade, and he was quite upset. So we had a little bar fridge on one of the older floors that we had about 15 years ago.
You had to be there.
You really had to be there anyways. He's just making a million trades and all this kind of stuff. He's kind of like me. He's on crack. Anyways, making all these trades, and then I guess he made a bad one, and he gets up, and I don't know exactly what he yelled, but he kicked, he booted.
I was like,
this fridge, like he just nailed it.
He was literally right behind me, the row behind me.
Yeah.
Like where Cat is sitting.
It's
That's
like all of a
where
sudden you hear bang like that, and I looked over and it was like this poor guy.
the fridge won that battle so bad. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
and I
the
feel
fridge
like
won
he was
so
like
bad.
really a little bit embarrassed.
It's actually not that funny because I think
it's fun.
No, I think he fractured his toe or something.
Oh, did he actually? fracture it?
Yeah.
Now
like
it's even kind of funnier, but yeah, I mean the thing is,
I'm pretty sure he fractured
the
his toe.
guy's all good. It's just a few stories there. It's like that's why I talked about that fridge. But isn't it the best? Like Randy installs a fridge, yet has no idea what make it is or anything like that. Like
I shouldn't be laughing.
It's just
he did get hurt.
yeah, he did get hurt, but poor guy right there. But at least he made.
But I mean,
At least he made a lot of money in Indiana Jones. Okay,
sorry.
so what is for lunch today? That just came in right now, and I don't want to forget about it. And I'm not trying to do this to get everybody hungry because I know that is what happens, and I get notes and lunch sounded so good, and we'll see it in the chat right now. So let's see what it is today. If you said it's going to be chicken, well, you may or may not be a chicken dinner winner. I'm not even ready yet. Ooh. Today is potentially spicy. All right, let's read this. Gourmet focaccia, which to me, it's a little bit too thick because you're going to hear the next word I say. Gourmet focaccia style pizza.
no.
Right. But this part's getting good. This is the next part. With cured Italian meats.
Okay, yes. So
I mean, you don't like, you pick them off. You can pick them off.
No, well, no, you don't.
I mean, I like the cured meats with mushroom, mixed sweet peppers,
That works.
topped with feta.
No
We
feta for
need-
me. No thanks.
Another one.
Yeah, we don't need feta. But we'll take it. And then, oh man, everything just gets better and better. And in a weird twist of events, it is served with spicy fries. You know when you go to restaurants and you order pizza with a side of fries?
That's the dumbest thing ever. You can't.
Anyways, shout out. That sounds
sense.
good though so far today. Oh, and by the way, we're in a good mood here. I don't know if you could tell that. It's because before Randy came, I got, you could clearly see what happened when I made that tweet to Kathy Wood. Okay, she's obviously just read it. There it goes back up to the upside. And guess what price we got long at? Guess what price we told you guys we were bidding? There it is right now. It's 46s. We're long, right back up to VWAP. Let's ring the register one more time right now and just say the bulls maybe potentially are kicking. You see what happens when Randy turns this thing around? Please notice the NASDAQ. Randy was here about 3 minutes ago. 3 straight up bars. But Randy be damned, we are already long everything right now. Google is rocking back up to the upside. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. Hallelujah.
So guess what happened? 15. There was just, I like 19 better, but Rivian just wicked underneath that 19.5. So broke the low. I always want an entry after a stock has broken the low. If you're looking for an SSR bounce, ideally it breaks the low and gets some people out, which is what I think can happen underneath 1950. It gets back above, long 60, get out if it breaks 50. Takes them out 70s, 80s, and if it gets to 20 bucks, you guys kind of know the rest there. Tesla's looking strong. AMD did get back above that 100 level. 100 was the level for sure. It just didn't quite, I don't know. It probably could have already been in that one. But you look at it at VWAP at this point. I still like the fact that I'm getting lower highs on Intel, but I'm not going to reload a third time. And the one thing that I want to be patient with is this market tries to bounce. I got out of a firm and didn't jump back into it. If we're going to continue the trend to the downside, just given what happened yesterday, like sometimes you allow it to get right back into that top. At the same time yesterday, this was pressing back into the same lower high and gave you entries all the way back down. So I want to be patient, allow it to maybe get in here, above 1730, test that local high, and then jump into the trade. I'm not sure this is necessarily done. Look at NVIDIA. If the market's going up, it's NVIDIA that wants to do it. NVIDIA's taking out this top. That 445, who thought we were going to be making a 445 break at 10:30, like an hour ago, like 30 minutes ago? I bet you none of you out there. Certainly not myself. But it is all green on NVIDIA. Forget about the break. I think you want to look for a dip, and the reason I'm saying that is 14.8, right? Like if we're failing 14.8, there you go. Like we just failed 14.8. And I just got out of Rivian. Look how quickly that happens. Like my stop hits the second we fail 14.8. This is why I'm not jumping longs up here, because it could be a bit of a trap. Let's go to the desk. We've got the crypto segment with Adara. As I say that.
So we've had opening remarks in the Sam Bankman-Fried trial in New York. They've had jury selection. We have had opening remarks from both lawyers, so this is one to keep an eye on. We also, in terms of Bitcoin, so give me a moment here. Bitcoin itself is up. We're actually above 28,000 right now, which is definitely significant in terms of the crypto market itself. We are seeing kind of all over the place, but Bitcoin's up almost 3%. We're teetering around that 28,000, but we're generally are above it. Ethereum is up almost 1% above that 1,600 mark. Kind of mixed across the board, but we've got like Solana's up, ADA is up. We definitely we're trending mostly positive today on crypto.
There is a bear cave report out. I don't know what it's regarding, other than it's about Rumble. So Rumble with a nice move down, now down 1%. Rumble going to the downside. Remember, bear cave, although the name bear cave would suggest that they're saying short reports, but I thought we had one last week where it was
sometimes
there was some kind of a long. There was what stock was it? I can't remember. Was it Waywatch WW or something last week?
Brandon just said it. What was it? Oh, it's Citron.
Citron's the other way.
Citron's
But we know Citron. But I'm almost certain that there was one maybe last week. People may know there. But anyways, there is a report. It doesn't look like it's doing anything. I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention because hey, man, if it's moving, it's moving, and we got to address that. So right now I'm out of honestly way too many shares. Again, I only have about 25% of this position right now on Palantir, but all these outs, this came in and we didn't take anything out until 53, 54. So that was good. And then we got some 59s and now we got some 60, 61s right now. So if there's some people are asking about that, if there's anything that comes through from the bear cave and so on and so forth and that Rumble, Brendan will have it for us, but it's not moving. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. And then something that really took a left turn off the 50 period, which is really good that we got some more out, is Google. We do not have a whole bunch left right now on Google. I did get an update on the make of the fridge.
I'm not going to guess.
No, there's no point. It's a Frigidaire. So anyways.
Okay. Well.
Randy asked me if I wanted another coffee. I said yes.
I am
because,
good.
Again, like, these are like still, well, it's about a third left, but they get cold so fast up here.
Yeah, I never actually finish it, but I actually find that's a good thing. I find when I don't finish it, like I might have 3 or 4, but I'm really just drinking like half of it and then it gets cold. So it kind of distributes the caffeine. I was talking about this with a trader, how sometimes you want to keep that level. And a lot of times it's okay if you get affected by caffeine, then just make sure you're not having too much of it or space it out. You'll see me, I'm in VinFast right now. Been pretty patient with this. I did not get the short at the open. Kind of like a firm. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Ooh.
What the hell is that?
Trader. Pigs get slaughtered.
Oh, come on. What is that?
Pig out on Rivian. Thank you. We've already done that, but we'll try to do it again. Thank you, Randy.
No,
and
you can't drink out of that. You cannot drink out of that.
Frigidaire, we heard that model. So there we go. He has confirmed it. And there we go again. So not only do we have, he has like a little, is that like, no, that's just a smile.
Those things
is that like
are
a mustache there? So, we go from one Trader TV mug into another. But hey, man, this goes back to old Kramer fame. Pigs get slaughtered. So we'll
Hard
see.
pass.
On this cup, I hate these cups. Is that what you're talking about?
No, because every time we get those, it's like.
No, it's hard to drink out of.
It's really hard to drink out of.
Why do we even have these, honestly?
I don't know. They're fine.
The avocado one's the worst. This one, the avocado one is like a straight lip. This one's curved, so I don't think there'll be any problems. I did not bring an extra shirt, so if this coffee goes all over this, you'll see me with a nice stained shirt for the rest of the day.
Yeah, but then you kind of said that as if you usually bring an extra shirt.
Normally I do have one over there, but I did bring one home because it was a long sleeve, and I meant to bring a short sleeve shirt.
We should tell you guys, there was actually, when we first started out, and I'm not making this up, this is 100% true, our producer was like, you guys have to wear these specific colors.
Yeah.
Sean wears these colors, Neil, you wear these colors, and then we had these shirts. It was like all the same brand of shirt, and I had like 3 colors, and Sean had 3 colors, and we'd keep an extra here in case something got spilled on it, because that's all we were allowed to wear. And then eventually we're like, that's ridiculous. Like, what are we, robots?
Allowed.
So obviously we don't do that anymore, but true story, we used to have like a spare shirt because it was one brand, one style. Even Brendan had his own like 3 colors that he could wear. It was weird. It was like, I'm supposed to wear the light colors, and you're supposed to wear the dark colors. Now, do we really care about that? Nope. I've reloaded VinFast, I've reloaded Intel, and Affirm. So actually, it's not a reload on VinFast. It's the first time I'm short VinFast.
There is no coffee spillage rate, Joseph.
No.
I don't
just
think
on the desk.
I don't think I've spilled yet, but we'll see.
I spill on the desk all the time.
The desk has been pretty good, though.
No, but I spill on the desk at least once a week. So
it doesn't stain. Randy made this desk.
It doesn't stain because he put this, now I'm forgetting the word, like 8 times.
It's called lacquer.
Lacquer. He put a bunch of lacquer on it. He did a great job with this desk, actually. This thing, I don't know how sturdy that is, but in the general sense.
Me and Sharif are wearing baby blue today, I think.
Get to the downside. Let's go. So where do you think Intel went?
Again.
Right back to the 36 level.
Everything is Tank City right now.
As we go right back into the flush
big time Tank City right now.
So we failed 14.8. We got to 14.8.
Yeah.
14.8 fails. Reload the shorts at 14.8 in the NASDAQ, and the market goes back down.
Ooh, man. We thought we were like pretty smart there about holding Google. And we were taking 50 cents. But now, just like 50 Cent, I still would have thought, I love 50 Cent, don't get me wrong, but like when he was coming down in the Super Bowl there a couple of years ago, I kind of was like, oh man, this guy might fall, but he didn't. That was crazy, Super Bowl. And by the way, I actually heard a theory about this current Super Bowl performance. I don't think it's going to be Usher. You know who I think it's going to be? Taylor Swift. And I'm telling you this because this is like, she's said no to the Super Bowl every single year.
Because there's no reason for her to say yes.
No, I know, but I think now, I just feel like, let's just see. Like, because honestly, Usher hasn't done anything in, I think it was 38 years. So the thing is like, that seems a bit weird to me.
I'm an Usher fan.
So am I.
I don't know his
he can throw, he doesn't have anything recently.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, he could still throw down. He's probably a great performer, but Usher? Like, honestly, like, I would rather see, like, whatever happened to, like,
I'll tell
Guns N' Roses or AC/DC or, like, some sick rock
Prince?
music. Well, we know where. I mean, Prince is not possible.
No, I'm just saying. You're talking about legends, though.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. I mean,
know,
Prince did Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying. Like he was redonkulous.
So like, I don't know.
Ridiculous. But I want to throw this out there. The reason why I think Taylor Swift should do it is because look, when the Buffalo Bills beat KC,
they'll be sad. Yeah.
The KC fans are going to be sad. Yeah. The Bills will be in the Super Bowl, and I think you're throwing them a bone by having Taylor Swift in there. So I'm all for that. I think that's absolutely fantastic if she does do it, because you know Kelsey's going to be disappointed. AMC just pulled back.
Rolling Stones, they may be a little.
This might be one of those rubber band plays. So AMC just dipped pretty heavy into VWAP. Okay, well, it's not necessarily the way you want to buy the dip, but the last time it did this, it was like hammer candle down. I wet the beak early because look, hammer candle down, wait for the green go up, hammer candle down, wait for the green go up, but I wet the beak here. You know, I shouldn't add to this unless it shows me like nice little, I guess, reversal candle, and then maybe add on the way back up. So that's what I'm looking for off VWAP. Maybe caught that bit a little bit too quick. But AMC, big pullback. Everything else head to the downside. I reloaded a firm that worked. VFS, we got in for the first time. Shoot, that's a NASDAQ stock. There we go. So we got him for the first time here. I'm going to get a couple legs out in front of the low because $8 is the big support level on VinFast. So until it gets to 8, got to take some out. If it breaks 8, that's its own trade. So VinFast to the downside. I'm sure everyone is incredibly shocked that VinFast is giving up its gains after reporting earnings. Like, heck, did anyone even know VinFast was reporting? Like, I didn't know. I found out this morning, and Adara's like, VinFast reported earnings. I'm like, no, they didn't. And then she told us the truth. I was like, yeah, they did. We're going to short the pops on it, which is what we did. Right back into the shorts. But support on Intel at 35.70, so getting out in front of 35.70. Got to take your profits, even though we're heading even lower and lower into the gates of hell.
We are getting into the gates of hell right now. We're going to test it. Very, very small tester here on Meta. Okay, we're about out. Like, I was going to say, we're going to hold this breaking through $300. Like, we're short at 81 here, and we're short like a third of the shares we were up here. This is just very, very small. Obviously, we're just playing around with it. We're not going to give back that much. There we go. So just for argument's sake there, we just gave back about 11% of what we made on, no, less than that, than what we made on Meta. So I still like the short there. Maybe we got to wait for the 50 period. We did try Google one more time when it came, well, first of all, you know, out, it's all good, but there goes Google back into the downside there. I feel like this is a name we want long, but I'm not really sure anymore if we want anything long to begin with. We did play nice bump ups, but the problem is when stocks start to bump up and you're going against the trend, you really are fighting that trend. And it's like, I know that's like stupid because it makes sense, right? The trend is your friend, you want to play with it. We've talked about that over and over again, like now Meta goes back down. But it's like, that's the thing. If you have good shorts on, you know, then it shouldn't really go against you. And if it does, you want it to go against you a small amount because the reversal is always available. You know, like the market could easily go the other way at any time, especially as they roll out Fed. So you got to be careful right there what's happening right now. We're going to test it again, and this time I have less shares because I just want to see what happens here at 3 bills. But again, the real trade is load it back up if we get somewhere around $300.50. We want to stay short Meta. Meta's down 2%. Obviously, double the market, or not anymore, but close. Not even really that close. Now the Nasdaq's down 1.3%. That just keeps on going, man. Yeah, the Meta pop is really, guys, honestly, I'm supposed to wait, as I just reading some of my notes, I'm supposed to wait for VWAP when it's down this much. So really, that's supposed to be 302, but that is way far, man. So we'll wait. We'll test a little bit at the 50 period there and see what does happen. So $300.50. Anything you want to talk about before we go to
quickly? There was someone in the chat was just like, Intel will go down or up. Well, I'm thinking...
That's very accurate.
Well, I'm thinking down, as you can tell. So just come to my chart for very quickly. I've been using yesterday's close. We closed at 35.93, so yesterday's highs is where I'm looking to short this. So I've been shorting that top, and it's been giving you this nice little range, kind of within the 1% marker. So it'll go flat to 1% down, and you've basically been shorting that. I'm still looking for the break of the bottom. We break the low, get some out here in front of that lower high. a higher low yesterday, but whatever. And then this bottom here at 35.30. So that's the next two legs in if you break that low of the day. Until then, rinse and repeat. You find something that's working and then you stick to it. There haven't been pops on Rivian. So I just tried that 1950 pop. Was in and out very, very quickly. Like the 20 bounce was the good one. 19.5 no good. Maybe 19 it bounces. But for now, let's get to the desk because Adara's got sector watch.
Pretty mixed board right now, but we do have a lot of red, especially in technology services. Microsoft, Google, Meta, all down. Netflix also down about 2% right now. Microsoft and Amazon, which is also down about 1.25 right now. That could be because of the UK regulators investigating their dominance in the cloud space. That definitely is of note. In terms of what's happening positive right now, we've got finance, well, a lot of green in finance, a lot of green in health technology. Energy minerals notably is up from yesterday where it was significantly weak following lower oil prices. And consumer non-durables also of note, Coke and Pepsi, both down 2% or over in the case of Pepsi. Pepsi actually has its earnings next week, so stay tuned for that. Yeah, all in all, very mixed board. Interesting to see how this will shake up.
It was hard to see down there, but if you looked at the semis there, you saw Micron was green. So Micron's actually up 1 1/4, but look at the level it turned at. Like right at this top here at 19, oh my goodness, look at that 19.5 level on Micron. If the market somehow pulls off a miracle, I'm saying this is a big if. Obviously the shorts have been working, man. If you've been printing the short side, let's be real. It's been that kind of a day. But there's always a but. If the market makes some kind of a reversal, Micron long through the high. Like that's gearing up for it. Again, relative strength. Look at that's a horrible trend line. Someone was making fun of this morning about Sharif's trend line. I was like, I do some horrible ones live, and I guess I drew a bad trend line here, and I don't know. They said it was dirty, and I don't know, but it wasn't me that said it, but I said immediately in the chat that I draw some nasty ones when we're live, and I drew a horrible one here on Micron, but you get the idea. That's a bad trend line, but it doesn't matter. You can see what's going upside. If it's holding the 50 period, local breakout at 69.5 into 70 with room to the top. This is one that's in a nice upward channel, and if the market bounces, it's relatively strong. You want to find relative strength and weakness when you're looking at the markets and looking to make some trend trades. AMC still trying to bounce here. I mean, the shorts are still good. There you go. Not really doing the breakout of the dip buy, but it's holding the low. I might try to get some more in the 50s if we can. And I was able to get some more out there of Intel right off that low that it just bounced off the low again. So now you're looking for the low of the day break. I'm looking for the low of the day break on Intel. I'm still waiting for Shopify to break 51. Can you believe this? If the market is absolutely tanking, and Shopify will not oblige by breaking this flat bottom at 51. It just keeps, maybe it's a long off 51, I don't know. This is a bad wick, that's like a dark pool wick. It has not busted the 51 level, so this is an actual 51 even flat bottom on Shopify, which is trying to go here. What else is out there? Wuko saying target sub 100 this week.
Really, eh? Oh, wow.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is just another short till it's not type of name. Like, Target hasn't really given you any reason to not play the trend.
I mean, at some point you do want to buy some of those names just because they're so depressed, but I don't.
I just don't know where. I don't know the answer to that.
You got to get a catalyst somewhere.
What's the reason? Yeah, I mean, look at the chart. To 100 this week? I don't know. The chart says yes until otherwise. I'm not smart enough to pick a bottom on Target because, like, it is what it is. Like, some things you just want to only play with the trend, and if you can make some sense out of it, fair enough. NVOS has been making some moves. It's above that 50 level, but it was already above 50. Now this doesn't want to load. Okay, there we go. It just got above 50 on the break. I always look for, instead of taking breakouts on trades, look for the consolidation level, which would be here on that 50 break. Let's stick with the daily, because on the daily you're going to see it's been above 50 before, with a bit of failure at like 50 and a half. So yeah, 54, 55. So it's on the verge of breaking out. That gives you the chance to grab something if it dips, maybe like a 46, 47 on the way to a break, or it just takes out the 55. You grab that with a 50 stop. Like, that's the other way to play it. Like, let it break the local high on the daily, grab that, and then your stop is underneath 50, and then there's like arrows up to the upside. So good volume, not great. 30 million halfway through the day on a 50-cent stock is in the good, not great category because it means it might not do 100 million. And I generally want a stock, like if you want one of these running, usually you want it doing 100 million on the day, but this is, I mean, it's not bad. Like it's certainly setting up pretty good. I mean, nothing's perfect. You're never going to find like, you're often not going to find a perfect setup. Sometimes you do, but you're often not going to. But this is on a nice little stair step to the upside. Good, not great volume, and it's starting to pick up.
So I'm short Meta right here, right now at 3 bills. We should have been a little bit more patient again. Like patience always seems to win the day. I don't think we actually got to 58 there. But here it goes, trying to get back in. We did take some more at 32, which actually was pretty good. We just should have taken more. That's all. So let's, obviously in hindsight, when you're looking at where the stock is now, we should have got more in. But now we'll just wait. I'm bidding slightly below 3 bills just to take out something because, again, when you're reloading it, you want to take something out when it comes back in a little bit. It has been dancing higher. Not only that, we have been bouncing off this 299.75 over and over and over again. Like, it hasn't broken this level. It's actually 80s. It's actually like 85, not even 75. That bottom wick is 75. So that's why I do have a bid right now, and I'm actually bidding 85. So if it does come in into this level, let's take some out. That would only be a 15 penny winner, but we only want to take out 15%. So I'm always keeping my eye over here because we also have Palantir. Let's just let this float. Hopefully that'll go. All right, so Palantir, we just took another piece out right here at 55. We got the majority out. Not the majority, we got a decent piece out up there. A lot of our outs are right here, 55s, and I'm not really sure why it was 10 cents. We were pretty nervous about it breaking back down below. Our risk on this trade was 5 cents. We're gonna get out if it breaks 40s. So I guess 7 cents, I guess. So when it went up to 10 and the market was bleeding, we liked it. And then when it went for us in the money 15 cents, which is about 3 to 1, 2 to 1, we'll take more out there, especially when it's hovering around volume weighted average price. So that's what we're looking at right now. We can do a little bit of a health check here on Rivian. Holy man.
Yuck.
Well, wow. It's down 19%. Now, it was a green bond offering, so they can convert these into shares. When was the expiration? Wasn't it until 2030 or something like that on Rivian? I'm just checking out our own. Yeah, 2030. Yeah. The bonds will mature in October 2030, giving the investors the option to convert them either into cash, so whatever they have, or shares of the company. Either or. So you can get those. So a nice little possibility there. And by the way, there we go.
Awesome.
Let's go Meta. Let's get to the downside right now. We just get that fill down there at 85s, like we said. So there it is. There's the fill. Let's see if we can get down. My next bid is not until 50s right now on that. I'm hearing in my ear that Plug Power got a deal of some. Wow, good out, dude.
Where's Plug?
You know what Plug's at now? 6. Yeah, wow. So my guy over here, the professor, had a call to go long Plug, and it was around 11 or 12, but he got out on some sort of a break. He'll tell you that, yeah, maybe I'll leave the story for you, but he took an L on it, not a big one, he just told me.
Oh, that's a good
good thing, because for me, I probably would have held it. And right now, down here to $6 because I'm lazy like that. Huge move down for Plug recently. Looks like whatever that announcement was nothing.
You know who sucks?
Yeah.
These guys. BlackBerry. There was.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. If you announce that you're splitting up your businesses to try to unlock shareholder value, which usually in this market is something received pretty well, and this happens, there hasn't been a green candle on my 15-minute in BlackBerry. It's probably the only thing that's been just as easy a short as Rivian today. Let's get to the desk and talk a little bit about the USD with Brendo. My guess is it's probably strong.
Actually, a couple days in a row downside here, which is helping some of the other currencies, including the pound. We did get some PMI data over in the UK this morning that was better than expected or stronger than expected. So big bounce back in the pound. I mean, these are going to look basically the opposite of each other, but that's the pound on a daily chart. So 2 days in a row to the upside here. If you flip over to the dollar, you can see 2 days in a row downside here for the DXY. So yeah, that pullback continuing. We rejected 107 at the top for the dollar. We're seeing 106 coming into play, or 106.5, I should say, coming into play. That's 106, that last support area before it broke to the upside. So yeah, trend still intact, well intact here, guys, to the upside. But finally, 2 days in a row of a pullback for the dollar.
Oh man, the professor's singing Usher over here, and he can't get out of his head now. So I'm like, sorry,
He's
dude.
always
Look what
singing
I've started here again. I'll try to think of something else to sing, and then maybe we can get that in his ear as well. All right, so I don't know why we're still on Plug Power. Obviously, Palantir continues to go. Kathy's got the message, so we'll see. I can check Twitter to see that she's absolutely not responded. So we'll have to check out for that. But right now, Meta, I only have two positions. Meta, short, which now is starting to get spicy. Like, we took some out. We saw that bottom. We took it out. You saw the fill. We'll try it again. We said we didn't take any shares up here last time. So now I'm sitting here at 47s or so. Get something back in on. There it is. We get it. Obviously, as it rips up, we are going to watch out for this kind of sort of a break top right here. What I put in was 101.20, I believe. Oh, sorry, 301.20s, not 101, because that wouldn't trigger. That's too low down. So yeah, if we break, that is 26s or so. So I feel like that's a good level, 301.25. It's going to be a big hit. If it continues to go up, it'll be about $1, which will suck. So let's wait to see. I don't think we'll average in too much anymore until we get to 301 up there, but that's going to be the level of concern for me. Not even VWAP, man. It's going to be these little ticks right there, 301.25. Like Neil said, even if I give it 25 more cents, I still lose 25 more cents if it goes there. So it's like you got to respect some of the levels that we're watching or I'm watching. So that's that. Here it's coming back in a little bit. I may just take that reload out at O's if we can, and then let it bleed from there. But so far, a couple good reloads there. Don't mind getting some out, rinsing and repeating it, but hey, it has to go down to get something out.
Yeah, the reloads have been fire if you've been going short. But finally, something doesn't work, and lo and behold, it was a long. But it wasn't a long, it was a stock. It was strong. Maybe it still is. I don't know. There's always a chance you get a stronger bounce on AMC, but it could not hold on to the 850. It did a dip and tried to hold VWAP in there, so I did grab a reload, but then right underneath that 850 level. So I'm out. Back to only short, which is pretty much what it's been most of the morning. Just to recap here, because we only have 5 minutes to go. If VinFast breaks 8, I think there's a separate trade, which is breaking the bottom at 8 even. And really, Shopify, this is a weird one, man. It's just like the market keeps on trending down, and I keep thinking, okay, we're going to break this, it's going to break, and then it never really does. So Shop still holding on to this 51 level. Maybe it's just a long off this bid. It could just be the case. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to get to. Despite the fact that it's a holiday week, like Alibaba has actually been moving. Like this is very low key breaking a flat bottom here at under 83. And if it gets any acceleration, like there's some serious room to the, well, not that big room, about $5 worth of room down to the next level on Alibaba. But this is moving today. Like the last couple of days, we've been saying, okay, Chinese holiday week, you have some inside days on these, but not today. Today, everything rolls over, and Baba kind of doing the same thing. If it cannot hold 83 even, there might actually be a lunchtime short join the trend thing going on in Alibaba.
So we do miss a little bit of a top there. Well, we just got some 56s on Palantir. We were trying to wait for 60s, and I got like a little nervous about it, so we did get it out there at 56. We didn't get everything out. We got some out there at 56. As if Meta's literally bouncing off of our levels there. Again, on the downside, we just came into 300, and it just bounced off of my 05. It went to 05 and stopped again. So, but you know what? If you don't have your bids out, man, like, you miss the fill a lot of the time. So we had our bid there. I don't think we stopped the move. Obviously, there's a lot of shares going through here. We don't have enough sitting there that we're going to do anything to this stock. So hopefully, I just think it was bad luck. Hopefully, it'll come back in right now and give us that fill at 3 bills. So that's something else. And then I just want to do a quick little health check on Rivian. It is bouncing off 1920 there. This could be a good little level. We are finally now, for the very first time, above the 20-period moving average at 30. So I'll probably try a long now on Rivian. I can't believe I'm actually saying that, though. Come on, Meta. All right, I'll leave Rivian alone because I need Meta to go down first. So if Meta can hit those bids, fine. Thing is, I don't want to go long on Rivian. And not that Rivian's following the market. It may be following the market. I mean, if the market has no bids in it, what are people going to do? They're probably going to sell their garbage and then wait for dips to buy some of these stronger names like a Meta, like a Microsoft, like an Apple, sitting in there waiting. Oh man, Meta just bounced again off 300, so we may be trapped. like this might be kind of like a bull trap here. Like, I guess it would be a bear trap this way. Yeah, it might be. Meta might be stronger than I'm giving it credit for.
Is it though?
It's not, but it's like it's.
There was a guy on the trading floor.
Oh, man, what about Disney?
He used to always answer every single question with that kind of like an ironic, and it's good because you want someone to play devil's advocate. That's the whole point. You want someone to question. You always want to be questioning yourself so that you can learn. But I mean, I tend to think like right now you're getting a lot of key levels coming into play, and the futures. I just want to throw the NASDAQ up here so you can see why I think you could be making a bit of a bottom. I'm zooming out a little bit here. If you look at yesterday's trade, this is where we bounced at the open. So you are at, it's a 14.74. It's not like any big round number or anything, but this is where we bounced at the open. If you are consolidating for a little bit of a push to the upside, that could retest into 14.8. And if it happens, then anything you like to the long side, maybe you go for it. I'm looking at Micron here because double top, possible double bottom, open range low. This is 10 o'clock. It bounced off 68.70. I mean, if there's going to be a bounce at this level, why not something which is up 1% into a market that's down? So I'm looking for this to hold. It's still all red on my 3-minute. Like, it hasn't even put in a green candle in the last 15 minutes. So, but if it can, last time it did it, you ran all the way back up to the high. So if it can hold that trend, fair enough. But I still like the shorts that I've got. I'm going to hold on to them. Eagle Guy, Dash, Crash. There's a lot of names that maybe we've missed out on today.
Maybe. I mean, the market's.
No, that's actually, no, this is more than I would have expected. Dash is down 6%, and that's a big move down. Like, this is actually accelerating in the last few minutes here. DoorDash from 75 to 73 in 10 minutes. It's getting smoked. Zoom out really quickly. We're going to get to the midday in just, like, literally 1 minute. This is not zooming out for me. I hate your guts. But, yeah, DoorDash is absolutely tanking. I don't know if there's a story or if it's just like falling with the rest of the market, but that's a big level it took out at 75 just now.
Thank you, John Von Sowers, saying good show, Neil and Sean. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been good trading. I think whenever there's good trading, it makes the show a little bit more fun and a little bit easier to run because we're not in a panic mode about all of our positions, at least for me anyways. All right, so just to end it off, man, there goes Meta, so we'll go bang, 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 because we don't have any losing trades on Meta today yet. Let's just wait to see where we go for this. It's down now, trying to break through 3 bills. What was strong can hopefully be weak. I don't have a bid until 50 now. So we'll see if we could take 75 cents on this Meta trade. I just want to break the bottom. We've been patient with it, so now it's time to get rewarded. And by the way, Rivian, look what's happening to Rivian right now. We talked about buying that one, so let's spin the money one more time on Rivian now. Hopefully it can continue to go back up. We'll take some more outs here at 50. Bang right there for Rivian. Let's go Rivian right now. The chef is here. We're cooking it up. We're about to pass it over to the professor and Obi. There goes Rivian. We talked about going long against that 30. Let's go. Rivian long, Meta short, Palantir long, but Palantir's dripping down a little bit here as well. So, okay, man.
It looks like, I didn't see anything, by the way. I didn't find anything particular on DoorDash. It looks like it just made a, can you just come quickly to my chart? I just want to get this one out of the way. It could just be that it broke this flat bottom and then things accelerated when it did so. So another monster flat bottom break. Kind of what I'm looking for on Shopify. That's why you look for these bottom breaks. But the Professor and Obi-Wan Kenobi now have their mics on, which they did not ready for 11 o'clock. So I am going to call you out. You know what you did earlier this week.
Boy.
You know what you did earlier this week, Sharif. So I'm still holding that grudge. Let's go to the midday. It's been a blast. We'll be back for lunch money at 12. We'll be back at 2 as always. But for now, let's head on to the midday, boys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi Trice, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi once, twice, and thrice. And I'm Sharif. And we are brought to you by Search Trader, account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks at Search Trader who now have a trading contest up here for the month of October. Top prize, $100,000 edition to win $1,000 cash. Give them a look there. Okay, Mr. Kenobi, let's get to the trade that I currently have on. Look, man, I got to tell you, I sat down. I didn't have an inkling that this FRO stock was running, but it's a good little pattern here. Got in at 48. So you got the dip. I was looking to add to the dip here on this support level, this consolidation level before the continuation. And I got partially filled as the liquidity was sparse there, but it looks like it's headed up. I got a beak wetter at 55, almost got filled, made its way up to 54, but it's having trouble breaking through that $0.5 level. But the charting here on the half an hour shows we likely have a resistance level at 75. So kind of bewildered while we're having trouble here, but we'll see. This 75, 80 level, if you go back a ways, we kind of crested out there back on September 29th. I don't even know why this is running. I looked here and I saw a couple of entries on my blotter. Here it is. FRO reference stock announcement by Euronav BV. Potential transaction. Okay, so it looks like there may be something going on here. Confirms that Frontline and Euronav are in discussions on an integrated solution to the strategic and structural deadlock in Euronav. Don't know, don't care. What I do know is I like the chart pattern on it, and we're hoping to possibly take some profits here as we're now in the money on this name, but don't want to celebrate too early as we're having definite trouble breaking through that $0.5 level. So that's my look there. That's my first trade of the day. FRO up 6.5%. We'll get to the side charts in a minute, but we'll send it over to you, and you can talk a little bit about what you did this morning.
Yeah, sure. This morning, I hope you guys are doing well. This morning wasn't too. It was definitely eventful, but wasn't too great for me as I did hit my daily risk limit today. A little bit of an outlier tilt. I got tilted basically. Let's say that kind of falling into some bad habits there, and we can talk about what happened there. I traded two names. One of them, I'm sure you can guess. Amazon, of course.
Gonna guess.
So I had a couple longs here off the 126. And the 126 was interesting yesterday. Yesterday we saw kind of aggressive buying that came in at the 125.80. So that was the idea there. And I did take a couple of scalps there into the 128 push below, fails to follow through, pops back in, but it can't really push past the quarter of the 126 and holding underneath the VWAP as well. So I just got out of that for small profits and then just left it alone. Clearly, very, very directional on the day as that level from yesterday that did hold pretty well across the whole day, actually, right? This 125.80s area, and that cracked today in and around that 10 o'clock mark. Take a look at that strong sell that comes in off of that economic number at 10 a.m. So yeah, definitely missed a short on that one. That was definitely a reason to short, right? You have support from previous day, which was pretty significant. That gets broken underneath VWAP. You might want to look for a short. I definitely messed up on that one. But here is what kind of shut me down on the day. And yeah, we are trading on TMS right now. But okay, so idea was, okay, the oil is definitely in play. We're watching it kind of sell off, pretty strong sell off yesterday. So coming in today, after seeing this kind of craziness, this failure to follow through of this 111, I'm starting to get short in and around this 109, right? My mistake. I am not listening to the tape. I am not listening to the chart. When it fails to follow through 109, I'm getting even more aggressive. So here's a couple of points. Coming in this morning, I didn't have too much. I took a look across. I had a couple names on watch. I did have XOM on the list, but I didn't necessarily have any levels to work with other than the 110 and the 109. Other than that, no real plays, not even on Amazon. I was like, I have no idea. We'll just take it. We'll take it by ear. And if there's no trade that shows up, then whatever. I probably just don't want to touch it. But you get caught up in the sauce and get lost in it a little bit. I got a little lost in the sauce on the short idea on XOM into the 109. Pops into VWAP. I'm like, okay, well, we saw VWAP sellers were definitely there yesterday. And the idea, the only thing I did write down beside XOM was not a level, but I wrote down a question. I said VWAP sellers question mark. And I didn't even wait for those sellers to kind of potentially show themselves. I was shorting it down here, bit of a chase into the level, and kept on adding into this into a loser. So clearly, very bad trading, very bad risk management. You know, a bit of tilt, and obviously watching Amazon from the corner of my eye, I'm seeing it that it broke such a significant level from yesterday, and I might be a little tilted that I missed that short, and I'm fighting the long on this one. So bad habits on there, but it seems like that 109 keeps on testing, but let's see if that 109 will push back below today. So that was the morning for me. Bit of a chop, bit of a bad risk management. Got to refocus and come back stronger tomorrow. But as of right now, we're just going to try to take some reps on TMS. You know, we're just paper trading here, but the mindset, I'm trying to preserve it as best as possible. I'm not going to change. Still going to take the same reps that I would if I was trading live. So that's all for me, Sharif. That's what my morning was. I took a little bit of a long here on Apple off that 173. We saw that 173 was kind of holding yesterday as well as a bit of over under, and I'm just looking at this for a potential bounce on top of 14.7. Whether we get that or not, it's yet to be seen, but clearly the trend is to the downside. So I'm going to see if we kind of go a little sideways as it is approaching that lunch hour right now. But yeah, that 173 is what I want to interact with on Apple. I don't have any other ideas really right now. So throw up your trades and your ideas in the chat, and we can take a look at that.
Yeah, when you said stronger than yesterday, bro, the first thing that came to my mind was, you got to know, Brittany. 'Cause I'm strong. Come on, bro. Yeah, there it is. There it is. The Katina man knows exactly what I'm talking about. Obi has no idea. Obi's like 12 years old.
Yeah.
No, just joking.
I don't know about that.
Oh my God.
Sure, there might be a relative difference if you want to make
there
that.
is,
If you make that statement, yeah.
All right, we're still doing this dance here at below the $0.50 on FRO, 6 1/4. We've got where do we have 40? We have 42s. Okay, so we're waiting for this $0.50 break, but I got to tell you, I don't like what it's doing. We're not really testing the $0.50. It's a little tricky, this one. We'll see. We'll see. Guys, I'm not disrespecting. I love this guy, man. He's younger than me. In fact, I'm kind of jealous, to be honest with you. So no disrespect whatsoever to the Kenobi. All right, and we're also involved in this Meta 300 hold. Very small size because it is making lower lows. We're going to get out of this one if it breaks the $0.50. So 50 pennies risk on Meta. It's a recycled level. The production team is preparing the trade of the week, which will be on Meta to drop on the weekend, and it's going to be a 300 hold where there was that triple bottom from like 2 days ago. So it's a recycled level, no question about it, and the more times we get to that level, especially coming north to south, the more likely it's going to break, okay? And it's not a hard and fast level. Like, we have technically a 299.50 level, but when you look at the majority of the closing prints, they're all north of 300. We just got a beak wetter right there at 20s. To take a little bit of profit. So we're going to try our hand at this Meta 300 hold. The only thing that I don't like about it is that you have multiple rejections off the 50. You have multiple lower highs, all with a flat bottom. You know, you guys heard me talk to Adara about this on the midday as well. These are descending wedges, and usually they result in a flat bottom break. We're going to give this one a try. 50 pennies worth of risk. We get something out of it, great. If not, whatever. The other one, again, back to FRO, still very much consolidative. You don't necessarily have a lower low because that lower low was this bottom wick where I got an addition right here. It's a partial addition. That's why it's kind of blue and not fully green. That means it's a partial fill. We got at 31s, 32s, pardon me. And yeah, we haven't made a newer low since then, but we also haven't made a higher high. So that's what I'm looking at there. Those are the two names that I've got on board. When I look at the side charts, though, you know, what stands out to me immediately is the relative strength of Apple. Everything is down 1+% except for Apple. Apple down 1/4 point. Netflix 2 1/3. Microsoft 1.15. Meta 1.8. Google and Google both 1 and 1.1 respectively. Amazon almost 2. Tesla 1 2/3. Everything weak right here except AAPL. You could make the argument AAPL has been slapped lately, and so maybe there's some exhaustion in the selling. We'll have to wait and see. But the relative strength of Apple showing me, you know, it's an interesting name. I forgot to mention NVDA. How could I forget to mention NVDA? Up 0.42% on NVIDIA. We got to include this now in the Mag 7, right? We can't forget about this bad boy. So up 0.42 is NVDA. Closed out yesterday just a smidge below that 44.5. Come to the chart, guys. 440.41. And now we're at 442.5 with a lot of volatility, no question about it. A bit of a double top, though, there at 445 on the opening hour or so. So we'll keep an eye on that. Relative strength in Apple, in NVIDIA. We'll see what's what. Again, that meaningless tautology. Back to Meta, because we're still dancing above 3, but we are still south of the 50, from which we've rejected on every single attempt since the opening break. So that is why I don't like this trade, but I'm going to give it a try anyway. I hate saying that, because why, if you don't like the trade, why are you giving it a try, right? But the point is, the 300 has defended multiple times. I guess what I'm trying to say is I like part of the trade and I don't like part of the trade. I like the fact that the 300 level was a level. It's been a meaningful defended level. Clearly, somebody with a lot of money is buying this at 300. It's not just a day trade. Somebody's positioning into this because it's multiple days now from which 300 has been defended. And at the other side, the trade intraday, I don't like the rejections off 50 from the north side. I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to say, with lacking a lot of eloquence. But when you look at the daily as well on Meta, that 300 really shows itself as an area where it's consolidating after that big move up in July. Let's have a look. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is Meta's daily chart, guys. Look at this move up, you know, obviously off the October last year lows when $86 was the price. And then look, we make that big move up late July where we peak out at 325. And then look at this consolidation area around 300. I mean, to me, this is an obvious, it's an obvious area that we have to take note of. So that's a look on Meta. That's a look on FRO, pardon me. Nothing otherwise involved in anything else. I know that the, you know, there's a bunch of other stuff. There's VFS, there's Grom, there's Rivian, Femi's even having itself a day. So we'll have a look at those maybe as the hour goes on.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we got a little long there on Apple off that 173 hold. Got a little aggressive. As you can see, I was short before initially into the 173, and then I saw some strength, which was like, okay, I get an idea of what Apple might be trying to do here. We have that 174 marked from earlier, but take a look at that VWAP magnet. So right, that's what I'm looking for right there. Bit of a trend to the downside, but we're churning. So I like the whole thesis of the trade was you take the long potentially for the VWAP test. As we can see, that VWAP is an interesting level in and around here. So let's see if that comes into fruition there. That buying pressure looking nice into this 173.40s area. So let's see if that can even come in there. But yeah, the market's kind of chopping in that heavy sell out the open. I think I was noticing. I was talking about this with a couple guys there in the back, where a lot of the moves for the past couple of weeks, like it happens in the first hour, and then we kind of just do like a chop and churn for the rest of the day. And it seems like today we got a pretty heavy selling right out the open, and right now, as it's almost lunchtime. It's 11:15 here. But yeah, the bit of a chop and slow down there of that downward momentum. We're starting to go a little sideways and cooling off a little bit. So maybe a potential retest of VWAP there on Apple is in play. So let's see if that comes into fruition. I am still watching this Meta, man. This Meta 300 hold is absolutely wild. We were talking about that level defense on Meta, and still holds that 300 over and over again here on Meta. I put a little alert there at the low there. So if we crack that, or we kind of push back towards VWAP, who knows? But there's a clear defense happening at that Meta 300 level. I'm curious to know where that will take us going on further in the week there. I don't see my positions showing up there, so maybe I think they have it set to live there, because I am trading on TMS today. But yeah, let's see what you guys are trading in the chat. Throw it in the chat, because I want to know on a day like today where I was like, okay, well, you know, I don't have much to
this guy's Sticky Note Nation over here, eh?
Yeah, shout out to Sean, Sticky Note Nation there. Trying to build good habits, but the thing is, the plan wasn't really there. And if there's not much of a plan, why am I trading? I even wrote down in the notebook, I was like, no plan. If you have no plan, why are you trading so aggressively, right? The idea was to short into the 109, and like shorting all the way into the 110 makes absolutely no sense. Like, what are you doing? Obviously, not a clear-headed day there for me today. So gonna see if I can get some good reps in and come back even stronger tomorrow. So that's the goal here, and let's see if we can take some of those reps there. People asking, what about Amazon? Yeah, I got Amazon here. I'm watching that 124.50 holding, bit of a sideways action there as the market kind of slows down as well. So let's see if we can catch a bid back up into that 125. That's what I'll be watching. But that trend out the open, very, very strong. We saw that, or yesterday, I was pretty aggressive in and around this 127 for the short. And coming in today, I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe we can pop back into these pre-market levels, and maybe we can be presented with an opportunity to short. That doesn't really give you that out the open. That 127 straight quadrunk back into 125, breaking yesterday's day lows at like 125.80s, where it was bid up nice and strong. So pretty directional there. Broke a significant support from the week, and we're headed lower to the downside there. So we also broke that 14.9 and 14.8 that we've been chopping around with on the NQ. So I like that for the short bias, right? So I guess the last thing that I'm waiting for is this meta to break 300. I think if this meta breaks 300, that can definitely bring some sort of selling pressure there.
Like
it's
that,
been holding it. I mean, no, I'm just saying. I'm just making if-then statements, right? If meta breaks 300, then we may get some selling pressure across the board there, because as that level has been defended pretty strongly over the past few days. So interesting stuff.
All right, yeah. Well, we're gonna try our hand at META. It was good to us earlier in the year. Maybe it'll be good to us again today. So we'll check. It's definitely, it's a counter trend trade. There's no question about it. 1.8% south, and here I am buying. So we'll have a look. Now back to FRO. Very much consolidative, sideways here. It doesn't, well, it's not giving up the ghost, but it's really got to make that move above 50. I mean, we've made that move here, but then look at the quick reversal, right? So the short sellers were clearly standing in the way. What is the short float on FRO? True to form, I forget to load trade ideas, which is typically what I do, because that's where I look for the short float. So let's go ahead here and load trade ideas. Just minimize these bad boy windows. All right, let's find out what the short float is on FRO. What is it? 5%, nothing to write home about. So yeah, 5% short float. That's probably not gonna be a squeeze candidate in any event. We'll wait, we'll be patient. The out though, this right here. You make a new low, and that's the end of it for me. That break of the 20 level, stop is already in place. We'll have a look. All right, Carvana. Max's favorite stock. This one continues to head to the south side. 7% today. I mean, I really never knew why this was running. We talked about, used cars being, what the hell just happened to the chart? All right, I'm gonna have to load that bad boy up again. One moment, Mr. Kenobi, as I complain and yell. Here we go. There we go over here. We'll load that bad boy up. Is it already on CVNA or AM? What are you doing, bro? On New York. Oh, they're not linked. Okay, I'm going to have to link them. All right, well, we'll get to that one in a minute. What? No, that's window 3. Okay, we're going to have to link that to Mr. 3. Apply. Okay. I did a good job. There we go. All right. Right? Let's bring in the side chart here. We'll look at the daily on CVNA. Again, like I was saying, there's been a huge amount of deflation pressure in used cars. So why this one was running up, all summer long, essentially from May onwards. Yeah, when did it really get its footing under it? Yeah, it had a big move in January, but May onwards, early May till now, I mean, it was trading at $7.50 in early May, pardon me. Gets up to 62 bucks, a bit of a double top, no question about it, here at 57. And then look, we're breaking this trough area, which was at 38 bucks, give or take, 37.5, 38. Now we're seeing 35. So we are kind of breaking down below, and we are headed to to the 200 period moving average, which on my chart currently is that 33.25. So CVNA may have had its moment in the sun, and you know, there's a good chance this bad boy was running because of the short float. I mean, we talk a lot about the short float on Vana. Right now it's 39.22%. It was higher before. It was like mid to high 40s. It's since, I guess, reduced. But again, you know, to tell you the truth, these numbers, these figures on the short float are, you know, 14 days old, I think at a minimum. So they're, you know, take them with a grain. I don't want to say take them with a grain of salt. Use them as a general guide, but don't rely on them too heavily. In any event, Vana giving up the ghost today, breaking down now below 35, 7.5%, and it looks like it may be headed for even less green pastures. Now, we have an interesting level of support in this little pullback over here. Let me load this up and put in the ticker so everyone can follow along. CVNA. When you look back here at mid to early July, we do have a level of support at 35. Below that, though, there is a bit of a gap between 35 and I want to say this 30 area. We kind of topped out at this 30 area a number of times before getting the break eventually on July 10th. So we could easily see that 30, but you know, there's also the 200 period that we have to keep in mind at 33.25. So Vana giving up the ghost has been how many red days in a row? Not in a row, but look at this. There's only a few micro green days since September 15th. Since mid-September, we've dropped from 57.5 into now 35 bucks. So it's been a bad, you know, 3 weeks for Carvana, and you know, looks like the fundamentals are catching up with this name, at least for the moment, unless we can get another short squeeze to the high side. But there goes Meta, Mr. Kenobi, into the 50s, and we're going to get another beak wetter there, moving up nice into the $359 area. Haven't quite made it up to 60s. Let's go ahead and sit at the $0.75. Should we make our way up there? But the trade that is now starting to concern me a little bit is FRO as it retraces back into that that 1835 area, and it looks like, you know, we're going to reject that 18.5 for now. If this one breaks down below 20, that will be the end of the trade for me there.
Yes, sir. Just got to edit this so we can see this action a little better. Okay, so we got that test of VWAP on Apple. We were looking at that 173, and it pushed up into the 173.40s, right into VWAP, where these sellers have kind of showed themselves before, underneath the 174, and we take some pieces off just there, kind of size down most of it right into VWAP. That was the idea, right? The idea was looking for those VWAP sellers. So we got some out in the 20s because we kind of pushed up into the 40. I think VWAP was like 42 or something, or 43 a few minutes ago, 44 right now. But yeah, so when I saw that push into 40 and then pops back down, I pieced a little bit of it off right above the 20. But then you come back into that 40, so we take most of it off there into that, and then still holding some a little bit just to see if these sellers kind of come back in. We'll leave a nice feeler on to give us a feel for that long position there. Yeah, I was like, what's Mark up to right there? He's dancing.
This is hilarious.
Nice.
There he is. There he is. Come on, Mark. He's not only working, he dances while he works. So much does he love his job. Rob and Mark putting in hard work as usual. I'm not even sure what's going on back there, but there's some cable. They're laying some cable, so that means usually something is afoot over there. We'll ask them later, Mr. Kenobi. But yeah, break even again on this FRO trade. It's go break 50. Let's go. I mean, I get into it and then it consolidates. It went up all morning and then I get into it and consolidates. Come on, 6% on a headline. Let's go. $0.50 resistance, no question about that. We broke it. We got to 54s and then it 55s actually, and then it retraced, which ironically enough is where I had my first profit taker, but that's neither here nor there. What happened to my Meta level 2? There it is. Okay, Coming back into Meta because that's the one that's printing for now. Looks like we got a bit of a bump off that 714, 7.25 where we kind of based out at on the future. Possibly the reason we're moving up here on META. But again, we're probably going to encounter a resistance at 14,775. That's a consolidative area here on the future. Let's bring in the side chart to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. So we kind of had this consolidative period sideways here from around 10 a.m. to around 10:30, where the bottom end of the range really was around 14,775. So if we make our way up there into that 75 area, I'm going to expect resistance and possibly, you know, a corresponding resistance on META. We'll have to wait and see. But those are the trades for now. Put some more trades in the chat, guys. But as I look back at Vana finding a bit of a curl up here, about a few 1-minute candles going green, bringing it north of 35 again. We charted this on the daily. 35 looked to me like it could be a possible daily support level. But here's one way to kind of gauge whether the trend is changing. First of all, it's been rejecting the 50 period all morning. The 50 period is this line right here, the one that I've got my crosshairs on. So that's number one. Number two, there's a bit of, you know, I want to say a consolidative bottom at this 3560, 3560 area. If we can break through that consolidative bottom, maybe the trend changes, but I wouldn't be too optimistic about a move up on Vana on the day. Looks like we moved back down into FRO. Now I get my full fill off this wick. So again, this one breaks 20. That's the end of the trade for me, and I'm not going to average more into this one. FRO now coming back down, rejecting that 18.5 Kenobi.
Yes, sir. So I got out of all of the Apple there. We were looking for a bit of a slowdown on top of in and around VWAP, and we started getting a little bit of a slowdown. So that's reason enough to, you know, just stay on our feet, use reasons to buy, reasons to sell as our reasons to execute, right? So we had the idea. You guys were there, 173 into VWAP. So we also got a little bit long here on Rivian off of that 19. The 19 comes right in, and then there's a bit of a hold there. It is also what, about almost 5% down on the day. Holding that 19 there. I'm looking for a potential retest. Like it is trending down pretty strongly. It has what do you call a catalyst as well. Kind of going back, I think something about the convertible bonds or something right there, convertible notes.
Rivian?
Yeah,
green
something like that.
Kenobi.
But yeah, so it's definitely in play a little bit there on Rivian. Let's see if we can get kind of a push back up. But you can see it's selling off pretty strongly here. Very trend following type of move there on Rivian there. But let's see how this 19 kind of holds. Let's take a quick look left and see what I'm looking at here. So as we kind of broke already, we broke that 20 level. That was a great break. And then we broke that 1950 as well, but not really too much here as of until like 16, right? So 16 is the next significant support area, and we pretty much have kind of air until there. But I like that hold of the 19 that I'm seeing on the tape there for now. So whether this comes to fruition or not, it's yet to be seen. But that 19 hold seems pretty decent right now. Let's see if we can get even a reversion back in towards the 21 EMA. This pop here and this pop here we're kind of testing that 21. So maybe that 8 is the acceleration and the 21 is the actual kind of area where we're respecting. So that would mean about 20, 30 pennies of pop off this 19, and then maybe a continuation back to the downside there. Take a look at that Apple that those sellers in and around that VWAP kind of coming in hot. Let's see if it holds. That 174 is a level that I like, but we're making lower highs on the day as we speak, right? So as the market kind of pulls back in and chops around at the exact same place that it was when we started, maybe this anticipation of a full-on break doesn't really come into fruition, right? As we chop around. But yeah, next trade, people talking about AMC. Let's take a look at AMC real quick. So what's AMC up to? AMC just doing a little bit of a chop. maybe a nice uptrend in the morning off of this. Oh, okay. So yesterday's high, you got that break. We're consolidating on top of that. 850-ish area on AMC. VWAP happens to be right there as well. So yeah, I think I saw someone in the chat saying that they made some money on AMC today. Good stuff. Straight out the open, kind of an uptrend, holding VWAP nice and strong. But now we're kind of we've settled down and chopping sideways. As you can see, that expanding volume going into that uptrend move, and as the volume starts to fall off, we kind of lose that bit of pressure and start to go sideways as we await the next decision that AMC may or may not make. I'm watching the ES here. Maybe like this wick is interesting. Maybe we defend kind of these lows here. I was watching that 4,300, and we reject that right out the open. Definitely reasons to get short. And I'm fighting the short on oil, which makes absolutely no sense. Thinking back at it, but you know, it is what it is. We learn and we move forward, and that's why today is we're just taking reps on TMS here. Sure.
All right, Kenobi, I have to mention Nat Gas, guys. Nat Gas is absolutely flying on the number that we just got at 10:30. Natural gas storage consensus was 92B, whatever. I don't know what the hell B stands for. The actual came in at 86, which is below expectations. Previous was 90. The less we have, the more expensive it is. Supply demand. I'm looking for a real cold winter, I'll tell you the truth, because I'm invested in this one in UNG, and we are up 6 1/3 on the actual futures contract, 5% on UNG right now. Very pleased with this one, but let's see if we can get continuity. It's not called the Widowmaker for no reason. Somebody asking why Boyle is up 10%. Well, this is a 3 times levered product, so be careful with that. Is it twice? Sorry, 2 times levered, not 3. On BOIL, $62 it just broke. Big boy move, 7%, 7 3/4% since the bell. Nat Gas having itself a day. We'll see what we get, man. I mean, I've been excited about this one before, only for it to come and disappoint me later. So, yeah, buying it at really all historic lows. And so, you guys know what I've been talking about for this one for a while. UNG breaks $6. That's I'm out of the trade. Period. End of story. I'm not holding it anything below $6. It's at 7 1/3 at the moment, with 15.4 million shares done on the day. UNG, by the way, is a fund for nat gas, crude oil, heating, oil, gasoline, and other petroleum-based fuels that are traded on the New York Mercantile Exchange. So that's the reason I got into that. Yeah. All right. So that's what we're talking about there. Now back to FRO. We're still 1 penny out of the money on this trade after this big dip down, but it does hold this level that we talked about, this general level. In fact, it closed above it. So for now, support holding, but, you know, still not breaking out through 50. So nothing doing there. Holding the support levels, but not breaking through resistance. We're kind of in a consolidative area. Waiting on META, looking for this one to break the $0.75 level. We've been waiting a while on META, and I don't know if we're going to get it. I'll tell you the truth, because the future is down big. Where are we at here on the future on the NQ? 1.12. The ES down three quarters. Sorry, is that 3/4? Yeah, 0.75%. We'll see. Here we go. META moving up. Do we get the $0.75 fill? We're dancing around 75 cents, $0.75. We're not quite getting the fill quite yet. It's not crossing. We'll have to be more patient on that. But nice move up. I'm seeing some good moves up on big tech in general. Google move up. Mr. Kenobi coming into that 134.5. Stressla entering that 258, 258.5 area. AAPL breaking through 173.5. Amazon's bit dead money today, to be honest with you. Near lows at 124.70. And Meta, very much like Amazon, near day's lows, but I think that the saving grace for this trade is that 300 level that we talked about. NVIDIA showing relative strength on the day, up 0.8 now, 0.82. NVIDIA is pumping up here, very close to day's high, just about, I would say about $1.25 off day's high right now for NVDA, up 0.82. Thanks, Reliable. I like in both my longs, but you know, neither of them is printing yet, so we'll have to be more patient on that one. And Katina Man's watch is blinding me again. as I just got a quick reflection there off the rollie.
Nice.
I just want a rollie, 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 and a double band. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I know that song.
Yeah, you know that song. I love it. I like how you have to point out the ones that you know now, because there's so many ones that you and I don't seem to have overlap.
I know some old.
We get
old
along
ones,
very
but
good,
like,
despite the fact that we have different tastes in music. Me and you off camera are good friends.
yes, sir.
Go for it.
All right, so that Rivian, we talked about that Rivian 19 hold, and we're only looking for about 20 to 30 pennies, and take a look at that. We're at 19.20. I did like that hold on that 19 right there, and we talked about why as well. This is just a 3-minute now. You can chart it on whatever you want, but I can see that on this, we kind of we're respecting that 8, and then you pop into the 21, and then maybe that is the ultimate kind of a factor there of resistance, and whether we can get above it or below it, then that can give us some direction of where Rivian might want to continue going forward on the day. But something I'm also noticing is that the markets are kind of bouncing a little bit. We saw Sharif talked about that pop in large caps there, in a little bit in the Mag 7 there, as Apple kind of pops right back up and holding VWAP now as the market takes a bit of a turn off of this consolidation that we were doing for about 45 minutes there on the NQ. So let's see where we go from here. I'm going to be looking and watching for this Rivian to kind of come and push into the 20s if it can even get there. And if it gets back to 19, that's fine, as well as the trend on the day is very strong to the downside.
You know what I haven't heard you say in a while? Can you guess? No. The trend is your friend.
The trend is my friend. Yeah, maybe I should be saying that, man. Like that fighting that XOM in the morning. Goddamn, like definitely. I was fighting friends on that one where the pressure. I mean, here's the thing, man. I even wrote it down. I was like, you saw 109 fail to follow through. It dipped into it and aggressively bid, not once, not twice,
but thrice.
But thrice, right, you know? So if I can't respect that, I'm clearly not in the right mindset, right? If I'm not respecting the price action, if I'm not respecting, so there's probably other things going on, which, you know, we can get into that after. But okay, we got a piece of that, a little bit piece of that out on Rivian there as we push into the 20s. Let's see how far we can get here. That strength kind of coming in, wiping out the book there on the ask a little bit there. So nice little push there on Rivian as we push through that 21. Maybe I want to take a little bit out here as well, because we're getting a lot more than we expected off of that 19 bounce. So we have traded pretty strongly to the downside all day, and the market's starting to curl a little bit. So I think it's fair enough to expect a little bit of trend respect on Rivian, playing the counter trend into that 21 or the 8 even, if you see that's respecting there. So we got out about half of it there, and let's see if we're going to continue, or if we catch a bit of a sell and get heavy, I'm more than willing to give it back to the teens there. But this chop and churn on Apple, I like that. Let's take a look at some of these other tickers just to check that market pulse real quick. So Apple, that's already up there. Microsoft, okay, so Microsoft holding below VWAP there. That 315, Sharif, coming back in.
Yes, sir.
We talked about how that 315 has been kind of playing in and around. Microsoft has been playing in and around that price.
Yes,
and
sir.
take a look at this consolidation where the market is chopping and churning and kind of sideways consolidating. Microsoft can't convincingly break past that 315, and now we're holding and pushing back into VWAP. So I like that as well for potential long buys. So what's the next one? Google, of course. Google already broke its VWAP, pushing back into pre-market consolidation lows here at the 134.60. That's pretty interesting. Let's see if we can catch some resistance here. But the fact that we've kind of made it back above VWAP, we have clearly broken this downtrend, and we've reclaimed VWAP. So those are two factors, two reasons definitely that I'm looking at for a long bias there. And the fact that Apple's kind of consolidating like this, a break of that consolidation could give us some reasons to execute as well. What's next? Let me check some NVIDIA right there. NVIDIA, wow, take a look at this range right here, 445 to 440 once, twice, and it's giving it to you again. 445 coming into play there. Let's see if we can see these sellers that were there already at that 445 in the pre-market and twice out the open. Let's see if they show up again, and if 445 acts as a resistance here on NVIDIA as the market kind of pulls back up. If the NQs kind of push back up to this 14.8, I think the probability of that 445 kind of pushing through and maybe exhausting a little bit becomes a little higher there, because the NQs are at its lows and NVIDIA is at its highs on the day. So if the NQ kind of wants to do a bit of a reversion, even a 50% reversion of this straight quadrunk that we had out the open, I think that NVIDIA is nice and poised for for fresh highs past those 445. If it does come in, right? If it doesn't, and sellers do come back in, I think that's a great reason to get involved on NVIDIA there. Sharif, am I missing anything? Let's take a look at Meta. Crazy. Meta 300 holding. That Meta 300, you talked about this yesterday. I heard you talking about that 300 hold. 300 to 301 once again, and VWAP test. So that 300 defense is definitely there on Meta. What the hell am I doing, as Meta 300 seems to be the gift that keeps on giving?
All right, man. I got to remind everybody that Fed Chair Barkin is speaking at 11:30, so he's 13 minutes deep if he started on time. I looked at my news blotter. I typed in keyword Barkin. Nothing came up, so at least for the moment, I don't have anything to report on any statements that he's made, whether or not he's responsible for this, you know, whatever 25, 50-point bump that we've got here on the NQ, no idea. I have to also remind you that Mary Daly speaks at 12, so in about 17 minutes, she's slated to speak as well. And then Fed Chair Barr is slated to speak at 12:15, so we've got 3 back-to-back right there. 11:30 for Barkin, 12 for Daly, and 12:15 for Barr. Yeah, and that's basically the end of that. We had a couple of Treasury auctions at 11:30, the 4-week and the 8-week. That was done. Then we had Nat Gas prior to that, and then we had Mester obviously speaking at 9 a.m. That's come and gone. So we're just reminding you, a lot of Fed speak today. You know how it is. After the FOMC meeting, we have the ending of the blackout period, and then before the November meeting by a couple of weeks, we'll have a new blackout period, which they won't be speaking in. So yeah, get used to that kind of stuff when you're doing intraday trading. All right, FRO is starting to take me off here. It's making lower lows, and this is not the look that I'm looking for on FRO. Now we are 6 pennies out of the money as this one dances at the 35-penny level, 18.35. But look at this. You have the crest, a lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low. I hate to sound like a broken record, but this is what chart pattern reading is all about. I think, you know, my initial stop was the break of 18.20. That's where it is right now. But I'm starting to think if this one makes another lower low below this wick at 18.23, I'm going to cut it, right? Like, why would I wait for, you know, I don't know. I'm thinking out loud here as I go. This was, you know, a momentary resistance level. How long? It's like 6-7 minutes, right? It's not the best resistance level off which to work. I think I'm going to move up my stop to about 18.22, give or take, about 8 pennies from here. I don't want to give back too much. So that's my look on FRO. I'm not happy with how the trade is unfolding. We got a perfunctory break through 18.50. We didn't have any continuity. We had a dip back down. We have the dips back down have been bought up. That's what's kept me in the trade. You'll see this one over here, hammer candle gets bought back up. We have the same thing over here. It dips momentarily into 18.25, gets bought up to 18.45. So that's what's been holding me in this trade. But I got to tell you, that's just not enough for me. And if it makes a break below 18.25, I'm cutting it. But Meta continuing to head up here. I've got a beak wetter at the $0.25, and we're right at that $0.25, and there it is. We get that move back up into Meta. Are we going to get a 301.5 break? Meta just broke above VWAP now, guys. VWAP was at 301.07, so it's broken above VWAP from a while, but I want to see a close above our friend VWAP and not just a quick wick and see you later. But we're looking for continuity on META out of half the trade so far. The next beak wetter, the $0.50 Obi.
Yeah, I like that. Go ahead, DJ.
I like
bring
that.
that back.
I like that.
You look at that, 19 coming back in. So we followed the plan right there. That's what we're trying to do. Today we're trading in TMS. We're trying to put in the good reps, trying to have proper reasons and follow the rules, what did we say? We said that 19 hold was nice. Let's see if we can get a rebid back into the 21. As it's been following and respecting that 21, we get that 21, and then I piece off most of it, and I say if the sellers come in hot again and it pushes the teens, I'm going to get out of everything. And I did get out of everything right there in the teens, and we're back at that 19. So let's see what 19 will do. That was the idea there on the initial test of that 19. What it's going to do now, that's a whole different trade. I'm not really concerned about that if this is going to continue to follow that trend. Took a quick scalp there on Apple as well, just a quick Momo scalp for about a dime on a push on this churn. I see that this churn keeps on chopping around, so I'm like, hey, if it's going to keep on doing this while we stay a little indecisive, then yeah, might as well take a piece off of that action. It makes no sense if it's going to keep giving that to you. But that 301.50 there on Meta, Sharif, I like that. Take a look at that top from before, that 301.50, as we blast right through that and holding a VWAP. So now maybe I do want to take a trade on Meta here, but what I'm going to be waiting for is if the price can hold and consolidate above this break and above VWAP in a convincing manner, and we get some confluence on the tape as well, I think it's a valid trade to kind of push into the long. The long was definitely down here at the 300, but this is reasons to buy as well, is what I'm talking about. If that can start to do that, this breakout, that's great. I don't want to chase the break initially, but if we can break, kind of relief, come back in, chop in and around top of VWAP, maybe we can fill this gap up into that 303 on Meta there today, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
It seems like the market is doing a little bit of a bounce. Let's see if that 14.8 can come back into play today.
Yeah, I got to agree with Mr. Kenobi, but I think, you know, I don't know, just based, it's just a hunch, obviously, but I think we'll find probably resistance at 14.8. We may find resistance right here. We talked about that 14.775 being the lower area of the consolidation between the time of 10 and around 10:30. But a half an hour consolidation period here on the NQ earlier on. And I was theorizing that this probably, you know, former area of support could become resistance. So let's see if we get the rejection here. We're like all from four points off it. But I got to agree with you, Mr. Kenobi, 14.8 likely the better level, the 100-point level. Then you're looking at VWAP possibly at 14.828. In fact, you know, then we have 14.9 as a resistance level, and then we obviously have yesterday's close. We are far removed off yesterday's close, 14.923. Yesterday we closed out at after a good ADP jobs number. How many jobs numbers are gonna, you know, tilt this market to the upside or the downside? We got JOLTS, shot it down. We got ADP, shot it up. Today's shoots it down. Then I submit to you, we got the big kahuna coming tomorrow, the non-farm payrolls, and this will kind of dictate the pace of, I think, where we'll go, maybe starting from early next week, because, you know, if we get a strong jobs number, this market is just absolutely going to sell off, because then, you know, the market will start pricing in that the 25 bip point hike in November. I looked this morning, and the market's pricing in only a 30% chance or so that we get that increase in November. Let's have a look at the Fed rate tool. Here it is. This is the November meeting, November 1st. Look at this. 78.4% chance we stay put, 21.6% chance we get that bump. Even in the December 13th meeting, 65.7% chance we stay put, 30.8% chance we go higher by 25 bips. And this is after multiple speakers, including the chair himself, have said we probably will get another rate hike. Now, it doesn't have to be this year. We've got more meetings into next year. There's another one in January. Well, look at this, 62.8% chance, Mr. Kenobi, 0.8, that we stay put in January, with a 28.5% chance that we get that hike. So, you know, so many things to concern ourselves with here, and so many data points with which we have to, you know, stay on top of. Anyway, let's go back to the price action here. Meta coming back down into 301. We got the beak weather through the $0.50, but right into that $0.25 we go, right into VWAP, I would say. Let's see if we get that hold. We were expecting possible resistance at 14.775 on the NQ. We got it at least momentarily. to FRO. FRO continuing to make lower lows, man. This one breaks a quarter. I'm ending this trade. I've already adjusted the stop.
Nice trade there. I'm watching. So that Rivian broke through that 19 pretty convincingly, and we're making new lows on the day as well. Got a little aggressive here on the Apple short as it started to look like maybe we can head back down towards this 178. Let's see if that comes into fruition. But that buying pressure that just came in this past couple of minutes, that was pretty aggressive there. And yeah, we might be a little in trouble in this on this one if the price kind of rocks through this consolidation, as we said before. So I might be getting a little too aggressive there. Ideally, if I want to be shorting and it's a range, it's a chop in the range, I want to get long near the bottom. I want to get short near the top. And clearly, I'm punching in short near the bottom here. So not putting myself in the best position to kind of take this move and manage the risk properly on that as we kind of rip right back to the upside there. What's going on, Sharif?
Jovi wants you to look at Amazon if you can. I figured, how
Sure,
could
yeah.
I
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at Amazon when I got the Amazonian next to me here, bro? It would be a disservice.
I just man, I know nothing. It's just I just use it as a tool to kind of understand the large cap movements in the market there. But yeah, we can take a look at Amazon real quick. Apple's kind of pushing that high pretty nicely there. I got to keep a close eye on that one in a second. So yeah, Amazon pushing back up into VWAP. That 124.40 hold was pretty decent. That 125 as well. Kind of pushing. You know what? I want to get out of this right there. Thank you. Come again.
There it goes,
Okay.
meta, man.
So yeah, that pressure was definitely. We talked about again. If this consolidation breaks, I think it can be pretty directional, and we're breaking to the upside. Whether we kind of continue and follow through, that's a whole different story. But definitely on this break, there are reasons to buy, and because I am short, I will get out of that position. All right, so Amazon, let's take a quick look left and see what's going on with Amazon here. We talked about this level earlier today, this 125.80. Take a look at this defense. Pretty strong here. Let me get that out of your way. Pre-market holds 125.70s. Out the open, you have strong pops all the way into 127.40s and 127.30s, right? And this is where I was getting short yesterday, as I was like, okay, sellers are pretty strong underneath that 128, and then this is that level of consolidation from earlier this week. If you take a look left, this 126, 127 area is definitely was support before, and it was resistance earlier in the past couple of weeks. So I was looking at that 127 area, give or take a quarter on both sides, as an area to get short yesterday, and that's why we were a little aggressive there yesterday. But coming in today, the same idea comes into play as sellers in and around that 127, 127.30, 40, 50s are very aggressive. Don't even get those prices out the open and straight quadroon to the downside into 124, which has been holding as a base. Take a look at that pressure, that buying pressure that kind of comes in yesterday off this 124 area, and then you have a heavy selling day, and take a look at where it stops. Right at that level. So right here, this 124.5 to me seems like a pretty significant area to keep in mind, right? So if we break below this, then yeah, I think the sentiment might be a little clear, as if you want to use that as a support turn to resistance area. But right now, it is acting as support, and we're pushing back into VWAP. Again, level of concern, level of interest right here is going to stay 125.80s. Let's see if we can use that area as resistance right now, if we can get past VWAP. If the market chooses to turn, which it is doing, and this 14.8 kind of snaps, I think we have more than enough room to come in and knock on the door of this 125.80 there on Amazon. So we got a little bit of a slowdown there on Apple. Didn't really convincingly break out. Like, we did break out. We're holding above the range as of right now. But if this range, the way it kind of chopped and churned and winded up, this move, I guess, in my opinion, could be a little bit more powerful into that 174, and we're not really seeing that right now. That could come into play, so maybe we do have to be a little bit more patient for that. But that 14.8 definitely coming in. We can see that consolidation from 9:30 open, from 10:30 after the open right there underneath that 14.8. So that's going to be an area of concern. Let's see if we can distinctly push past that. I'm watching Rivian as well, kind of turning around that 19. Nothing too interesting. Like I said, I don't necessarily want to be involved anymore. That first initial test of that 19 was nice. All right, so I'm seeing some people in the chat talking about AMD, so let's take a look at AMD real quick. Okay, so we talked about that 100 level, kind of a key area yesterday, and take a look at today's low, Sharif, right there. So you have strong buyers that kind of come in yesterday, and we send the move almost 4 points to the highs off that 100 level. Coming in today, you pretty much take back the whole move, and those buyers and that support on top of that 100 show up once again. So definitely a lot of key levels kind of working in this market. A lot of supports and resistances from recent days kind of showing up again as some of these players might be doing some multi-day movements in and around some of these prices here.
Obi,
Apple
I have
looking
to
weak.
interrupt. GM is absolutely flushing here.
happening? Is that news?
They got a headline. Thank you for whoever alerted me in the chat. They got some issue. 20 million vehicles potentially with explosive airbags, or look, GM look at
way.
this. GM has at
yeah.
least, this is reported by one of our partners here at Benzinga. GM has at least 20 million vehicles with potentially explosive airbag parts. NHTSA holds meeting to consider whether to order recall over the airbag components. GM says it continues to investigate the cause of the problem, reported initially by the Wall Street Journal. That is not something small, guys. 20 million vehicles, and I know how much these airbags cost. They are plenty expensive, and like they needed any more problems. So, and I say that tongue in cheek, of course. Big news coming here for one of the legacy automakers. Don't know what to make of this, but yeah, keep your eye on GM, down 2 2/3 at the moment. But let's go back to our MET trade. Look at that rejection off that 302. We had a $2 winner here on META, but as it comes down big, that 14.8 level, we got to, where did we get to? We got to 14.793. So Mr. Kenobi, absolutely accurate in his assessment that where we could find resistance, 14.8, like clockwork, rejecting like a few points and bringing down all the big tech names. Take your pick. They're all retracing. Meta, chief among them, retracing off that 302. Where did it come into? 302.20. I had a beak wetter at 302.20. Exactly. Didn't cross, but that's fine. Coming down over $1.25 now into $300.75. Do we settle down here, or do we come back right into that 300 area out of the majority of the trade? So very happy with this trade, but you know, still holding some. Would like more, obviously. Michael Lloyd, labor costs are estimated between 88 to 111, while parts are priced between 533. Okay, so I'm assuming labor costs 88 to 111 million. Parts will cost about 533 million. Thanks very much for that, Michael. That quantifies the damage here that they could see. GM, big news in legacy auto world. And I got to tell you, man, it is not a good look for these legacy automakers. I was listening to the Wall Street Journal podcast this morning. They were doing a little bit of a compare and contrast between GM and Ford and what they're doing with their EV battery plants. Ford, you know, making a deal with a Chinese EV battery producer, CATL, I believe, cattle. And you know, there's a wording in the Inflation Reduction Act that kind of prohibits them from doing that. It's really how it's going to be interpreted. GM taking a different position. They're going into business with a South Korean firm, and they want the Biden administration to come down on Ford, saying, you know, they're going to have it a lot better if they're able to do business with the Chinese, this, that, and the other. So GM already at a disadvantage with respect to its own legacy auto competitor. Forget about the disadvantage it has with Tesla and some of these other players. So GM doesn't need any more problems, but it looks like it's going to get it. Big news here if this news item actually is true with respect to airbags, reported by what I would consider to be a kind of a reliable news source, the Wall Street Journal, but they've been wrong before. Let's see what ends up happening. We'll see if Mary Daly makes a statement of sorts or whatever we get. Keep your eyes posted and your ears out for that. Mary Daly is the Fed chair. Thank you for that, Katina, man. Yeah. All right, let's go and have a look at FRO right back to the top. Do we get that $0.50 break? Come on, FRO, we're at 49s, baby. Let's break that 50. We're not getting it quite yet on the name, 6.5% with a headline, but that $0.50 area has been absolutely stubborn. Whether we break it or not, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We got the bully. He's at the big desk. He's getting ready for lunch money, so make sure to hide that money wherever you can. Pockets, socks, whatever you got, baby. What do you got over there, Kenobi?
Nothing much here. I got a little short there, getting a little aggressive there on GM off that news. But I think people in the chat saying it's just passenger bags, not the main ones, so we're fine. I don't know about that. But like Sharif said, it is the airbags.
Yeah, they're expensive, bro.
Yeah, so I did get a little short there. Kind of want to exercise this idea of the bad news. We saw that initial reaction. It's already been selling off. Definitely some trend there from the past few days as well, right? Take a look at this. Let me get the spaghetti out of your way. Let's take that VWAP off as well. Okay, so take a look at this 15 right here. We have been selling off quite significantly on GM, and this is a bit of a strong action here, some negative news. So let's see if we can kind of catch a stronger sell there on the GM, as it already was in quite a nice chop and churn downtrend all day, and this move, this catalyst kind of accelerates the move downward. So we got a little heavy into this move. I like this kind of breaking news kind of play. Let's see if we can crack that 300, that 30 mark on GM as it comes right in right there. So maybe some more reason to get a little shorter there on GM through this 30 break if it can get there.
Man, you know how big the float is on GM? Let's look at this.
Oh, yeah.
1.3 billion share float. To move this around is, there's got to be a lot of volume and a lot of money flowing through this. What's the volume right now on GM? 5.4 million. What's the 5-year average? You have a 5-year average? Yeah, we'll get to that, I guess.
I don't have a 5-year average. I can give you a 14-day average volume right there. A 14-day average volume is 10.4 million.
Okay, so we're
41
nothing really that bad.
Billion market cap.
All right.
41 billion market cap. So,
Obi, you want to sign out to everybody?
Oh yeah, okay, right. It is lunch money. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one.
Lunch money time.
Let's get into some lunch money here. A lot of things moving in the markets, even an attempted bounce in the overall market after a nasty move to the downside this morning. The shorts were absolutely paying off, but it's all about what can you look at now, what's setting up for lunchtime and the afternoon, what key levels are out there, what are we going to do? And I wasn't going to start this off with GM, but while that was going on, I absolutely have to mention this. You can't look at GM without pulling up the weekly chart. Anybody that has not seen what $30 is on GM, this is a weekly. The 2022 bottoms multiple times off this 30 level. Huge support level on GM. If that cracks, it gets really nasty. You got to go all the way back to 2020. There was a higher low in the pandemic, about 28. So underneath 30, you got 28, and it's air underneath that 30 level. Absolutely nasty. It just recently broke a flat bottom at 31.5, and now we're at that monster level on the weekly chart. When in doubt, zoom out. If this thing were to bounce, like false break 30, there's a reason this level could be big, so this is what you should be keyed on right now for General Motors. Keep your ear to the ground. Any updates on that story, of course, will be all over. I know the midday guys are going to crush it as well. Do not want to ignore, I heard this already, and I think Obi said it. Sometimes you do not want to ignore the gift that keeps on giving. Just do not get away from the things that are absolute gold. So this is Meta. You can see what's going on with this stock on the daily. It's not doing a heck of a lot on the daily, holding that 50 period. Well, what's the line that continues to hold? It's just 300. This is exactly what the stock did pretty much all week. Certainly when it gets to 300, the fills have been allow it to get under, look for the long in front of 299.5, and then go to the upside. And when it bounces off this level, shows that strength, there's just buyers down here. Like, how many days do we have to see it? And if it stair steps up, then you want to work the longs off of this level. It might now be that you're looking a little closer to the 301 for a higher low if the market is going to hold out this bounce. You got to get through that 14.8. If 14.8 is taken out to the upside and we put a bid under that, I think you like the Meta long. That could be a 302 level break. But you got to respect this 300 level. There's no way you're trading this without saying, This is where you want to be in. This is where you want to respect it. And I can't believe I'm not even in it myself, and I'm kind of kicking myself. But if you get over 14.8, meta above that 300 level, I think it can trend back into the upside. Respect the level on the futures because that's been a big wall. A lot of trouble getting through it. Previous support often turns into resistance. That's what we're seeing at 14.8. I don't love the longs as you're getting to that level. You want to get them before. Meta 300 is about as good as it goes. There's a reason we show you these, we started off with GM and showed you that $30 level. If you're watching like a host of names today, DoorDash is a perfect example of that. Look at the daily chart of Dash and a flat bottom break and what it can do when it breaks that bottom. Huge acceleration to the downside, right? So pull up that chart when you get a chance and then look at the break. I think it's 74 and 75 broke and it was nonsense. Shopify is the next one that could have the shoe drop. Now, it hasn't happened yet, and this is a couple of days in a row, but the reason you look at these levels is because when it happens, you don't want to be looking away if this is your thing. So there's a couple of dark pool wicks underneath 51, but this has been holding on the daily, that 51 level. Double bottom, you go all the way back into mid-August, and then you've been holding this double bottom recently at 51 even. There is, like I said, one dark pool wick under. That was Fugaze. 51 is the low. That breaks. You have a lot of air on the daily till you get to $46. Now, I'm not saying that if you short 51, you're going to go all the way to 46. But if the market continues its trend to the downside, 51 breaks, you can't get to 50. On a break like that, you might risk 15 cents. You might risk 20 cents. I think sometimes on a big risk, you might put in 25 cents worth of risk. It doesn't matter. That is a monster level, and if it goes, it could be an absolutely fantastic reward. We love these. Sometimes you look at one like Liado, and it gaps through the level overnight, and other times you get to trade it potentially as the level is going. And you know what? Instead of just saying it, I mean, we talk about these all the time. Like I can show you what it looked like on Liado. This is Liado breaking that flat bottom. And this is what eventually happened. Like even though it gapped through, still when it opened up a full $1 underneath that level, it still took another $1 to the downside on the first day and is still trending down. DoorDash, I just mentioned, when it made the flat bottom break today, like it was already looking nasty. It gets through that double bottom on the daily and oops, flush city. This is what you want to be a part of. So on the chance, simple chance, that Shopify could do the same move, that's why you want to be there. Because it's an obvious place where a lot of people are going to put some stops. Yes, you have to respect the fact that $50 is a big psychological level under it, but these are the kind of opportunities that you put a star beside, and if only 1 out of 3 of them work, you're going to be absolutely fine because the potential is huge if it is going to make that break. Can't talk about a day like today without mentioning Amazon. We got Obi on the midday. Big cap tech has obviously been a bit of a thing. And I think we talked about Amazon on the pre-market show, and I don't know that I'm going to say anything incredibly different here because the level I liked from the morning eventually came in. Let me just throw up. I want to use a daily in the 15 maybe here. So if you look at the daily chart, there haven't been too many gigantic levels on Amazon in terms of finding that support. And when you look at this one on the weekly, it's not necessarily as clear. I mean, the top has been pretty clear on the weekly for Amazon. But in terms of finding a support level, you can try to force things around this 125, but there hasn't been a heck of a lot to dig yourself into. That said, if you simply looked at yesterday's trade, it ended up bottoming out. How far can let's just pull this back. If you just look at if you look at yesterday's trade, you had this nice little bottom underneath 125, right? Like underneath 125, pre-market and the previous day into 124.5. That's where the support was. You had a big time, you had a close down right at the 124.70-ish area. Then you made that bottom right around that same area. This is where it consolidated. Liquidity grab under 125, bounce around 124.5, and then the move to the upside. Now, will it go all the way up? Usually I'm expecting no, right? Like I'm never the person that thinks you're going from bottom all the way to the top of the range. Where would you think you might get to? 126, kind of an obvious dip spot. It showed us some weakness at 126. You're still about 50 cents away, so there is at least one dip buy back into 25 on a trend that can get you to 26. I'm inclined not to believe this is a fall and rally all the way to the top kind of day. Doesn't feel like that to me, especially if some of that resistance holds in the futures. If we fail 14.8 and there's a chance for an Amazon at 126, I think that's what you take. If we're still actually holding the lows and you get a dip and you can play off those lows, fair enough. It's a great level. It's already been a double top for you. I think you want to be very patient. I wouldn't trade it in this particular range, not taking 125.50 in either direction. I think diddling in the middle at lunchtime is a very good way to get yourself into trouble and just start shaving off pieces of your net for absolutely no reason. You're just going to get shaken out of every single trade, and nobody wants that. The one trade that if you're short, you probably haven't been shaken out of this one. That's Rivian. Impossible to talk about movers in the market without talking about Rivian today. So I'm going to get, I don't have a fail key up here, but obviously shorting Rivian today would have been the play. I don't think, thanks, Sean. That was you, right? I don't know. Okay, well, whoever hit it, maybe it was Ramin. Thank you. Obviously shorting Rivian was the way to go. And I'm not just talking about, like, look at this thing, whatever. It is what it is. You can see the last couple of sessions in here, and it's frustrating when you don't have this move. You know it's not great news. I said 21.50 was kind of like my over-under price. Like, if it breaks out that price, you can think about it kind of taking that news and shoving it you-know-where, and then you get a bit of a squeeze because it has a short float. And it didn't. Like, you got right to 21.40 at the open and then just flush. It was not quick, did not grab the short, and then once it was too far gone, it was like 20 bounce for the SSR. Try the 19 bounce for the SSR, which, you know, a couple of times was okay. But you are stair-stepping down. The only thing standing in the way, if there's no support at the 200 period on the daily, then there's no support today. I don't know what to tell you. You come to the daily chart and you look at what has happened from this recent pullback. The 200 period sits at about 18 and a quarter. You're going to get the round number of 18. At that point, you're flummoxed. You're already down like 25% or whatever it works out to be. It's hard to imagine after bouncing once off the 200 period moving average that if we see that today, that isn't a shot at Rivian. Now, if you took a 20 long, you had to make sure you paid yourself out and not hold a bunch of it on the way back in. Your alpha is taking that bounce, getting profit as it's bouncing to the upside and shorts are covering on the pop because the trend is going to the downside. If you get that bounce, I'm not saying we get back down into 18. It's possible we've already made the bottom on Rivian, but there is no way I can look at that level and ignore it. It is way too big of a level to ignore that one. But the crazy movement has been to the downside. I'd be remiss not to pull out that daily chart and tell you about that 200 period moving average. This one is just for myself. Well, okay, it's for everybody, but the second easiest short today would have said, I don't care what the news is on BlackBerry, and they were actually splitting up. They're looking to IPO, split the business in two, and then do an IPO so you have two separate companies, and the market's saying, yeah, that's a good reason to just continue to sell. And that's exactly what has happened here. You're through $4 on. I mean, look at this is not earnings, by the way, but you're now through $4. I'm popping this one up because they're destroyed, and if we see 320, it's a monster level. Going all the way back to last year, 320 is the bottom, so you're under 4. I think if you get to anywhere near the 320, that's your shot to take some kind of a long. It is trend down. For the afternoon play, I just look at it at 390 and say, well, why not try to join trend in front of 4? It's got a lot of room to the next support level. There has not really been much of a bid on this. Like, you're trying to drum up excitement. It doesn't even have a short interest anymore. Like, what's the short float on this sucker? 2.5%. This was a meme stock. This was a meme stock in 2020. It's 2.5% shorted. Like, look at the weekly chart on this thing. Like, this was double-digit short float in meme days. Got absolutely shellacked. Is still looking like trash, and even the hedge funds have stopped bothering with this sucker. It's only 2.5% short flow. That's when you know nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's hilarious to me, like 2.5%. Like, why would shorts have bothered getting out of it? They could just be holding it forever. It's kind of, I'm laughing at that. I actually didn't realize it was 2. I knew it was small. I didn't know it was 2.5%. I don't have a BlackBerry anymore either. That's the funny part of this. Maybe it's bad because Arun and I give up our BlackBerries, but I mean, short in front of 4. It's a short till it's not. If it gets to 320, I think you take a shot at it because that's a big level on the daily. 2.5% short float is freaking hilarious to me. Okay, we're going to end it with the chip names because I know that's what everyone cares about, I think. You don't care about BlackBerry. Look at NVIDIA, the undisputed, there's probably something stronger now that I'm going to say this, the undisputed champion of the Mag 7 today. Look at it bust out this double top at 4. What is going on here? See, I don't have a program, but I have no idea what you guys are showing this whole time, but that's fantastic. I love it. Here's Gift Horse. You guys are hitting all the keys. You can hit some bangs, too. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be chuckling about BlackBerry for the next 15 minutes, just so you guys know. Like, I'm going to get off camera, and I'm still going to be laughing about the fact that hedge funds are throwing away money by stopping to short this. But anyways, NVIDIA with the 445 breakout. This is your strong name in the market. There's no question about it. If you're looking for big cap tech to carry us to the upside, this is your litmus test. Super, super strong name. There's nothing else to say except for the fact that the market's bouncing off lows and just trying to break out highs. Look at the buy action. It's a complete rejection underneath 440. Liquidity grab under, bottom to top, higher lows, good climb to the upside. I don't think you want to short this. If you lose going long today, like why not have it be on NVIDIA? So if we hold on, as I say this, it's probably going to take out 445. But if it holds on to 445 and consolidates up here, don't fight this in power hour. If this reversal holds in the market, you don't fight NVIDIA, right? Like if maybe it goes 450 today. Like that's not a crazy idea that you could see the 450 on NVIDIA if this market does want to at least attempt to get green. It wouldn't even have to get green necessarily for 450, but if we get anywhere close, you could. The reason I say 450 is, I mean, check out the daily chart. I mean, you can see the resistance is at 450. Your 50 period is at 450. I think that's the natural target for longs. When you're $5 away, if you hold 445, the trade kind of writes itself. On the other end of the coin would be AMD. Well, maybe not completely on the other end of the coin. It's not that bad. AMD is, you can kind of see this, right? Like, look at the lower highs. I'm not going to draw a trend line because then if I do, then Shreef's going to make fun of me because I made fun of him this morning. So you can kind of feel like the trend line declining. No, your trend lines were, the one you drew wasn't that good. That's why people were making fun of it in the chat. But I do it the same thing. Like, you're quickly drawing some, it's terrible, but the lower highs on AMD are obvious. Now you've held 100. I'm inclined to think there's a chance AMD holding this 100, liquidity grab underneath, hold the 200 period moving average, higher low at $100. If this breaks this channel on the trend to the upside, you could take out 105 and just be flying on AMD. Now the problem with that is you're nowhere near the 105 level today. You're trying to hold on to 102. So if this is a 100 hold, which it looks like right now, and let's just say NVIDIA goes crazy and you can't grab it. AMD at 102 gives you like a lot of room to the monster resistance level, which I think is at 105. If it holds on to 102, if we hold on to 14.8 on a bid, I think 102 is your level. If it's underneath 102 on AMD, you don't touch it unless you're playing off the 100 level. So that's kind of like my line in the sand in either direction. Under 102, I'm thinking short into 100. If we hold 102 and the market's strong above 14.8, then I think you've got a ton of room to the upside. AMD was the big runner in the afternoon, that last hour of the day. If it can pull off the same magic, you know where it can get to. Do not write off anything in that last hour, especially when it comes to the chip names. We're not gonna hold green or get to green without these two names in here, so they're the ones you're gonna want to watch. So that is lunch money for you. NVIDIA is great, BlackBerry is trash. Not telling you anything you didn't already know, but let's go back to the desk. We've got Shreef and Adara.
We weren't ready. Adara and I were talking about like grade 6 dances and Usher.
Yeah, and what Usher will perform, because we're all curious. But we'll wait and see.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be back. Happy to be here. We're going to be trading it up.
Let's go through the day. I see you got some triangles on there.
I've got Tesla on. I am pleased as punch to talk about my Tesla trade today. So this is actually my first dollar trade. Because IMPT, we got out just before it hit $1. So I got out 90 cents here, but this guy here, this was over $1. So basically what we're doing here is my whole week, my mission this whole week has been to basically try to play these mega caps, right? It's gone well for me so far. I have no complaints. We're actually trying to get in at Tesla again right now. We're just waiting. I put my fill a bit lower because like we're trying to get in lower now. That's what we're trying to do. So I'm waiting to see if it dips to that because we're seeing the baby dips here, right? Like we got a little dip here, we had a dip here. So I was kind of noticing this pattern, and I thought, you know what, let's try to get in on this. I've had good luck with Tesla so far, you know, playing the patterns. We're edging towards VWAP. I thought, you know what, this could be of note. So I got in, and I actually am pretty happy with where I got in. Could have gotten like slightly lower on this candle here, but you know what? We got in, it worked out. I'm not going to sit here and complain. Just, you know, just reflections, how you can make the trade stronger, right? So we stayed in for a nice amount of time here. I was very patient. My patience paid off. I dumped half my shares here at the 258.60 because I was noticing we were bouncing around that 258.58, 258.40. I was getting a little bit nervous. I was like, let's just get half out here so we can breathe for a moment. And then we got the rest out here at 258.80. Could have stayed in longer, but you know, I had to like eat, get ready for here. So yeah, I mean, like I'm basically trading for about 40 minutes before the midday. So it's really just kind of what trades you can make, right? So I'm happy with this trade. I have no complaints. Hopefully we can get back in as these baby dips continue to kind of form here. And then let's take a look at Apple, which was my other mega cap success du jour. So Apple, this is one I definitely think I got in too high, maybe, but I mean, like, you know, we kind of got out here. I'm happy I got out when I did too, even though obviously it did get higher, because like for a while here, we were just kind of riding this kind of flat level. Obviously now we're higher. Apple could be one for me to look at again. But yeah, I mean, like today it's been a huge lesson of just like playing the levels, looking for the baby dips, as much as it's like a, you know, kind of a weird phrase. I guess it works, right? And then yeah, playing VWAP again, because we played VWAP here. We were edging towards VWAP on Tesla, so I would still argue in my mind anyway, that was kind of, I was looking for the VWAP there. Last but not least, I want to talk about AMC, because I actually got in on AMC on the VWAP. And I'm happy I got out when I did, because we didn't really get much higher than that, right? We kind of tanked from that point. AMC, we didn't have any specific news today, but the reason I felt like good about it is A, we had like, you know, we've got good volume. We're at almost 10 mil, so it's been a really strong one all day. And then also with AMC, we've kind of had like catalyst after catalyst. We had the Taylor Swift movie, we had the Beyonce movie. Neither of which have come out yet. So, you know, next Friday when the Taylor Swift movie comes out, I expect there to be some buzz there. So I'm going to keep my eye on AMC. But yeah, I mean, we played VWAP here. This trade worked out. I have no complaints. I do want to reflect on one trade that I'm not the proudest of, because we live and we grow. And that was me deciding to go long on Rivian, where I decided to go long on Rivian. Because what I was thinking here is I was thinking, you know, I just wanted to like, you know, play the baby dip, get a little bit of a swoop, get in, get out. I was not planning on staying here for the long haul, but I got in way too high. I should have got in around where I got out, ironically, but I did not. This one was a bit of an L on my part. But, you know, to quote 21 Savage, taking less L's, making more M's. So, you know, let's see what happens. We live and we learn. How are your trades going?
Amazing. I mean, $3 winner on Meta here, off the bottom, literally bottom wick. And then look at this top bad boy over here. Coming back down now, but with the majority of the positions out, we literally only have 3 more outs on this bad boy. So, you know, watching this one. The one that was irking me all day now is a winner, a 20 penny some odd winner, as we move into that 18 and 2/3 area. Got another beak wetter at 68. We're going to wait to see if we can get up there. But topping out here, making a new high, new higher high, higher low. Happy with this FRO trade. Let's look at the 5-minute chart. Look at this. This is a nice entry point. I mean, this is the one that I was kind of concerning myself with. I'm like, wow, you kind of took it top. We average in, and it makes another move up. Now, the level that I have to concern myself with is that 1880. That's where the 30-minute chart shows that we could find resistance. And that takes us back to September 29th, 1880, the high there. You got to really go farther back than that to find another resistance level. And this takes us all the way back to August as well, where we had resistance at this level. Let's go to the daily here and figure out where we could find more resistance. Yeah, man, that definitely that 18 3/4, 1880. This is a double top. I need to really be cognizant of. We are very much near those highs. To find anything higher than that, we're going to have to go all the way back to February and March of 2021. Best we could do there was at 1950. We'll see. We got to clear this hurdle first before we start looking at that. So great trade on FRO. Happy with it. It was bugging me earlier, but it has since you know, gone in the direction that I was hoping and thought that it would go. We'll take some more beak wetters now. 7 1/3 in the direction. Meta still decidedly above VWAP. Only 3 more outs on this one, so I don't want to, pull the trigger too quickly. I want to let this one run and see if we can get maybe a 303 touch. Pumped about that. Let's look at some new movers here brought to my attention by the chat, the trusty old chat. Hampton's Trader telling me GRTS moving again. This one was a mover from yesterday, so it's a continuation play if it can go. Now, we're just barely above break even on GRTS. 245 is where we closed out yesterday. Look at that big move up off that $2 area, getting all the way up into 253. Ended up closing out, like I said, 245, lower than the $0.50 level. We gap up in the open, and by open I'm talking about 4 a.m. We get up to 262. Haven't quite made it up there yet, but a nice series of higher lows and higher highs here, taking us now into that 252 above the $0.50 area. GRTS, keep your eye on this one. This one could get going, but I think the volume on this one is still a little suspicious on the day. It really hasn't propelled itself north like we did yesterday. Only 3.64 million shares done on the day so far. Keep your eye on GRTS. This one could get going. VinFast doing bupkis. Femi giving back everything it had earlier in the day. FRO, this is the one FRO over here we already talked about. Going to leave that one to be. But look at Meta go up again into 303. Oh, baby. There comes another beak wetter. If we can get that fill and we get it, we spend the money on that one. $3 winner on META. It's still negative on the day, baby. The Katina Man hitting the awesome. Appreciate the Katina Man support. But we're still negative on META. Well, I'm not negative. I'm talking about the fact that we're red on the day on META, 0.89%. Still no Greensville for Meta, even though it's tried to recover a little bit off that 300 level. Let's go back to FRO before we send it back to Adara. Kind of putting in, hopefully, what we will see is a bull flag here, holding the 7-period moving average with a bit of a top here at 65, 66. Profit taker at 68.
Nice.
Adira.
Hi. Yes. Hello. Me. Yeah.
Hello, me.
So it's me. Yeah. So let's take a look at some other. I've got like my kind of headlines up here that I want to take a look at. I mean, let's take a look at VFS, because when I came in this morning to make the email and saw that VFS was rallying on amazing revenue, I was shocked. It was shocking. Now it looks like it's kind of chilled out. I think that was more of a pre-market move. But like, if you look at like the spikes here, this is, I guess, around open, everyone was like, oh my God, VFS, and then, or VinFast, or why do we keep calling it VFS? Ticker. But yeah, VinFast has had like quite the day. We're below the VWAP. We're playing around here, but we are we're still positive on the day for VinFast, which given VinFast's whole, sorted past and, market time so far, that's really, go VinFast, almost at 3% up for the day. That being said, this book looks really flat, doesn't look super liquid. We're at like 5.5 million volume. The lack of movement here has given me a little bit of anxiety. Do I think I would get in on VinFast? No, I do not, but I think it's interesting how much it was moving this morning, and I thought it would be worth a look here, which is why I pulled that guy up. I also want to take a look at Levi Strauss, not because I think it'll be moving a lot right now, but because we do have those earnings tonight. Oh, what did I just pull up? I love when I accidentally pull up the wrong chart. Okay, Levi, here we are. Here's Levi, apologies for that. Yeah, I mean, we're under 1 million volume. Yeah, like I guess we're doing some movement. We're down on the day. But yeah, I think this one will be of note because we do have Levi earnings tonight. So I think keeping an eye on that one, keeping it posted. There's some play in the baby dips around here. Like you could maybe hop in and out. Again, though, the book is not moving a lot. There's not a lot of action, so we're a little bit queasy. Let's take a look at Tesla, because I got back in on Tesla based on the position board. Okay, Tesla's still doing things. Happy I got in where I did. Yeah, I think like basically my main lesson of the week has been, and I don't know if this is always going to be the case, but I think like when I first started trading, I was like, oh, I think in my mind for whatever reason, I thought that like the smaller caps or like the little, stocks making moves of the day were kind of a safer, smarter choice for whatever reason. But now I think I've learned that, at least for me, at least right now, I think I'm a mega cap trader. And I never thought I'd say that. But here we are. But yeah, so we're just going to let Tesla do his thing, 21 for a little bit here. We're going to let him run. And yeah, we're going to keep checking back on that. What do you have going on right now?
We just took another profit taker here at 67s on FRO, now about 32 2 pennies in the money on this name, 7.5%. This one keeps heading up, but really being cognizant of the fact that we probably have a resistance level at the $0.75. It could be coming any time because it doesn't have to actually wait for that $0.75 level. Got another profit taker waiting at 68. We'll see if we can get that move up, but it's been a good recovery off that 18, let's say in a quarter, 18 and a third trough, and then it's been stair-steadying up on the, basically up into the right. This one does have a headline. It was a bit confusing for me. The Katina man is yelling about something over there, meaning that the market is huadunking. I think he's short. Yeah, we only have 2 more outs here on META. Got a beak wetter right there at 303. Now it's coming right back down into 302.5. We'll let that one ride. But let's talk about FRO because FRO did have a headline. Yeah, I wasn't really too sure what to make of this. Euronav surges after shareholder offers to buy Frontline 26% stake. So FRO is Frontline. Euronav is the company looking to acquire it. Here it is. In Thursday, Euronav is up 16.3%. That's URN by the EURN. In Thursday's trading after saying shareholder CMB is offering to acquire Frontline, which trades under FRO, up 26.1%. Or Frontline's 26.1% stake in the company for $18.43 a share. So this is already trading above the buy price. So that's trading at a premium. Okay, so I didn't even know this was a buyout. $18.43 a share, which will be followed by a mandatory public offer at the same place. Euronav said the proposed deal would also involve peer and shareholder Frontline FRO purchasing 24 very large crude carriers from its fleet for $2.35 billion. So that's the look there. That makes a bit more sense. The other news article I had read was not as succinct. So happy about that. We just got the print on FRO as it makes a new high, baby. Did we get to 70? Yes, we did. 1870 now, HOD on this bad boy. We got the print at 68. We're going to let this one run. I'm seeing 70 again show up on the ask. Trying to be patient. Meta back into 302 and a third. Not taking any of these ones out. Going to be patient on both Adara.
Yeah, so of course I get in on Tesla when the market starts flushing. But yeah, I mean, like we're not like too bad so far. We're like pretty, I think I'm like maybe like 10 cents out from where I got in. We're like flushing a little bit though. I'm trying to get out ASAP. I put my stop at like 259.75. If I can make 15 cents, I'm not going to be complaining. That being said, we might change it. So I'm going to keep my eye on my guy Tesla over here. Right now it was Stressla. Earlier today he wasn't Stressla to me, but now he is. Funny how that can change in minutes. I guess that's why so it's Stressla, right? So true. But yeah, someone here, Randy, mentioned AMC. You know, Adara AMC. I love AMC, as we know. So let's go to. Oh my God, why was I not in on AMC? That, you know, because this is crazy here. If you got in at the bottom of that AMC and wrote it up here, like good for you. I'm going to check the news on AMC here because that is a fantabulous swoop. What did I just say? Yeah, swoop. No, yeah, we don't have anything here in AMC that I can see. But yeah, I mean, like, I think this looks like a point of a resistance here, that 80.62 area. So I think, like, will be interesting to see if they can kind of go above 80.62 or if we're going to have, like, continuous swoops down here. So I think this will definitely be of note, this 80.62 area. Because, I mean, this is where we kind of, from here, we've almost seen, like, we don't really go beyond that point, right? Like 10:30-ish, right? So I'm going to keep an eye on that level, that 862. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to Tesla and see how much Strife is. Okay, Tesla's continuing to go. Tesla's dipping below VWAP now, so I'm going to see if I can cut my losses here and get out. How are things going with FRO?
Good. Let me have a look at Stressla for you. So let's see what we got on our friend Stressla. Let's bring in the big boy chart.
Let's do that.
All right, where are we at here? So
no, we're good.
Yeah, the 260 area is interesting here, Adara.
It is.
Full wicks. And remember what I told you about this? When you get like all these wicks and then it closes south, it's the same thing when you have buyers at a specific area and when you have sellers at a specific area. Good eye on that. I really like how you were able to point that out. In the morning, we definitely had a 260 support area. This general area over here on our friend Stressla kept getting bought up. Yeah. And then we had a big move up into 263.60, which is HOD. And so former area of support looks like, at least for the moment, become resistance. But Tesla could absolutely get going in a hurry. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But I think you may not have seen the end of Tesla on the day.
That's true. Yeah, I'm trying not to give up too much. I'm like trying to sell half my shares right now at like that 259.50, so it would only be 15 cents out of when I got in. But like that's what I've been doing lately too, because I think, and I mean like I don't know, this is just still a strategy. This is just strategy I'm trying, right? But I find like if I'm really stressed in a position and I'm not really sure where it's going to go, so like the situation with Tesla where we're hovering around VWAP now, having quite the swoop down after having a pretty steady incline up for like an hour and a half now almost. What I've been kind of do is just trying to like get rid of half the shares. You know what I mean? Because like, and you know, I mean like obviously still you could still lose more, or it could be like you should have gotten rid of all of them at that point. But I still find it to be, at least for me, like, you know, Obi's always talking about the mental. And I think like that to me, that's a way of managing the mental stress is just like, you know, you only have half the position to worry about.
See the book he's reading?
No.
Yeah, it's like the mental game of poker.
Oh my
gosh. A lot
gosh.
of transferable skills.
That's cool.
Let's just put it that way.
That's really neat. Yeah, I guess
reading
it's
up
like
the storm in the green room.
That's really cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Kenobi's always educating himself.
That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I think like that, like even just hearing, you know, today talking about like the mental element of trading and like, you know, coming into things with a plan, I think that's really important. That's something I've been trying to do more as I continue on my journey of trading. But yeah, so right now we're just going to try to stay chill and we're going to try to dump half a Tesla right now. And if we want more later, we can get more later. But right now it looks like we don't want much. So that's Tesla. What else are we going to look at here? Let's see if there's anything in the chat.
Well, I'll cover quickly NVIDIA while you have a look through that.
Cool.
NVIDIA has been very strong today, guys.
Yeah, it has.
It is one of those ones that is decidedly green, one of the Mega 7, or the Mag 7, not Mega 7. That is, yeah, very much in the green. Apple's up 0.12, but, you know, not anything close here to NVIDIA, 1.15. And look, we talked about this yesterday when we charted NVIDIA on the daily. It has been moving counter to the market. You know, we've been selling off aggressively late September, early October. NVIDIA kind of bottomed out after its huge earnings move up, and then it's been stair-steadying up, you know, on the price, moving up possibly into that 450 again. It's 445, 93 high of day today. Yesterday, we closed out at that 440, 43, 42, anywhere around there. So just sub the $0.50 at 440. And now it is stair-stepping up, baby. Look at this incline, this nice trend line. Yes, this is a good trend line, Neil. All the way up off that 438.88 bottom, catching those bottoms, baby. And looks making higher lows and higher highs. It's been a good move up for NVIDIA. I don't see any specific news for it today, is there?
Yeah, I kept looking too because of all the strength. I couldn't find any.
Thursday. Here we go. So Taiwan Semiconductor is collaborating with the NVIDIA Corp and Broadcom to expedite the development of silicon photonics, a technology poised to revolutionize data transmission in the semiconductor sector. Silicon photonics merges lasers and silicon technology, offering a superior alternative to traditional copper cables by facilitating faster, more secure data transfers by integrating light with electrical transmission. WC F-Tech reports. Okay, I didn't actually see that headline today, to be honest with you, Adara. So it does have a catalyst here. What is TSM up to? TSM is also up 0.75%, up into the right, higher lows and higher highs. Good day for TSM today. And so it looks like these names are definitely getting the bump off there. Meta, though, finding definite resistance at 303, rejecting that 303. The Katina May taking that one short. Hope he's printing on that. We're still a couple of bucks in the money. We're going to let this one just go, baby. Only 2 more outs on this bad boy. So no point really taking anything out here. Just kind of hoping for the dream. Maybe we'll hit a 305 or something. Let's flip back to FRO. Definitely finding some resistance at that 1870 area. Not able to really break through that level decidedly. Let me just pull up my side charts here to figure out what the high a day is on that. Yeah, 1870, still the HOD. Looking for that 75 touch. We know we're likely going to find resistance at the $0.75 level because of where the daily crests are at. So keeping an eye on those. Let's look at GM quickly here. So the Kenobi one had this one short. He took the flat bottom break through that 30.5. In case you're just joining us, GM could possibly have up to 20 million vehicles recalled. for airbag deficiencies. We're going to have to wait and get more information about that, but the Wall Street Journal reporting that not long ago. Somebody brought up a good point in the chat, like, hey man, GM doesn't actually make these airbags themselves. They're going to have a supplier who's going to likely be on the hook. Well, I would submit to you, yes, maybe you're right, but they're going to actually have to front the money, do the fixing, shoulder the labor costs, and then they're going to probably go after that supplier for the money, if that supplier can even cover that. You know, a lot of these guys may end up going bankrupt. We'll have no idea. So we're going to have to wait to get more info on that. But GM down 2 2/3 today, down a lot lower, finding some support at 29.75. The 1.3 billion share float taking a dip today, and it didn't need any more bad news. This has been bad news central for these legacy automakers. I talked about that on the top of the hour. You know, maybe we'll get some more information as the day goes on, but tough day today.
Yeah, so Stressla got more Stressla over here, by which I mean it is continuing to stress me out. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying to hold on because, like I said, we're trying to be a little bit more patient. We're trying to breathe more. We're seeing like a green candle wick here, so I'm gonna hope that that is followed by a few more green candle wicks. But yeah, basically, like, if I don't like what I'm seeing within a few minutes, we're going to try to get out. We're going to try to cut our losses. We're going to try to dump at least half. That being said, right now, though, just because, of, like, the strength that Tesla has had, like, today and even yesterday, like, it's just, I mean, I know it's down for the day, but, like, we've got that crazy rally here, right? I don't want to underestimate Tesla, but right now, it's kind of hard to not do that, just with what the movement is doing. Some people have, don't be a deer in the headlights, or deer in the headlights. Cut it. That is pretty good. I gotta say that's pretty good.
Come on.
That's great. I can't even. You know, you got a point too. I don't. Yeah, I mean, we're a little torn. We're a little torn on Stressla here right now, though. Some people mentioned AMD, so let's take a look at AMD. Yeah, how dare I not say AMD? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've got like I mean, a lot of these names is interesting too. It's like a lot of things are down for the day, but if you play on these dips or if you play off the VWAP, you can still do okay if you're gonna go long, right? At least from what I can tell here, right? Yeah, we're like off of that VWAP, you could get like kind of a couple things, right? Like you bounced off here, we bounced off twice, 3, 4 times. Now we're up and we're kind of around, so it'll be interesting to see if it kind of continues to play off here and continues to go up or dips down. But yeah, I mean, I think either way, you could definitely play AMD on some of these baby dips. I think it could be of interest. I want to take a look too at C-Day, which is like Ceridian Dayforce. It's like a work platform. That one had some announcements today. I guess they announced several new offerings at their customer conference. So this one I am curious about. Okay, yeah. So this is, I think, like definitely this is like a long play if you're, very focused, you're dedicated in it. Or you could just, get in, get out on the dips. I think either way, like for me personally, I'm going to take another look at C-Day. Although that being said, the volume is not great. We've got like a 3-cent spread, volume's under 500,000. I think the thing is too, is now that I'm getting so into chart reading and feel like kind of, like I have I'm not a great sense, but like a betterish sense, I need to remember all the other indicators. But yeah, so I'm going to keep my eye on Ceridian here, and we're also obviously going to keep an eye on our boy Tesla.
Is that the one that does payroll?
Yeah, they do payroll. Yeah, yeah. So they had the customer conference.
Yeah. Very interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here at AVTX. Shout out to Nimit bringing that to my attention. AVTX. Let's put that bad boy in there. 14 penny stock. So it doesn't typically show up on my charts because I filter everything below 85 pennies, just kind of how I live my life. But ADTX, let's put that in. Is it? AVTX, pardon me. AVTX. Let's look at this one, Nimit. Let's have a look first and foremost at the daily. Oh, goodness. Look at that. It almost hurt my eyes just looking at that chart. But yeah, in all seriousness though, where do we even start off here? July 2022, and then the big, starts with an S, came in June 26th. We kind of flushed from 470 all the way down. I don't even know if this earnings sub $1, breaking down below half a penny, coming into that 42 penny area, and it's been a tough road to hoe since that time. You really haven't been able to make any higher highs. It's been a series of lower highs, but we've kind of, bottomed out, if we could say, around that 10 penny area. There were times where we broke below it. Lately, though, 10 pennies has been an interesting area of support, but sadly, even on September 14th and then again on the 26th, we made a high and then lower high and lower high. But moving today, let's look at it intraday. Let's see what we can gather. All right, so looking at yesterday's price action, yesterday's we topped out at that 14.5 penny. We wicked up to 14.58. We're at 14.40 right now. Good chart pattern in the sense that it's holding that VWAP, multiple touches off VWAP here. So if you were buying off VWAP, this one was interesting. And it made a lower high too. That's the thing. So you could have been like, oh, here comes a flat bottom break, lower high with a flat bottom. It's gonna go south. Well, the bamboozlement came in, and it came in fast and furious. 1390 breaks, and you move up nicely. And this is like a lot for a penny stock. I know we're talking about, 2/3 of a penny here, but when you're sizing in 15, 20,000 shares, whatever you're taking on this, it adds up. So anyway, good chart pattern so far. I don't know what the volume is on this though. Let me look quickly. 47.8 million, okay, which is not that much for a 13, 14 penny stock, but good call out, Nimit. Strong on the day. It's up 7 2/3% right now. We'll keep an eye on it. Back to Meta, still at that 302.5, nothing doing there. We'll wait for a decided 303 break, but look at FRO, baby, breaking that 70 penny area. We get another beak wetter at 72. Let's go, FRO. Let's go, FRO. We're waiting for that 1875. I charted resistance there, Adara, on the daily chart.
Yeah, so we got out of half of Tesla, and maybe we should have gotten out of all of Tesla, or maybe we shouldn't have gotten back into Tesla. I do not know. We're heading below that 258, which is making me nervous. And you know what? We're just going to try to get out of all. And well, now I don't know. As you can tell, stress law is making me stressed. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy how this one can like give you such a good time. We had such a win earlier. We're in such a good mood, and now it's just kind of swooshing down, making us a little sad. Definitely a stock of note. I mean, it's always super. I guess part of the thing with big caps too that I'm kind of noticing as I kind of dip my toe into that pond is you can have like great wins, but you can also have great losses, and that's the thing to remember. Like you can have a really good day with it, and you're following the trends. You have some news like Tesla was having a really good news day yesterday, what with the safety features and the rear-wheel drive Model Y. So it was of note. I mean, now we're out of all of Tesla. So we're out. Was it sad? Sure. Should we have gotten out of it earlier? Sure. I mean, we'll learn from this, though. You know what I mean? Like I should have gotten out way earlier than I did once I kind of noticed this dip down. But yeah, I mean, you live and you learn. Tesla, we're not cool right now, but I mean, it was good earlier. So I guess it just like really like that recency bias is coming into effect again, right? Like you can have one good trade and then the next trade can be bad with a stock. Like it's really just super up and down. I'm gonna take a look at Microsoft here because we do have that Microsoft and Amazon story that UK regulators are looking into their cloud dominance. Like so many things with regulators now. Everybody's so Microsoft's like dipping below the VWAP here. So I mean it's gonna be interesting to see if we can bounce back up on the VWAP. And see if we have any other stories on that guy currently. Yeah, I mean the regulators. We also have the Amazon and the FTC, but that wouldn't. Let's take a look at Amazon then, because that wouldn't impact. I mean, Microsoft could be stair stepping back up, but I'm not really sure yet.
Did you hear about that secret algorithm that Amazon was supposedly running?
I've heard a bit about it. Yeah.
These guys, man, we gotta like count our fingers after we shake their hand, man. Honestly, like, I don't know if the chat has heard anything about this, but apparently Amazon was running a secret algorithm to kind of read their competitors and try to gauge their intentions and basically move up the price incrementally. And this wasn't being done by human input; it was an algo doing it, Adara. So yeah. So that's what the FTC is claiming.
Okay.
Claiming, and we know how the FTC's had it in for these big cap names. So let's find out more.
It's interesting too because I was reading this article that Lena Khan,
the FTC chair.
FTC, yes. So she, I guess, wrote a paper like years earlier at Yale about the Amazon and like these whole issues, right? So it's antitrust kind of stuff. So it's really interesting how, I mean, yeah, you're right. Like it seems like there's I don't want. It's interesting. I mean, we'll have to see
Yep.
what they end up finding. We still have the Google. Take a look at Google because we have that antitrust trial as well. So let's take a look here. Yeah, I mean, like so many plus, you know, we've got like the Sam Bankman-Fried trial. Like, I feel like there's in the world of like crypto and the markets right now, it seems like there's so many regulatory things going on, so many trials. I mean, yeah, Google could be, we'll see if this is like a, you know, more of like a stutter step up, more of like a swoosh upwards, or if it's more, you know, if it goes down. If you got long on Google though, around like 1045, that's awesome. Because we had like quite the climb here. Like we start like 133.5, like, yeah, I mean, like that's like, you know, like $1.50 climb in, you know, just over an hour, right? So I think Google definitely could be one to watch here, potentially for another long, but it'll be interesting to see also as we get into that area of the afternoon where sometimes, you know, the futures take a little bit of a dip back. It'll be interesting to see how these big tech names hold up.
Sorry, I was just typing in the chat
No
here.
worries.
I was just talking to Stankonia. He's good input there from Stankonia. What's also interesting is that Amazon was also using AWS and fulfilled by Amazon data, which was supposed to be private to knock off products for their Amazon Basics program. Yep, that's another thing being alleged. I mean, let's be real about it. You know, these big tech names are not without fault. It's just we'll see how much of it is intra-vires or ultra-vires, and that's just a funny way to say within the law or outside the law. So we'll have a look, and I'm sure a lot of this will come out. But what I don't like about what's happening is all this redaction from the lawsuit. Yeah, they're trying to say, you know, proprietary information. We got to protect our you know, their numbers and their trade secrets and their practices. I get that, but I think the public also has a right to know. It's a fine line to walk, I guess. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, thanks for that, Stankonia. I was doing a little bit of reading on that on the journal today. The journal always has like these long form articles on it. You got to subscribe to that bad boy. They don't give it free anymore. But you know what I did get? I got a TikTok, off record, TikTok that showed people, not me, how to get beyond the paywall for a lot of these pay sites. But I'll let you do your own research about that.
I think I might know.
Yeah, yeah.
I know there
TikTok's
is.
Amazing.
There is a way. I will say, because you know, if you explore a thing enough, there's ways to, you know, find things.
Right?
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
hypothetically.
Hypothetically, yes.
But-
Perfectly said it here.
Right? Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm trying to find if there's any news on Coke. I know Pepsi, we have the earnings coming up, but like Coke and Pepsi are having a bad day. And it could be, I know like earlier in this, again, we pull up the wrong chart. I know earlier in the pre-market, the morning show I overheard, you know, talking about how these diet companies are going to like maybe be, with all the weight loss drugs, are going to impact stuff like fast food, Coke, Pepsi. So I mean, this is a 4% drop though, right? Like I don't want to say that the kind of ongoing proliferation of weight loss drugs that we've had lately is the reason that this stock is taking such a hit, right? Because I mean, from open, we've gone down steadily. I'm going to do some more research here because I mean, like a 4% drop is significant.
Remember what? I don't know if you were around. Yeah, you were around when Neil was talking about this morning.
Yeah, I said like with the weight loss drugs. Yeah. So because I would think, but it's because it's a 4% drop. Right?
Yeah, that's not
if there was
nothing.
anything else more specific,
No,
right?
it's
But
not
there
nothing.
isn't. We also have Pepsi.
By the way, remember when I was telling when I was talking about Uncle Warren last week and how much money he was making from these dividend-paying stocks? I got the figures, baby. They're annual. They're not quarterly. Okay, so from Coke, Uncle Warren got $736 million in dividend payments. That's from Coke.
Oh.
That's just dividend payments. That's not even capital appreciation. CVX, Chevron, $743 million in income. What a coupon. Apple, $878.9 million. Occidental, which he's been buying hand over fist, $961.3 million. And Bank of America, $991.5 million for a grand total, Adara, of $4.31 billion in income-paying stocks. That's why people love the income-paying, but not everybody's Uncle Warren. That's the thing.
That's crazy. Look at that. I mean, I pulled up Pepsi here. We've got Pepsi. This one is also down about 4.3% right now, so a little bit more than Coke. But at least Pepsi, like this isn't necessarily a direct catalyst, but we do have its earnings coming up next week. So I thought, like, but again, I don't really know how that alone would kind of take, unless it's, like with the weight loss drugs. Let's check on McDonald's, right? Let's check on our fast food children over here. Yeah, McDonald's only down like 0.9%. So that, it looks like it's the big soda names. I don't know. It's very interesting. It's something I want to keep my eye on both in the news and on the market today. I also want to look at
snacking names.
Oh, the snacking names.
Have the same
thing,
right?
I know Mondelez actually. That could be what that is.
Good point.
Need to find that ticker.
Hey, you, man, look at this. Picking it up like that.
Yeah, let's.
I don't even know what Mondelez ticker is.
That's what my
typically day trade. That's why.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see the chart. I'm just gonna.
Good for you. All right, let's see what else the chat is up to here. While you do that, I'll give you an opportunity to
Appreciate
do that. Royals 2 cents. I hate to say it, but in my opinion, dividend stocks are going to die due to competition. As you increase competition, you can't hand out free money. You need to allocate everything to innovate. I know, I hear you. That's why a lot of people say you got to cut the coupon, throw the money back into the company, reinvest to grow. You're not wrong. There's always been 2 schools of thought on that. I respect your opinion. What else is being said here? None of your biz. He's probably not going to pay tax on any of it, referring to Uncle Warren. Hey, man, that ain't my problem. I'm just going to let Uncle Warren print. Greg Mortensen. Nice, Uncle Warren. What was the offsetting increased market appreciation compared to dividends? Very good point. I don't know how much he's underwater or if he is underwater. We don't know the cost basis. We'll have to look, obviously, at Berkshire's numbers when they report that. Did you find out?
I did. Thank you to Charlie Taff in the chat, MDLZ. What am I saying? Mondelez, we got here. We're down 3.13%. So yeah, you were right. Like it's definitely just all the snack and fast food names. Because right around open, we swoop all the way down. We're like taking little baby dips up, but no, it's mostly downside here.
Daily look on that bad boy.
The daily. Let's take a look at the daily.
Yeah, you're right. You're just. And hopefully it doesn't crash on you.
Does it do that sometimes?
Yeah. It'd be having its own mind. Ooh.
Oh, this is.
That's a tough one right there.
Yeah, I mean, like we are seeing kind of what like from, I guess like end of September here, we're kind of taking a step down. Yeah, I mean this one's fascinating, because it looks like it's mostly kind of been headed to the downside. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how all of these stocks are going to be impacted by that whole weight loss drug boom, because it definitely looks like Mondelez, Coke, and Pepsi are feeling the burn right now.
Yep. Here's the thing, though, and like let's have an honest an assessment of this. Can't these guys switch to non-sugary drinks? I was talking to Brendo and to Ramin today, and I was like, stevia, and Ramin's like, tastes disgusting.
I like stevia.
I like it too.
I grew up with, like, my mom grew stevia at her house, so I grew up eating stevia. Like, I literally would just eat it.
Everybody doesn't like aspartame. Aspartame gets a bad rap, so if you're, we're not going to talk about that. But stevia is a natural plant, and you could use it as a sweetener. So what if these guys switch to non-sugary drinks and kind of try to push that through?
That would be interesting, yeah, because I mean, like, even there's this company that they make stevia energy drinks, Zevia, and they have like pop as well. Like they've got like Coke and stuff like that. Like obviously not branded, but like Coca-Cola or whatever.
Cool.
So I mean, yeah, thank you. I couldn't think of the neutral word, but yeah, no, I mean, so there are alternatives that are good, that are interesting. Like I've had Zevia, it's good stuff. But yeah, I mean, like not everyone's into the whole stevia thing, right?
No,
but I mean,
Brendo said it tastes like soap, which I find like.
I drink matcha though too, so I don't know, but.
Awesome.
Rami's hitting all the buttons over there.
Right, like I think I drink matcha, I drink stevia. Like I'm okay with like a bit of a grittier, stronger taste to a thing. But yeah, I mean the point is it'll be interesting because I think that would be a natural pivot, but they don't seem to be taking that because I guess the consumers might not be into it. But yeah, I mean it's definitely, I'll have to keep an eye on those names, especially Pepsi, as we get close to the earnings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tony Price, they would have to up the price of their products. Sure, yeah, stevia definitely more expensive than sugar. Agree with that. I like your name, man. Or here's a novel concept. Just don't drink soda pop cans of sugar. Just don't drink it. I get you. I get you. Look, you're preaching to the choir here, man.
Yeah.
This girl's killing it. I guess she loves her sugar drinks back there.
Ramin is having a great time on the buttons, and I love it.
Can I tell you, Ramin came in when I was filling in for Brendo at the big desk. One day she came in at like 6 or 7
this with
a.m.
the ice cream?
with a tub of ice
That
cream.
was good though. I'm not gonna lie, I had some out of the little cup, and it was a shout out to Ramin. Shout out to Ramin. But yeah, I mean, like it you know, it's just a novel concept, like eating. You know.
Okay.
But anyways, I mean, whatever.
I don't judge.
Yeah. Moral of the story is.
She said it's vegan ice cream.
Yeah, no, because I remembered it was.
Makes a
Oh, sorry.
difference. No, it's
I
all
remembered it was like something like not ice cream, for lack of a better term. But yeah. So.
All right. Well.
Look doing things. Let's talk. Oh, the latest analyst rating for Cheesecake Factory. We were talking about Cheesecake Factory earlier.
Cake.
Yeah. Hey, I love that.
Isn't
love
that
that
amazing?
ticker.
Their ticker is
It's
cake.
great. Or like D-Nut with Krispy Kreme. Oh yeah, so we're not seeing a lot of volume on this guy. We're 200,000 on the day. Let's look at cake here in the news. Yeah, I mean, like we're kind of, we had a bit of a spike right at open, and then we swooped right back down. We're kind of like fluttering below VWAP here. I don't really see with the volume that it has, and with like the slightly lower lows we're getting, we'll see if it has the momentum to push back up. But again, like it's something I would keep my eye on if the volume was better or if the spread was nicer, but neither of those factors are true. So just interesting to note. Yeah, we had also B of A Securities reinstating neutral on Cheesecake Factory, which was today, but that was like after this whole kind of boom came in. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep my eye on Cheesecake Factory news, but the stock itself is not super of note. Just thought I'd check that out because I saw that coming up. Let's take another look at Tesla now that I'm out of it and I can view it a little bit more, not like I'm stressed out about it. Oh, so we did, yeah, okay, so we are swooping back up on Tesla. I don't know. I'm still happy I got out when I did. Like, I can look at it and be like, I should have been more patient. But, at the same time, it was moving, like, below that 258 level. When you get in around, like, mid 259, to me, that was just too much. I just wanted it out. But, yeah, I mean, like, you can reflect on the trade, learn. Next time I definitely see some people, like, talking about looking at levels and resistance. I definitely should have done that before I hopped back in. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm not even gonna swear off on it. Like, if I see a bit more of a pattern that I'm okay-ish with, we might hop back in on Tesla. But yeah, I mean, it's been quite the day. Like, the market's all over the place.
Absolutely.
How's Meta going?
It's still fantastic. Still $2.60 in the money.
Nice.
I'm waiting for that 303 break. I'm sitting at 303.40-ish area for a profit taker. We'll see if it makes its way through there, and a bit of a consolidation pattern here south of 303 for whatever reason, acting as a level of resistance. But I'm keeping my eye on the future as well. Looks like we're fighting to stay above 14.8. We got above it. We broke through VWAP on the NQ, but then we rejected it quickly. But we'll look. I mean, we'll see. We got 14.832. Broke through VWAP momentarily, right back down. Now we're trying to fight to stay above 14.8. Whether or not we resolve above there, we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to be patient on this. I only have 2 more outs on the name anyway. There's no point taking anything out right now. But I want to talk about Nat Gas. Nat Gas is an absolute
That's been a
beast
name today, yeah.
7.25% was up, about 7.5 on the NG November contract. Here's why, guys. I talked a little bit about it earlier. U.S. natural gas inventory net change plus 86. I don't know what the hell this means. I need to do more research. BCF for the week ended September 19th reports the EIA. So as a result of that, you have BOIL, which is a double-levered nat gas ETF, up 12%. You have UNG up almost 6%. And you have the contract, the NG contract itself, up 7 1/3 again. It was up a lot more than that. I'm very pleased with this move up, but we're going to have to wait and see if we can get a multi-day move. I've been praying for a cold winter because then nat gas will, we'll see probably like $9 again. That's, we'll see. It's not called the Widowmaker for no reason. Nat gas is one of those things that can really tear your face off. So my out for UNG will be below $6, but well in the money on it on the day, but that's not what I'm in it for. I'm not in it for a one-day hold. We'll see if we can get like a 200-300% move. BOIL finding resistance at $64. Nat Gas finding resistance at the contract itself, the November contract finding resistance at $3.20. Let's bring that side chart in. This is what I'm talking about here. They're both finding resistance at these levels. UNG as well, finding a bit of resistance at that sorry, 745, kind of a random area. I would submit to you that probably the better area is to chart off the contract itself, and it's coming off that 320 area, $3.20 on the name. But obviously, you know, it's not like trading in equity, the futures, right? Every move up is worth, it's much more levered. So keep your eye on that. Make sure to not trade the futures unless you understand completely what the hell is going on. None of your biz. I tried and failed to short Boyle earlier today. Hey, man, nothing wrong with trying as long as you have a plan, right? Stick to the plan, obviously. All right, before I send it back to Adira, Meta coming back into 302. Can't seem to break through 303 at the moment. As I look, the futures possibly breaking down below 14.8. We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on the futures because as the futures goes, I would posit that Meta goes as well. FRO also rejecting off that 1877. We knew that 1875 was going to be a resistance level. There was no question in my mind about it because it was a multi-time frame confirmation, especially on the daily chart. Let's have a look at the daily quickly here. Yes, look how many rejections we get off that 1875. This is not by accident. I've taken out the majority of the position, but you know, saving a piece for the dream. We're long 32s. We have a nice buffer from where the current price action is, but yeah, this level, hard to break it down.
Yeah, so I mean, I saw someone up in the chat asking what's going on with Rivian. So yeah, we'll show the chart, and then also news-wise, Rivian, I mean, it's taking quite the dip since this news originally hit. Like we just hit below 20% now. But yeah, we had kind of in pre-market too, there was a bit of, like a little bit of action, but we've been kind of down all day in Rivian because it was announced that they were going to, they were proposing an offering of $1.5 billion in convertible green notes. So that was, and you know, people were worried about like the dilution of shares. That was like, you know, what people were thinking anyway was kind of happening there because everyone freaked out. Everyone was selling Rivian off. As we can tell, I tried to get in on Rivian thinking it was going to be like a little baby dip up here. Didn't work out for me. But yeah, I mean, so to answer your question, I think that's what's going on with Rivian in terms of like why it's down so much. But it is stunning how much it's continued to drop. Like pre-market, it was low, but it was low like, you know, down like 6-8%. Now we're well below 20%, and we don't really see any signs of slowing down here. Like it'll get up and then it'll just go back down. So I think that's one of note. And Rivian's had an interesting week too. I want to pull up the daily on Rivian because we did have an interesting week in that we had, oh, here's the daily. I'm just gonna, yeah, there we go. I mean, like, yeah, look at this daily candle. So Rivian's had an interesting week because we had it's Q3 deliveries. So as you can see, like last week, everyone was really hyped because they were thinking that the Q3 deliveries were going to be really strong. Like some people were like, oh my gosh, will it beat Tesla's Q3 expectations? So much excitement. So like you can see the hype build. Rivian really built up here. Had a really good week last week. It built through that point of like 24.5, which at one point was kind of a point of resistance for the price. Like you can kind of see here when we pushed above that point. And then Monday, even though the Q3 deliveries were good, I just think people were, you know, more excited about Tesla. We had a rough couple days here on Rivian. Yesterday was, you know, we were in the green, and then today we just swooped down. So it's been really interesting to watch how this one performs both daily and, you know, on weekly because it's had quite the movement. Like there's really lately, I would say within the last 2 weeks, not a day that Rivian isn't doing something of note. And actually, that reminds me, I want to look at Palantir because, and the reason I bring up Palantir is because that's another one that's had quite a few very strong catalysts recently. So we had yesterday, we had the news of its strategic alliance was the word they were using with PricewaterhouseCoopers. And then we also had last week the $250 million Army contract. So today, I mean, this is, yeah, we got the 3-minute candle. We've got some like crazy wicks here. Yeah, it was definitely looking like it was along around like that 11:30 area. We went all the way up here. Now we're swooping down. It'll be interesting to see if this is a view-up play or if it's just kind of straight to the downside. We're down 1% on the day. I'm going to take a look and see what kind of news we have on Palantir today. Okay, there was a large insider sell reported on October 4th, according to an SEC filing. So that, I mean, that was yesterday, but that could be why we're like negative today because I mean, yeah, anyways, the point is like Palantir and Rivian are both ones that like I would say very much ones to watch. Lots of catalysts, lots of action, lots of excitement, definitely opportunities to get in on these baby dips here for a long. Another one, yeah, I mean, let's take a look at, you know, we just brought up Rivian too with the those EVs. Let's take another look at VinFast. Okay, VinFast is, I mean, we spiked up at open. And then I know we spiked pre-market, sorry, then we went all the way down at open. We're chilling around here. I think like VinFast, I was wondering, maybe VinFast is gonna like make a full-on comeback, or as much as it could make a comeback from, its meme stock roots. But with those because those Q3 earnings were like, those were crazy. Like that, there was so much strength there, and then we just kind of, I guess, petered out. Like we're still positive on the day, which is something. But yeah, it looks like VinFast, whatever kind of traction it could have gained, it has ebbed back a little bit, at least on the day. So it'll be interesting to see how this guy does tomorrow.
All right, let's look at GM here, because GM absolutely huadunked on the news of the airbags, down again 3 1/4, but right at those lows. It found support at 29.75. I didn't chart this on the daily or on any wider time frame, so I don't know if that is a level, but this could be a double bottom here, putting in work, or it could be a flat bottom break, right? Lower highs, lower highs, and then a flat bottom. We'll have a look. Let's go into the chart so we can chart this a bit better here and figure out what's what. Half an hour. All right, no, that's not going to work. We need more. Let's go to the daily. I think the Kenobi was talking about this level here, this 32 level, being that area. This is broken a major area on the chart. Okay, this goes back to August of last year. This is over a year of support at this $32, $31.50. I would say $32, probably the better level. Look at these touches. All these wicks. Let me put in the ticker here, GM. Okay. This wick over here, September 2022. You have support at 32. Again, into October, support. And then again, this year, April, multiple support, multiple touches at support at 32. Again, here, August. Again, in September. And then finally, a breakdown. This could be a very interesting breakdown here on GM, on the daily. Because this level had been holding out for quite some time. Let's go to the weekly. Let's figure out when the last time we were at this $32 level, and this is the COVID bottom, right? I mean, this is kind of an anomaly. We know what happened with every stock during COVID, but we have not been this low since the COVID shutdowns, and even prior to that, we had definite support at 32. Look at these touches here in December of 2018. Again, in June of 2019, all these 32 touches were definite support, and now we have broken below that on a closing basis. Today, if this week's candle closes below that $30, this will be a major breakdown on GM, man. And they obviously haven't been helped with the UAW strikes. Obviously, anything can happen there. They get a good deal, the stock pops, but this is a major breakdown. I would submit to you on the daily chart, on the weekly chart as well. On GM, this could be very interesting here. Now, intraday, no question about it. It's finding support at 29.75. Again, kind of touched that bottom again. Now finding its legs, coming back into 30. We'll see if we can get a rejection. It kind of got up to VWAP at 30 1/4 when it popped up off that initial move down. But yeah, a daily look here does not look good whatsoever on GM. That's just my take on the whole thing. All right, let's go back to FRO. This one's starting to give up the ghost here. Back down, rejecting off that level that we knew it was going to reject at 18 3/4. Now coming back into 18.60. I think if this breaks a $0.50, I'm just going to take all my profits and run 18.32 long. Let's look at Meta. Meta is fighting the good fight at 303. Can't seem to break 303 and stay above 303 decidedly. It's also, dancing with the future. The future's having trouble breaking and staying above 14.8. Been a tough day for the NQ, tough day for the ES, obviously, with that strong jobs number where good news is bad news again. When will good news be good news again? Somebody asked me in the chat yesterday. We'll have to wait and see. When it happens, we'll know. But yeah, still range bound, has been range bound for the majority of the afternoon since about 12:15 or so. We've been fighting this 302, 303 range on Metadata.
Yeah, so I'm just taking a look at Apple again because we haven't looked at this guy in a moment. This is the 3-minute chart. I had someone in the chat saying it's testing that 174. Yeah, like we're getting We're getting really close. It'll be interesting to see if it breaks the top this time, because this is like what we're here. We kind of like flying around that 174 from like 12 to like 1240-ish here. Goes back down. We try again around like 1250. Goes back down. So it'll be interesting to see, because I think like this could, it looks like 174 could be a crucial point on the daily for Apple. This is like, because we got like the 3-minute charts. We're seeing kind of these levels as well, right? So it'll be interesting to see, can it break above that 174, in which case I think it could be interesting for a long, or if it goes below, it kind of dips down. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to keep an eye on Apple just because I think this is a really interesting point of either resistance or support, that 174 here. Let's take another look at Tesla over here as well. Yeah, I mean, like we're kind of, it looks like we almost have sort of a flat bottom forming around that 158.13-ish, from what I can tell, right? Like we've got like 2, 1, 2, but like more in like the, because we were talking yesterday about like the flat bottom break versus like the kind of W's or the swoops. To me, this more like those kind of more like you've got like, you know, like the triangles or like the little V's or the swoops, right? So I mean, I'll keep my eye on this because this shape is interesting. Like part of me is tempted, like, oh, if it goes down again, you know, try to see if you can like ride the baby dip, go back up. But I'd be more tempted to see if it breaks through that bottom before I get back in, because as we know, I made a questionable decision on Tesla earlier today.
What do you got planned for Thanksgiving?
Oh, me? Yeah, I'm going out to visit my friend in Perry Sound for the weekend.
That's a drive.
Oh, I'm taking like the bus.
Okay.
I don't drive. Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, so it'll be fun.
Nice.
We're having like a little Thanksgiving dinner. Yeah.
Friendsgiving, baby.
Yeah.
Love that.
So that'll be fun.
Abroad.
What about you? Doing anything exciting?
Family.
Oh,
My
nice.
cousin
Okay.
is doing it. He bought a house, a punk, near my area, and yeah, he's doing it for the first time. Happy that I don't have to host it. I thought everybody was like, "Oh, you got a new place, you're gonna have to host it." I was like, trying to stay undercover, not really messaging in the family group chat. But yeah, he offered to do it, so I'm excited. But I will be doing multiple dishes and bringing them with me, as you know. Have you ever heard of cannolis?
I have, like the Italian little rolled thing with the cream.
I will be making cannolis. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yes, yes. The Katina man likes that. I knew the Katina man was going to like that. I got to tell you, my cousin makes it better than me, but he's MIA in Ottawa this week, so I will be doing the cannolis this year, baby.
Nice.
Excited for that. And probably our American friends are wondering what the hell we're talking about. Yes, Thanksgiving earlier than the American one here in Canada, as the harvest comes earlier because we are more north and it's more cold. So that's just the way it works up here, baby. And we shall be filling our bellies on Sunday. I will be filling my belly on Sunday, then come here and then complain about it on Monday because we have to be here. We have to work. No day off for us. We get the American Thanksgiving off, though. So good.
Yeah, that was, I remember that being like a whole thing. Like at first I was like, oh, that's cool. Like it's different just because you have we have the American holidays and not the Canadian ones. We also have a super chat. Shout out to Sweetie Pies.
Yep.
STEV is a stevia ticker. Let's take a look at STEV. Stevia core. Let me see if I'm getting the right one here. This is, I'm trying to find the
It's STEV.
yeah, I'm just trying to find like the exchange though.
I'll tell you. It's on the pink, so go AM.
AM?
Yeah.
Okay, that was
A,
okay.
It should be the first one.
AM, there we go. Thank you.
No worries. Oh, it's still not giving you. Here, I'll load it up and then you can like here.
Thank you, I appreciate
that. STE, and it's like super cheap, which I was very surprised about, to be honest with you. Here it is. Here is the daily candle on STEV. Load, load, load. I just had it up, man. It's a $1.9 million market cap. Yeah, show the chart, guys. It's not a big mover, right? And the float on this bad boy, do I have the float? Yes, I do. 562 million shares. Here's what the company does. Is an international farm management and healthcare company. The company is focused on the commercial development of products, including stevia and hemp and other components. The company's primarily contracts with third-party growers to grow stevia for the food and beverage industry. So like we expected.
That's really neat, yeah.
Yeah, but the chart, you know, it's never really been at that dollar area. It's tried. It's had some times where it's made valiant efforts to get above, 2 cents, but it's been sub 3 cents.
Yeah, it's been languishing
Yeah.
just a skosh.
Just a
Just a
skosh. I
skosh
love
over
that.
here.
There you go.
You know, just kind of chilling in that sad area of. But you know, I mean, it's trying.
Take
Go
off.
stevia, and stevia is great. Like I am, you know, it's just too bad the stock has not. You're right. Like it's been sub like 2-3 cents for so long. GM, please. Golden Taurus. Yeah, let's take a look at GM. Yeah, down 3% for the day. If this chart will load. Yeah, this is my. Got a 3-minute here. Yeah, I mean we're kind of all over the place. We had that sharp dip down. Like this was around when that news about the airbags came, right? So just around like that 11:30, 12 area. We kind of swooped back up a little bit here. Now we're headed back down. We're gonna have to see how this kind of pattern continues. Because it like kind of went right below VWAP and then dipped back down there. So I mean, yeah, GM is definitely of note. I want to see if there's any other stories beyond. I mean, like, but that one's again had a lot of news, right? Like we've had the UAW strike, which didn't really impact to some extent the auto companies as much as I thought it would have. And then we also had the airbags, which I think is probably more of like, especially because it directly impacts GM, right? It's reportedly revealed plans to reintroduce itself to the European market. This was at 12:45. We didn't see much of a reaction to that, though. But yeah, other than that, we have the 20 million vehicles with potentially explosive airbags, which is like, or potentially explosive airbag parts, sorry. I mean, that's definitely like, it makes sense why the market that dipped when it did, right? Like that's very scary. I heard you guys talking about that earlier in the midday. Also want to take a look at Ford here. Also, you know, part of the big three dealing with the UAW. Yeah, I mean, Ford down 1%, but we're definitely not to the extent that GM is after that airbag news. I mean, yeah, we're definitely like, I think VWAP play in like in the Ford around the VWAP is definitely interesting here. And it's one I'm going to keep my eye on if it kind of dips down again. Just buying in the baby dip, moving back up around VWAP. I think this could be of note. But yeah, it is down for the day. I'm trying to see if there's any. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean the only news I'm seeing here is Detroit automakers are bracing for a lengthy struggle. So I mean not great news for the big three because it looks like this strike does not want to end.
No, and
like
there's
they just
a headline.
Extended it. Yeah.
There's a headline that came in today at 1:13, so 10 minutes ago. Here's what it is. Update. GM makes new counteroffer to the United Auto Workers strike talks. General Motors said on Thursday it had made a counteroffer to the UAW in a bid to end a strike by the union against the U.S. automakers. Separately, UAW President Shawn Fain plans to an update on the status of talks at around 2 p.m. So careful with that. If you're trading GM, you can get a pop or a flush, depending on what Shawn is going to say. On Friday. That's 2 p.m. on Friday. So that's tomorrow in the 3-week-old strike, the first ever targeted strike against. Okay, so that's just going to review the actual deets of the strike so far. Okay, so we'll see. We haven't heard anything from the UAW, but them expanding it yet. We know they expanded it last week, but nothing this week. Have you heard anything this week?
No, I just know last week's expansion. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be really interesting, too, to kind of see, because I know, like, with this strike, especially if you want to compare it even, I know they're not necessarily comparable, but we have the WGA strike, which just ended. We have the Screen Actors Guild SAG strike, SAG strike, almost kind of coming to an end there. And with those strikes, we kind of noticed less, at least in my opinion, like, friction between the union and the companies, but in this case, like we've seen a lot of kind of direct, especially with those emails that kind of came out from the some of the UAW members. Like there is definitely, I think, a lot more tension in this strike, which I think has made it really interesting. A lot more contentious, and is why I'm kind of like surprised it hasn't really had the effect on the companies. But yeah, I mean, like it's definitely like this strike is definitely one to watch as we like pay attention to the market there, especially because I've seen some articles too saying that perhaps the EV names kind of benefited from the strikes more 100%. Than it actually was hurt
100%.
By more than the big three autos were hurt by the strike. 100%. I mean, back to those EV names. Let's take a look at Tesla, which seems to be chilling around that one just below that 159 right now since we took that drop when I was in it. But yeah, I mean, it looks like we're kind of creeping up a little bit now. Because like I said, I was kind of trying to figure out if this was kind of going to be a bottom that we could either break from or bounce up from. But it looks like we're kind of moving around. It looks like we're more, at least in the 3-minute, kind of steadily moving up on Tesla. So yeah, I'm still gonna look at it, but I'm gonna be a lot more careful about jumping in this time. Other EVs, I'm gonna pop back on our guy Rivian here, who has had we keep dropping on Rivian. Rivian just keeps going lower. Now we're steadily below that 20% now. And
Wow,
so the low for the day is 1883. We're at 1886. So it looks like we might have just made that low for the day. Yeah, Rivian, I really thought at some point that it would kind of recover from this news. Yeah, no, we're straight swoop down. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I tried to play the baby dip here. I think this one is honestly maybe too volatile for that. I should have probably realized that before I got in. But yeah, you live and you learn. Definitely, I think those EV names have had more of an impact or have been impacted greater by that UAW strike than the big three autos.
Yeah, I agree. And like when you do a little bit more digging and you look at Tesla, they don't have a union. All right. And like, look, let's just call a spade a spade. There's been union busting, right? Where he's really gotten them out of there. And they are also profitable on their cars. They have a margin. Whereas, I'll give you an example, Ford, the Mach-E, they're losing $30,000 a car on the Mach-E. Like this is a loss for them. They haven't scaled the level that Tesla has scaled. They haven't reduced costs. Legacy auto, there's got another 15, 20 years before then they're kaputs, and they're going to be replaced by newer names. Whether or not it happens or not, everybody has a different opinion on it, but it's definitely helped Tesla. That's just my opinion. I think Tesla is definitely going to benefit from this. They're not producing cars on the scale they should be producing right now. They're also having to increase salaries, right? And that's going to eat into their margins. No question about that. So whether or not, this strike is going to end with a substantial wage increase. Whether it's 40% like they want or whatever they're asking for, 20%, whatever it's going to be substantial, and that's going to eat into their profits, and that's going to be reflected on the balance sheet. There's just no question about it. So we're going to have to wait and see. As time goes on, we're going to get more deets, and we're going to find out more about that. But I think Tesla stands to win from this. All right, Meta made a nice move above 303, and as quickly as it got up to 303.15, it right back down into 303.05. I'm waiting here at 303.40s for a possible break. I want to front run that 303.50 area.
It's a great trade.
Thank you.
It's a really good trade.
Yeah, it's consolidative at the moment. I think, it's really going to make or break. It's going to be I can't even get the words out. It's going to be successful based upon whether or not we can hold above 14.8, I think, on the NQs. And we definitely have had trouble breaking above and staying above 14.8, even though we're at 14.808 at the moment. We're going to have to wait and see. Patience, packing my patience on this one. All right, but FRO, it looks like we're going to make newer lows here because we kind of made a low at 1857, got back up into about 1865 or so, and then if we print a newer low below 58, I may not even wait to 50 to cut it. I may cut it on the newer low. We'll have to wait and see. Kevy, 82, our friend SMCI just moved ahead of NVIDIA in strength. Yes, you are absolutely right. 1.92% now for Supermicrocomputer. Up and to the right is the chart today on SMCI. I'll pull it in a second. 1.13 for the monster, aka NVDA. Let's have a look at SMCI. It has been a great name to invest, even trade. We don't trade on the floor here because, number one, it's super spready. Number two, the volume just really not there on the day, and we definitely need liquidity. All right, it popped up in the the IB high was at 286 and a third. Now we're right back up to 285.82. Looks like we may touch that 286 area that we got to earlier, even though that was a quick wick. The closing prints on the 1 minute chart were all south of that level, 258.58 were the closing prints. Let's do some charting here on the half an hour, figure out where resistance could be. Let me just move out SMCI real quick here. So we are above the 29th level. Now we're going to start looking at the October 2nd level, which takes us into that 290-ish, 291-ish area. We'll have to get up there, though. I mean, that's going to it's going to really take the market clearing 14.8, I think, to get up there. But great move on SMCI. Let's zoom a little bit more out here and figure out where we are on the daily. Okay, so I had drawn a downward channel a little bit, and I think if we get above this 304, 303-ish area, that's a higher high, all right? And then you don't necessarily print that lower high, and you get above, you may have a trend change and then a continuation, maybe to see 400 by maybe the end of the year if the market really gets going. But yeah, super microcomputer looking good on the day, definitely outperforming the NQ today, Daryl.
Yeah, I accidentally just did a thing to my chart. I'm just trying to find my big chart
continue?
here. Yeah, sorry, if you don't mind. I'm so sorry. Give me a moment.
Tim is in KO. Oh, he wants me to have a look at Coke. Sorry.
Yeah, do you mind?
Yeah, I'll have a look at Coke here for you. I know everybody and their mother has been talking about Coke because mute your mic. Yeah. Coke has been absolutely poop because we've getting a lot of reports about, you know, sugary drinks and snacks getting really hit hard as a result of the new trend to get on these fat loss drugs like Ozempic and what's the other one? What's the other one, Neil? Ozempic and something. Fat loss drugs, man. Ozempic and there's another one. I forget the name of it. Yeah, it's all good. Look at Coke. Down and to the right. Down. Coke has really been taking it on the chin today. Let's see if there's anything other than just the whole fat loss thing for Coke here. All right, looking for anything on Coke. Is Coke using too much debt? No, that's not it. That's not it. Let's keep looking here. So essentially, Ozempic and these other fat loss drugs are possibly hurting these snacking names, these sugary drink names, because it looks as if, you know, people's habits will change and then they're not going to be buying this as before. 4 1/3 is more than I've ever seen Coke retrace on the day. And I had a good trade on Coke like a couple of weeks ago. We took it for like, I don't know, 75 cents, which was a lot for Coke then. But yeah, Coke really taking it on the chin today. What? The chat tagged me with the name of that other Wagozi. Thank you, Natalia. Wagozi. Yes, there's other ones as well. So yeah, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, so Coke taking it on the chin. It's down and to the right. I'm not going to trade Coke right now. Involved in Meta and this other one. It's probably a little bit too late for me to get into this name. Look at how extended it is. I mean, where do we even get in? All right, let's have a look here at KO on the wider time frame. Figure out what's going on. We're breaking down below important levels, Mr. Katina, on the daily. Look at this trough we made here, October 2022. Those were the October lows after Papa Powell sank the market at Jackson Triggs in August of 2022. The October lows, everybody, and we all know about October lows, okay? We've broken down now below October lows, and now we have to start looking at this $52 area, the troughs that we made in October 2021 and again in November 2021. Those are interesting areas. That's about 52 bucks, give or take, a little bit higher, 52 1/3 mostly. In fact, I would say those, let me scroll back here. Those closing prints are more around 52.50. Okay, the wicks are south of 52, but the level is definitely 52.50. So we're breaking down serious levels here on Coke, much in the same way as we're breaking down serious levels on GM, on the daily, guys. This is not intraday stuff, so this is more important. But yeah, tough road here for Coke. We'll see if we get to that 50 level. Not much in the way of support there. Where's the next support level after that 52.50? 48, I would say 48 and a change around there. That takes us all the way back into January of 2021. But Coke, yeah, taking it on the chin. Uncle Warren probably not happy about that.
Yeah, it's a hard one to get into. I find like even I think my first day of trading, I tried to get in on like the Coke long, and I feel like it's just one of those ones where it moves very quickly in like weird directions. Like it's a hard trade to get into. In the meantime, we have Tesla here trying to break above that 260. It dipped back down. I've got like a very, very low bid. So we'll see, you know, if we kind of like swoop and then swoop back up. Yes, I know. I guess stick with the devil, you know. Will we regret it? We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, I want to take another look at my friend AMC as well here, because our guy AMC.
Got you saying, my friend, I like it. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, AMC was, yeah, we like had, like this is one where you could kind of play the dips a little bit, but now it's like fully swooping below here. And I couldn't find any more news on it beyond just that Taylor Swift, Beyonce stuff. Could also just be reacting to like the strike, or the actor strike at least maybe being over, because the writer strike definitively has come to an end. Writers are back to work. But yeah, so I thought, you know, like AMC, it's actually interesting how the extent to which it has kind of like been flying around here today. With that in mind, I actually do want to take a look at our boy Disney as well. And Disney's had like quite a few news stories. Like we mentioned that the lawsuit. Oh, Disney. Okay, Disney's doing some nice spikes here, because Disney had the lawsuit, and then also yesterday, Disney has announced that for their parks. I mean, like the lawsuit was also park related. This news is also park related, because they're basically trying to lower the prices for child's tickets. Because I guess like the park industry or the theme park industry is kind of going down. So they're lowering prices. I guess investors are having a good time with that, because we're like playing around VWAP here. We touched VWAP. We like went flying. I really wish I had looked at this guy earlier, because this has definitely been a name to take a look at. Yeah, I'm trying to find if there's any new. Yeah, so the most recent news here that I can find is just how they're lowering the prices for children age 3 to 9 at a starting price of $50, which is still, I think, a lot of money for a theme park. But, you know, it's like lower for them. So I guess it looks like clearly the market, you know, the market's hanging out with Disney right now. We're at like 6 mil volume, almost like 5.5. So it's, yeah, it's definitely something of note.
None of your biz. Adara and I are going to the Taylor Swift movie together.
I'm so sorry to say that will not be happening.
She does not like Taylor Swift.
I shouldn't say that, but I'm not.
Not?
I'm not really a Swiftie. No.
Your opinion.
But yeah, no, I appreciate that. Right? Yeah, that's why. Thank you. Sean understands why I was a little worried.
Love it.
Sean's trying to get the Swifties to attack me.
Is your daughter a Swiftie, Sean? She is a Swiftie. She's a Swiftie. The fact that she paused like that.
Yeah.
And she's a tried and true Swiftie. I love it. He knew the songs too. That's why did I even ask that question, man? Okay. The Katina man is gonna send me something. I love that. That was amazing, the way that they brought you in like that. Look at Meta, Mr. Katina. This is flying through the 303.5 there, baby. We just got a print, a beak wetter on Meta as it broke through 303 2/3. Ring that bell, baby. There we go. Meta is absolutely.
That was like great timing, actually. Like, as much as I know that was not on purpose, I love that.
Very good trade so far on META. And FRO right back to highs, guys. Got a couple of profit takers while Adara was talking. Sitting there now at 1882, waiting for that one to go. But we'll probably encounter more resistance. I only have one more out on Meta, so I'm going to be quite frugal in where I take this one. Let's look at what Mr. Katina sent us. Here it is, baby. It comes vis-a-vis the Trader TV Sean Twitter account. You need to calm down, bro.
Oh my God.
When you play random songs on your Apple Music account, my new trading style, calm down. And he has been. He hasn't been taking any opening prints. He's been forcing himself to wait for the levels. I love that. We've been noticing it. Shout out to the Katina man who's been killing it on the morning, obviously, and the closing show. Yeah. All right, guys. Waiting for Meta now. We're gonna look for 304. If we can get 304, and then we can maybe celebrate a $4 winner. But so far, it's been a good trade on Meta, Darren.
Yeah, I mean, why did we get back in on Tesla? I don't know. I was trying to get print lower, and then it was kind of swooping higher. I changed my print. I got in way too high. What am I doing? I feel like I just, you know, like I need to calm down. I need to take Taylor Swift's advice, unfortunately, and I need to calm down. Because, you know, you get all stressed out, and then you're like, you know, oh, like I want to make some good trades, and then you lose sight. Again, it's like the mental, and I thought I had like a better grip on, you know, the mental aspect of it earlier today. I guess, you know, we made some mistakes. We took a little bit of an L here, but we're gonna chill out. And even though, yes, I will admit I got in way too high here. I can accept that. I panicked. I got in way too high. It is what it is. All you can do now is move forward. But yeah, I mean, I should have taken Taylor's advice. I should have calmed down. But yeah, I mean, like, I just cannot watch Tesla fly around here because I'm going to get stressed out. But let's take a look at
Futures are flying here, by the way.
The future, yeah, okay, that's why I'm getting nervous because I'm like, we're seeing so much like movement. I'm like,
That's
why?
good for your trade.
That's true. It should be. It should help me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's.
You can keep going.
I mean, yeah, for
You
sure.
got
I'm just
stuff
gonna
to talk
change my bid on Tesla for a moment here.
Okay.
But yeah, so that has been changed. We're good to go there. Let's take a look at some of these other big cappers. Let's take a look at Amazon because we have not talked about Amazon in a while. And Amazon, as we mentioned earlier, that cloud dominance, UK. Oh my God, Amazon. Okay. So yeah, we from like this, you know, like we're on the 3-minute here. From that like 140 point, we're like swooshing, we're flying up here. Let's take a look at AMZN.
Go for it.
Let's see if there's any more news on this. Oh, okay. Space internet race with, there's an inaugural satellite launch. It's on the brink of propelling its inaugural pair of satellites. So, I mean, that came out a little bit before this giant swoop here, but I think, yeah, it came out like at least Germansing at like 12:24, 12:30. So that could, you know, maybe explain like some of these, you know, swoops we're seeing around here. But yeah, I mean, also it's like, it's a bigger cap stock. It's going to trade like crazy anyway, right? But I think Amazon definitely seems to be like one to watch. I mean, it's interesting too. All these stocks are still negative. Even Meta has had like, you know, that giant sweep, but it's still negative on the day, right? It's just about, and I feel like I've been finding this too. I think earlier on I was scared to trade stocks that were negative on the day, but it's like as long as you buy it at a good place and you pay attention, you can get in on it. It's just about being smart, which was I on Tesla today? Once, but not the other 2 times. But yeah, anyways, like the point I'm trying to make is that it's just definitely, I think it's less about the numbers and more about is there news, is there movement, how is the VWAP doing, trying to be smart about your trades. I'm also seeing Plug new high a day. Let's look at Plug because I feel like very often I hear about Plug on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Yeah, it's not very good.
I know you're not a Plug fan.
I took a $1 a share loss on that one earlier in the year. In the personal account, cut that bad boy super quick. This guy, they make what they call a hydrolyzer engine. So they had like their way of powering the electric motor was to have a hydrogen engine power the electrical engine. So it was like 2 different types of things, hydrogen and electric. And now they're just going straight to hydrogen. But the thing is, you know, if you believe Elon Musk, the best case scenario for hydrogen isn't even where we are right now on EVs, and we're going to get way better on electric vehicles. Wow. It's his opinion, but I tend to respect what he has to say. So we'll see. And I also think it makes better for trucks because you need a lot of room for the hydrogen storage. When you put it in a car, it becomes like the car becomes so compact. Like they have this car in California called the Toyota Mirai. Okay. And I saw it, and like the way you sit in the car, your feet are so elevated because the tank is under you. What? So you're all cramped, and it's a larger car.
No, that's not.
It wasn't my jam. But anyway, we'll see if they can perfect the technology. Go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care.
I mean, so on Plug, I did find some news. So JP Morgan maintains overweight on Plug Power, lowers price target to $12. Yeah, like I don't. Anyway, like we saw this like crazy swoop up. Like if you were in on this long, congrats, because that's crazy. I'm just gonna check on my Tesla and see if I can change my stop here. But yeah, I mean, like the market has just been nuts. Like we're seeing so many highs, so many lows. A lot of things are down, but you can do okay on I really need to get out of Tesla, as long as you time it right. So it's been an interesting day for sure in terms of patience and observing and waiting to get in on stuff. Yeah. Agree. What a day.
Agree. Absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about, I know I'm sorry, I don't really have much to update you guys on. The last out on Meta will be at that 304. We haven't quite got there. We got real close. We got to 303.86 and then we retraced. But we're moving up quite nicely here on the NQ, which is really giving these big cappers a boost. Look at Apple go. We may hit 175 today on Apple, and I was buying hand over fist in the high 160s. So my cost base is below where we are. I'm very pleased about this because many hit pieces, including you, KeyBank, you're no friend of mine, downgrading Apple yesterday, saying the iPhone sales were weak. Yeah, right, man, they were weak. Whatever. Anyway, I know, I take it so personally. I don't
You're
even
like
have an
so
iPhone
upset
15.
about the Apple situation right now.
Because I'm invested,
Like
man.
anti-key bank.
Yeah, that's it. Key banks lost their credit. No, I'm kidding.
No,
of
I'm
course,
joking,
it's all
yeah.
tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
But yeah, strong day for Apple, 174.94. It was one of the outperformers on the day, but it's really been about Nvidia. Nvidia has been stronger.
Nvidia's been crazy.
Yeah, 1 1/3 now for Nvidia on the day. 446 breaking. Maybe we'll see 450. Who knows? But Apple getting off that 173 and 2/3 were closed out yesterday, knocking on the door of 175. We'll see what Apple does. This is what I'm talking about, though, on the future. Here's the NQ 5-minute chart. We're getting into that 14,850, a couple of wicks above that 50-point level, not able to break above it. That's also the 200-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. I would say we probably have some resistance. Look at this trough over here and this trough over here. Probably that 14,860. That's a general area, 5060. We're talking 10 points difference, but that's where the overnight kind of it troughed overnight. This is like at 5 in the morning. And then again here at 8:30, we troughed out right after the release of the jobs numbers. So we'll keep an eye to see if we can get that continuation. Now we're only about half a point down. We were way worse. We were like a 1.25, right?
I think so,
Yeah, we were like 1.25% to the south side today on the NQ, but making a little bit of a comeback here, guys.
Yeah, so I said JB, Tesla long incoming ellipses, and yeah, I'm happy I stayed in because it looks like we could get that swoop up, even though I did get in too high. I shouldn't benefit from this because then I wouldn't have learned my lesson, but at the same time, I'm not going to complain about a win, however marginal it may be, right? So yeah, look at Tesla. Look at Tesla go. Go Tesla. Go. I do not know at what point I became like, into mega caps, but here we are, and here we are. But yeah, so we're gonna wait and see how this guy runs it up here. Let's take a look at just see if there's any news coming in, any other stocks to AMD. Why did I miss AMD? That was someone in the chat here. Let's take a look at our guy AMD here. Okay, yeah, AMD. I mean, we've had it was kind of like a pattern too, from what I can tell, right? And I've been using the 3-minute charts kind of the rest of the day after I took that L on Tesla earlier, just because it's nice to have the wider view. But yeah, I mean we had that a lot of play around VWAP. We were kind of stutter stepping up, then we jumped up here, swooped up, petered out a little bit, and then swooped right back up. So this has been I mean, if you got in really early too on AMD, honestly, it's been kind of slowly making its way to that long since just after the open. We took that huge flush down at open. We're strutter stepping our way back up. Then we had a nice big swoosh up. So yeah, I mean, I think AMD is absolutely, I think, one of note today. It looks like someone's saying AMD 100 is usually a good bounce zone. Let's take a look at that AMD. Yeah, I mean, it went to 100 and jumped back up. So you know what I mean? I think there's some validity there. Shout out to Leon in the chat because it does look like we do have that. They don't even really, it doesn't really rest at that 100 area either. It's kind of flies, right? So I think this is absolutely of note here. Sorry, one to keep an eye on. And then also in terms of chip names, let's look at Micron. Oh, Micron's up on the day.
Yeah, 1 2/3, strong.
Okay. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Micron is I like what Micron's doing. Okay. Oh yeah. So looking recent short interest. That's the one thing I'm finding here. But yeah, I mean, I think Micron. It looks if you kind of play around on those dips, you can get some nice longs. And I think around VWAP seems to be an area. We jumped around VWAP. Swooped back down, flew back up. Oh, it looks like Tesla's, okay, I got my side chart. My boy Tesla's running, so I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Okay, sorry for the squealing there, I got a little excited. Apologies, I'm wearing a microphone. But yeah, go Tesla, go. I mean, I don't know, we'll see how much higher it gets above that 260, sorry.
You got a good trend there.
Yeah, I'm hoping. We're floating around that 260.50. We're gonna stay in it just a little bit, because I am, we're praying. We're going to hope that works out. Let's go. I'm going to take another look at AMC because that was another one I had my eye on that I was in earlier playing on the VWAP. Yeah, I was considering getting back in an AMC a couple times. I'm happy I didn't because it's seems like every time we look like we're going to trend back up, we swoop back down. So I'm gonna listen to the swoops and I'm going to be happy and grateful for the AMC trade I did get, but I'm not going to get in another one. Another name I want to take a look at with regards to media adjacent stocks here is this one was a small cap earlier. VS Media Holdings. So this one we mentioned on small cap recap. This one to me is fascinating because we were up like 45% on the day at one point, and I guess they're branching out into Macau. It's like a Chinese media country. Now they want to branch out into Macau. They're trying to go more international. We bounced below view up, we flew up, and then yeah, it's like right around that 10 p.m. we started taking. There was like some halts here. I'm going to zoom in so you can see. So like after the first halt, we halted to the downside, then we halted to the downside again majorly, and swooshed back down. And this is kind of, as I mentioned before with my nemesis Axla, this is kind of what makes me a little bit nervous about small caps sometimes, is just because you do tend to have those halts, and I find a lot of time, like if the halts to the upside, great, but a halt to the downside, we don't see a lot of liquidity. It just makes me a skosh nervous. So that is what we've got going on with VSME. Sometimes it's interesting to see because I think some of these small caps, they can like continue running, like we said, some of them for several days, or they'll have like, their morning in the sun, like even like pre-market, before the market even opens, and they'll just kind of like flush back down like what happens with VSME. And on that note, I want to pop in on FEMI because I know FEMI was moving. Oh yeah, FEMI's down again on the day. So we're trending a little bit up, and then just right around the market, we kind of flushed back down. They were trading lower yesterday too. I want to see what kind of news, if we have any news on Femesis.
All right, I just finished my trade on Meta, by the way.
Nice.
The end of the trade. So it's a $4 winner for the last little piece.
Woo!
Only one last piece. Where'd we get? We got a 93 print there on Meta as it moved up. That's it. Meta's done on the day. We get the 300 hold. Very happy with this trade. But continuing, possibly, sorry to interrupt you, Dara, because
no, it's okay. I didn't have much more to say.
14,850 just got taken here on the future. We could be headed up big. We're at major levels here on Apple, 175 on AAPL. We're at 304 on Meta. Google, it's not really moving with the trend here. I like your Tesla trade. We could see easily a 261.5 break, 261. That's where we closed out the day yesterday. Yeah. Absolutely. NVIDIA is an absolute rocket as well. It's at high days, 447 possibly incoming here on NVDA. It's been a good day for these, or good recovery. I shouldn't say day. Yeah. Good recovery for some of these big cap names.
Yeah, absolutely.
About 7 minutes left on the show. Well, somebody asked, I have to ask this.
Okay.
They want to know what I was working out. I told them I'm doing legs. And then because you mentioned bench pressing the other day, people want to know what you're bench pressing, Adara.
So I usually bench like around 100. I haven't benched in a while though, just because I've been working out at home lately, especially like with, with the job, like since I've started here too. I need to get a gym that's closer to me. So I'll work out at home before I go, before I leave the house. I just, I have like a couple ab workouts, like squats,
for you,
arm stuff I'll do. Yeah, but I mean, I love benching. I need to, like on the weekends, usually I try to go, but I usually bench like around 100. Yeah, I mean, I like benching. I'm not gonna lie, it's a fun time. But yeah,
love it.
Thank you. I appreciate the question.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so
forgot who asked, but they know who they are.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. Make sure, guys, to like and subscribe if you already have it. The only way we grow.
That's a cute little button.
Yeah, is if you guys tell the algorithm that you like what you're watching. The big kahunas are about to come up on the closing show from 2 to 4. Make sure to also watch a market recap between 4 and 4:30. The Katina Man is on there, and there'll be earnings very soon. So a lot of moving stuff. You got anybody on today? He is going to have Mr. Michael Noss from Trade Ideas, chartered market technician, and a good friend of mine, a good friend of the show's. Make sure to tune in at 4 o'clock to catch that. But you gotta hit that. What is this? Oh, there we go. Oh, we're way past 390. That's an old thing right there.
Oh,
so this is what we're gonna hit.
Hola.
People love this
subscribe today.
She's sitting right there. She has no idea what we're talking about. Shout out to the cat in the hat. There she is. She's looking back. I see her. She heard. All right. Any final thoughts here? 6 minutes left, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, final thoughts are Tesla should hang out higher than it is right now.
It will.
That's a final thought. I believe in it, even if I shouldn't. But yeah, so that's one thought I have. Another thought, like this market is just crazy, and it's really interesting how we've been able to have some like wins on longs, even though the market's down, just by getting in on on key levels, right? And I mean, yeah, like it's just really fascinating to me, as even still, because I'm still learning, right? Just watching how the market works and how important it is to just kind of like watch the trends. Even though, you know, today, like we made some mistakes, you're hopefully always learning, right? So I think it is, it's really fun to watch. Also, someone just put plug weakness. Let's look at plug, because we just had plug high of day. Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, plug just seems like it does whatever it wants to do. Oh, yeah, okay, so it looks like, yeah, let's look at plug. I mean, I want to, like, zoom out a bit on this now, so I want to change to 5 minute to get a better view on this guy. Yeah, so we like, it looks like this is, like, a slightly higher high.
It is, you're right.
So, I mean, it could be headed up, because we got, like, this one. But, yeah, I mean, like, not tons of strength. Also, like, plug historically does not seem to be an incredibly strong stock. So I'm a little bit, there's a little bit of trepidation there, especially because I find around that 150, like 2-ish time of day is when some of the stocks kind of like, you know, market gets a little bit stressed out, things happen. So I'm a little bit nervous about that. So I don't know about plug. I mean, look, it could be going down, could be going up, but we do have those higher highs, so that could be a trend upwards to me. Yeah, okay, Tesla. Okay, I'm out of Tesla. I should have stayed in longer, but we just put our stop because we were stressed out. We got out like, 10 cents up. It's not a massive win, but,
You had a good
win's a
trend
win.
there. I like your trend. I mean, I legitimately thought the trend here. Let's look. Remember the higher highs and higher lows, the upward channel?
Well, that's why I got in, right? Yeah.
You got an upward channel. And, if I were you, I would have been looking possibly for that 261.25 touch, because that's where we close out. I always like closing prints as support and resistance, because
that's a good thing
that's where closing money where that stays overnight, to me, is more committed money, and it's the money that I need to concern myself with. Intraday money is transient. It doesn't stay for long.
I need to pay more attention to like the wider charts, and that's something I need to do.
I like your Tesla trade. I'm going to tell you the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, now it's going up higher, so I should have stayed in, but I think my thing is like I think I have a thing where I can understand where the levels are going. Like I'm looking at the trends, and then I just get out too early.
That's fine.
Right? So it's,
how long have you been trading, Adair?
Like literally like 10 days. Yeah. So, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And, we had the dollar winner on Tesla earlier. So, we're learning, we're growing. I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
All right, so guys, we have a big boy mover here that I don't know how I didn't see on my scanner. Is this like an IPO? Or it is. That's why it's not showing up on my scanner. IBKR, do better. It should show up on my scanner. MSS is absolutely flying to the high side. I don't know if we're going to have allowances for this one yet on our system, because typically with these ones, we get it the next day, or it has to do a certain amount of volume. It is on the NASDAQ, MSS.NQ. Big move up. It looks like we opened up at that $4 area, $4-ish area. Let's get out of the 1 minute, the 5 minute, look at the 1 minute. Multiple halts to the high side. All of them have been to the high side. The first one was about 15 minutes or so. Second one, a regular 5. Third one looks like it was 10. Big move up. We're at high a day. 1077 high right now, guys. We had one halt down. Sorry, we did have one halt down. 3 halts up, 1 halt down. But we are at high of day, 1077 high. This one's last halt level, the down halt, was around 884 or something. Brendo telling me 2.5 million shares priced at $4 each on this new IPO. Brendo, is it an IPO? It is. Yeah, it is. Shares open. This is it right here. Mason Solutions IPO, shares open for trade at $3.99 a share. IPO priced at $4 a share. So whatever. Yeah. Whatever. We have another IPO. I didn't have wind of this one. 167% Adara on the day now. I'm really peeved
this is quite the
that
chart.
we didn't know about this.
Yeah, I think I saw some people mentioning it in the chat. Yeah.
Oh,
sorry we didn't get to that one. This is a crazy long.
That's not your fault.
But
my scanner's fault. I should have had that on there. But
it's a great chart to watch. So it's definitely one to keep an eye on throughout the day.
Keep your eye on this one, guys. Yeah. We've got about like 30 seconds left here before we send you the big kahunas. Any final thoughts, Adara?
So I have NVIDIA up. Someone just mentioned NVIDIA. NVIDIA is having a great time. We've got these, we've like stutter stepping up. It looks like it has a full swoop up here. It's really been playing around that VWAP level. So I think NVIDIA is definitely, and it's also one of the few mega caps that's actually like positive on the day, if I'm just checking here. Yeah. So I think like Apple might be as well. I'm going to check. But yeah, NVIDIA 100%. Looks like it's one to go long on, at least for me. I might take another look at this guy. But yeah, lots of big day for mega caps.
It has been. All right, guys. Adara and I and OB and I will see you tomorrow, 11 a.m., same bat time, same bat channel. Right knows what the big does.
Yeah, 2 o'clock on a pretty busy afternoon here. We'll touch on that. I'm just keeping my eye on that. MSS, crazy high flyer here as we head into the final couple hours of the day. That's Apple, taking out day highs here. It has been a bit of a tale of two sides of the story here as far as